visit Rod, we have my ancestral blood group in the Netherlands. Over the years, peace popped up again. There was the war in several places in the world, or disasters of stuff, and that was every time for us a reason to do a ritual for peace for that area in the world or that group of people. And the concern for the earth has been always in our rituals, and for me very important. And I said, the 6-7 years back, I was thinking about, what can I do? What can be my contribution? And I really actually have been thinking to go into politics. And then I realized that is not my path.
Right.
That's not, and then you ponder on, and I said, yeah, but I do believe in magic. So why should I decide to do something else? And then I started the Flame of Frizz with the idea of to make it an ongoing project. And to my surprise, from the first ritual on, people were enthusiastic and felt connected. I mean, there are now about 450 people on the Facebook group. And I'm still amazed. It gives me, I think that's for all of us. You can really actually do something and not only sit around and look at the world going down and people even more desperate and more separated. And I really also from the beginning with each ritual, you feel the need of the people to reconnect. And I work with the Frizz cord that I always did from the beginning. If you can see it.
Okay, yeah.
I make them. I don't know how much kilometers I made over the last 6 years. And actually, if we are together, it's just a simple standing in a circle and everybody is holding that cord. And well, it depends on what, but calling the gods, some rituals are pretty plain, others are way more magical. But always at the end of the ritual, everybody gets a piece of the cord to take home.
Can we see it in more detail? Can you hold it up? How do you make it?
With a lucette.
It's made of wool?
No, cotton.
Okay. And they're different colors woven together?
Yeah, it's just the colors of fire. So it symbolizes the flame of Frizz, and it gives people something to you can keep it in your hands. And in that way, if you're home alone again, I made it with this one.
Okay, that's the tool.
Yeah, it's pretty simple work. I don't need to think about it. I can sit before the television and do it.
Right.
And as said, it is the symbol for the flame of Frizz itself. And of course, if it has been in a ritual, and many times it is so, I still, become silent when I see that people actually really wrap it around their wrists, and sometimes for years they have it there. And one time a friend of mine went to Norway, and she came back from, how is this possible? I met somebody who has a Frizz cord around her wrist. And I said, okay, that's great. That's lovely. And I have heard that more people feel the connectedness. And if they take the cords back in their hands, they can feel the connectedness from the ritual again. And they put it on their altars. And I said that, it's a little simple way to keep that connection vivid. And as I can, where I can, I perform rituals. We now do and I'm also, I became involved with Extinction Rebellion last year, with the first summer rebellion in the Netherlands. And to me, that is so connected, climate activism and the flame of Frizz. And that's one of the things I said yesterday. As long as the earth is suffering, there is no peace. And I mean, I'm lucky to live in the Netherlands. So yeah, there is, of course, a way of peace, but real peace, I don't think there is, as long as still too much people are suffering. And so that are the subjects I keep on talking about and try to reach out to people, try to get people thinking about it.
Can you tell us a bit about the word frith in Dutch? This word frith, what's it connected to?
It's related to vrede.
German, yeah.
No. In German it's Frieden.
Okay.
And in Dutch it's vrede. And it is, except for England, because it's peace. It's all the other Germanic languages have related words, like fred in the Scandinavian languages, fridur in Iceland, and in Dutch it became vrede. And although from the sources, we hardly know anything about frizz. But I needed, in Dutch, I use vrede. But I love the alliteration, like in Dutch it's vlam voor vrede, and in German it's Vlamme des Friedens. So I came up in England, in English, with Flame of Frizz, because then I had the alliteration.
Right.
And not only it's me, I'm using it. I see more initiatives for peace or inclusivity who use the word frizz, because it has this meaning of joy and peace and calm and it resonates to heathens.
Mm-hmm. Can I show you this? I don't know if you can see it. It's called a multicultural, multilingual dictionary of peace terminology.
Oh, great.
Saying you love languages. So here is a page. This is the Anglo-Saxon. And I've got the words for peace, reconciliation, healing, truth, God, goddess, magic, etc. And the different names of gods in all the different languages. So Anglo-Saxon.
Oh, lovely.
But also the ancient languages. So Babylonian, Phoenician, ancient Egyptian, Pali, Sanskrit, Aramaic, Hebrew,
wow,
etc. It's a passion. It was an appendix to my PhD, which was on peace research. And this is the first time anyone's ever done a dictionary of peace terminology in all different languages.
That's lovely.
And my hope, I would love, a learned society to fund like the etymology of all these words. And they're all interconnected. So the word frith, which is Anglo-Saxon for peace, was connected to our word freedom.
Yeah.
And it has this meaning of, and it goes back to the goddess as well. Your name, Frigg, and Freya. Frey, who was Ing, who was the ancestral god of the Anglo-Saxons. So it's interesting what these, and if you go back into the etymology, you can research a lot, which led me to write a book called The Kabbalah Runes. I traced the Indo-European roots of words.
And your sound is gone again.
Has it?
And that's coming back. It's coming in and out, fading in and out.
Oh, there we are. That's live. No, I traced the etymology of the Indo-European root system of words back to a prehistoric source, speculated, in common with the Hamito-Semitic language families. So the Hebrew, Arabic, and ancient Egyptian, and so on. And I think if you look at the Kabbalah, the sounds of the Kabbalah, which is like a mantric, each sound you compare them with the runes, in which every sound has a spiritual meaning. I reckon they go back to a common root, a common source. The tree of Yggdrasil is the same as ultimately, it's the same concept as the tree of life of the Sephiroth. In and Odin, the god of wisdom, who brings the runes, is, it's the same ultimate system going back to shamanic times. I reckon about 20,000 BC. Anyway, that's in my book. Have you looked at the runes? Tell us what you studied about runic knowledge.
Yeah, well, I am a practitioner. I love science, but I'm way more of just doing things and learning in that way. It is, can I show you? No. Yes, here.
Oh, yeah.
This is the symbol of the logo of the Flame of Chris.
Right.
And as you can see, I use the Wunyo rune.
Yes.
Because to me, that rune is it's of course, the meaning is joy, but it's also a family, community, and that meaning of community, I use it in the Flame of Chris to connect people. And I have one Flame of Chris ritual in which I use all 24 runes.
Excellent.
So yes, I work a lot with them, but as said, I'm less of a scholar and way more of just working with them, and then they will tell me themselves what they are and how to use them.
Well, therefore using, that's good. Yeah.
Yes, I mean, singing, as we talked about before, singing is also such a strong way to connect people. And if you use the runes in rituals, all participants can sing along. And in that way connect. And I always like it if people say, I can't sing, then I get them to sing. I mean, as I always say, in rituals, it's not about singing in tune and perfect. It is, manifestate the energies together.
Right.
That you can. But I have, I came in contact with the runes via Freya Eiswin.
I know her work. Yeah, she's brilliant. Yeah.
Yes, she is. But that was in 1993, so that's already a long time ago. I went to a workshop and Ilo Gaub was there, a Sami shaman. And I didn't even look thoroughly through the information because there was also Freya Eiswin with the runes. It was great. From that moment on, I was a Germanic heathen. And I said, but for me, it's partly reading books and theory, but way more the practical side of it, do stuff.
Right, excellent. Do you want to finish with a song? Do you want to share with us one of your rune songs? And then we might move on. Do you dare?
Yeah, I can sing the rune chant I made. Veio story that so right okay nas gave Agalas nautis I was Petro Algisolo Tivas percana evas mana Lagos ingus oscilla daga And this and one and other of my songs are on my YouTube channel.
Okay. Well, that was beautiful. We've recorded this so we can listen.
Thank you.
And work it out. Thank you. So we're going to move on slightly. We've got our guest Marko, who's speaking in about half an hour. So welcome, Marko. And who's joining us from Slovenia. And do you want to just introduce yourself to us? Marko has been involved in similar activities down in Slovenia for a long time, and he's going to be speaking.
Lovely.
I'm sure you'll find lots in common. We're still waiting for our scheduled speaker at this time, who's from South Africa. What I'm going to do in the meantime, because I didn't really give myself a speaking slot today, but I've agreed to do like fill-ins if somebody doesn't show up. And so
I think that I can say hello now.
Marko, yes, hello.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
Let me just put my video on. Huh? Goody.
Greetings.
Hi.
In the woods.
I've been listening to parts of the discussion at the end on etymology and sounds.
Yeah.
Well, this is our common field of study, it seems. And I even think, Frigga, that finding common roots of sounds would contribute to peace building if people will at a certain point understand that roots of sacred words are joined. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
That could be one vehicle to approach people in terms of education. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
We've got nothing in curricula about that.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be for introduction.
Sure. Well, no, that's why I was holding up my Peace Dictionary. I don't know if you saw it, Marko.
Yes, I did.
Dictionary of peace terminology in different languages, including Slavic, Germanic, Indian, but also Semitic and Chinese, Tibetan, and so on. So look, I'm going to, your official speaking slot starts. Let me add some thoughts from talk that I prepared and haven't given for this event. And I hope that you'll find it useful. I spoke briefly last night in my talk about, I was going back to the horrors of the 30 Years' War, which are never taught in in British history. It's one of the reasons for Brexit is people don't understand why Europeans value the European Union so much, because of the horrors we've had. 30 Years' War and continual warfare really ever since, up until World War I, World War II. And then I want to talk about peace theory, because I was brought up in Briton and Canada, in Sussex, in a family that really respected Marx. And I've struggled for many years as a scholar and as a philosopher with that problem. What fascinates me about Marx is what he left out. Now we've just been joined by Dean, so maybe I'm going to postpone my filling in of Marx theory, and we can hear from Dean, who's arrived from South Africa.
I'm gonna log out and log in on another device.
Okay. I think our proper speaker is here.
Great. Be back in a minute.
Sure. Greetings, Dean. Welcome.
Unmute myself, yeah?
There we are. Yes, please do. Yes, yes. Greetings.
Greetings. Yeah, how are you doing, Thomas?
I'm doing fine. Yeah, and you're
Yeah.
down there in Cape Town, are you?
I'm down in Cape Town. So we're on the southwestern tip of Africa here, for those that don't know where Cape Town is. Yeah, and the iconic Table Mountain is also, you know, based on the Cape Peninsula, which is the southwestern corner of Africa.
Right. Now, I'm looking forward to hearing all about it. And I know you're familiar with its magical sites and so on.
Yes.
So, yeah. Have you had a good solstice night and morning?
Yeah, we've had a lot of rain come in, which is actually perfect for the turning of the season, if you like. So this would be, you know, our midwinter solstice, you know, the direct opposite of what's going on up north there. Right. And so it's ushered in some lightning and some rain yesterday morning. So we took a small group kind of under the radar a little bit because of, you know, the forces that be trying to dictate to everybody what they should be doing, you know. And obviously from my side, I don't buy into any of it. I feel that when it comes to, you know, expressing your spirituality, and if you want to go up to the mountain to say a prayer or set an intention for yourself, for the planet, no one can actually stop you from doing that.
So you did your prayers somewhere up on the mountain?
Yeah, we did. We did it up on the mountain. So when have you got me scheduled in to kind of start talking at any specific time, or do we just go in for it?
No, I think go for it now. You're actually, you know, scheduled to speak in this slot.
Okay, so, all right. Okay, fantastic. All right. So what I'm looking for is the ability for me to share my screen.
Yeah, I'm going to, or I think it should be there, but I'll make sure.
All right, I'm going to check, and then, okay, so you got to just allow me to share my screen, I guess. Yeah.
I think that's done now, so you should go for it. Yeah.
I'll try again. Okay. There we go. Just going to hit this one. Can you see that screen?
Yeah, we can see a mountain.
Okay, great. Yeah, so all right, this is actually the northwestern corner of the Table Mountain range. That probably wasn't the first picture I was hoping to see, but anyway, just for the record, this is my book. It's called Pathways of the Sun, and Unveiling the Mysteries of Table Mountain and Beyond. So this was written in 2006, so that goes back a bit. However, there is nothing in this book that I would change. It's very current, and it holds a lot of insight to the sacred sites. It's kind of an introduction to the sacred sites of Southern Africa. When I was growing up, there was no such thing as a sacred site in South Africa. Nobody was talking about any sacred sites. The indigenous people and their beliefs were completely suppressed. And as we know, I guess in other countries as well, especially with the North American Indian culture, it was no different here in South Africa. The indigenous communities of the Khoisan people, the San and the Khoisan people, which people would know as the Bushman people, or in the old days, the Hottentot people. These were the original peoples that were living on the land at that time. But we do not know whether they were the ones that actually put these structures that I'm going to be sharing with you in place. It may actually go back to a time period and that has long been forgotten. And it's interesting because it holds a lot of the similar symbology as the sites up in the UK as well, and Stonehenge in particular. So what's interesting about the geographical position of Cape Town is that Cape Town, the Cape Peninsula, is literally the land of the setting sun. So this is probably, I don't know if you can even see this. Does that help? Can you see that map?
Helps. We can see it.
So this line here is the summer solstice sunset, and you can see the shadow, and basically the very, very, very last shadow bit of light hits here on the southwestern tip of Africa. So with regards to the land of the setting sun, Cape Town is literally that at the time of great light, the summer solstice, which is what you guys are celebrating up north. So what's actually happening here today is there's a massive yin and yang of light and shadow over the earth. And so you guys are up north and you're experiencing the day of great light, and we down south and we're experiencing the darkest day, if you like. So the time of the greatest darkness. And we are doing ceremony like all ancient cultures were to one, honor the cycles and seasons of nature, and two, to get out there and to pay respects and to encourage the sun to return, because obviously if the sun kept going that way, it's going to keep getting colder and colder, and we're all going to freeze our nuts off, and there won't be any nuts to harvest either. So that is part of why these ancient ceremonies were taking place, to connect and to honor and to communicate with the elemental energies and this divine love affair, if you like, between our Father, Son, Mother Earth. The sun literally being the fire of life that seeds all this life and hope into our Mother Earth. So now that you know that Cape Town is literally the land of the setting sun, it makes sense that if there were any ancient peoples who were revering the sun as a deity, which we know all ancient cultures did, because it is the fire of life. Even to this day, we are dictated, our lives depend on the movements of the sun and the cycles and seasons. So Cape Town would have been a natural pilgrimage point where people would actually move in the whole of Southern Africa. They would do pilgrimage to Cape Town, to the land of the setting sun, to pay homage to the sun and to do ceremonies. And that is why my research has been rediscovering these ancient earth temples, if you like, that were set up by some ancient beings. And it appears that these were not some wild kind of club-yielding, unconscious people. Just because they lived a simple life didn't mean that they didn't have a deep spiritual root and deep spiritual insight to the energies of nature that surrounded and supported them. So the site that we went to was I call the dolmen, but it's really also echoes very much of the same energies of Stonehenge. So you can see here, I can stretch that for you. This is what we call the horizon calendar. So in archaeoastronomy, you're always looking for this amazing topographical layout of the environment, of the landscape, and to be able to calibrate the movements of the sun over long periods of time. So what we see here is the horizon calendar, and this is the dolmen right here with two uprights and a lintel. So it's a trilithon, and I'll bring you into another picture just now, closer one. So this calibrates the turning of the sun at the winter solstice, and then it travels all the way along the mountaintop to the equinox, and then another distance to the summer solstice. So the distance it travels from the winter to the summer is almost 60 degrees. and then of course back again. So it's very easy to watch because you just have to sit in one place and you can see the sun walking across the mountain from winter to the equinox to the summer and then back again. And this marks the most northern turning point of the sun here in Southern Africa on the winter solstice. And what's interesting is that there's a number of different sites that I work with, and they all appear to be centering or lining up like now at this exact moment. So we got to ask ourselves, well, why is that? Because we know that the solstice position can shift according to the obliquity of the ecliptic cycle. Without getting too complicated, I will show you a picture of that. But before I do that, this is the geometries of the 60 degrees that moves from summer to winter. This is what it kind of looks like over the peninsula. And you can see it has these kind of diamond sort of light grid that is mapped out over the peninsula. And there are various sites that are all part of this grid that you see on this map over here. And if you have to shine all these lights at the same time, you're kind of looking at something like that, which is the solstice positions, including the high noon sun or the sun in the midheaven. And that becomes basically this chevron or diamond of light, which is then mapped out over in each of the sites, but also, so both on a micro and a macro level within the sacred sites of Southern Africa. And what was interesting is that this geometry was also found on a piece of red ochre here. These diamond-shaped chevrons were engraved on red ochre 75,000 years ago. It's one of the oldest relics to be found here at the tip of Africa. And the archaeologists would say, oh, this is the first crude attempts of early man to express themselves. However, from my perspective, not at all. This is one, the rock that was chosen was red ochre. The red ochre represents the blood of Mother Earth, in fact, the menstrual blood of Mother Earth, and is still recognized as such. And so it has to do with fertility, the fertility of our Mother Earth, quite literally. And the diamond is obviously, again, the shape of the feminine. So it represents the vulva, the yoni. So for me, this was more of a spiritual artifact that was left behind, that was honoring the Earth Mother and fertility and so on. And most of the sites that we work with have fertility as one of the underlying and fundamental basis for the temple architecture or structure. So I then will take you to let's have a look. I don't want to get too caught up with the mass and the geometry here. Let's have a look at this one. Sorry, you can ask me a question if you like. Tell me if I'm going off track or if I'm doing okay.
Fascinating. Tell us about this diagram.
Yeah. Okay. This one is pointing out where the actual dolmen is on the corner of this mountain over here, and this shows you the different solstice turning points and cross quarters, the moon alignments, and so on. And but I want to go to one back to this one, and this is the structure over 42,000 year cycle. So I was telling you that this dolmen is lining up like right now, and we know that this shifts according to the obliquity cycle, and you can see that this central sun here, this position here, is where the sun is lining up now, and this was it. This was the alignment basically 21,000 years from now, and sorry, 21,000 years ago, and this position here will be another 10,000 500 years from now. So the whole cycle goes from this point to the far extreme, which would be 21,000, and then back again, 21,000 years. So this, we could be anywhere really in this oscillation. We could be over here, we could be over there, we could be anywhere. But where we are is whack, smack, bang in the middle. So we are literally in the equinox of this 42,000 year oscillation. And I'm talking about the whole planet is in that position. And the ancient people have been setting the structures that I'm working with are all lining up now, like smack bang in the middle, which means whoever put this in place would have had to have put it in either, because it's coming back, it means that it has to be at least a half oscillation. So it has to be at least 21,000 years, but it could be a full oscillation, which would put it to 42,000 years. And of course, any increment of that. So we do not know the answers, except we know that that carving was set at 75,000 years ago, which means that this could very easily be anywhere within this period of time. And we know that South Africa is at least one of the birthplaces, if not the birthplace of humanity. And there were a number of early beings that we know very little about. Homo erectus and Homo rhodensis and all of these other homos hanging around around about the same time. So these structures may be very, very old, and they may actually hold some insights to our human spirituality, to the origins of our human spirituality. So the temple architecture that I'm busy sharing, a small little snippet of here today, is held within all other temple architectures. It's the same kind of consciousness, but it may actually have had its origins somewhere here at the tip of Africa. So I'm going to shift. Here's another picture of a bigger picture of the horizon calendar. So this is the dolmen right over here, you can see. And remember, it's also an inverted triangle. I'm going to another picture now. So this is this is also showing just the different positions on the horizon calendar. I just threw that in there to give you some idea how it could shift quite completely off. But the fact is that it's lining up right now. And here you have it. This is one of the gatherings that we had up on the dolmen a couple of years ago. So every year we go up, and where possible, I bring my indigenous friends along with me. Ishikwa, who is from the township down south here, one of the most southern townships here in South Africa. And he is one of the descendants of the Khoisan people. And he comes up to me with me, and we do some ceremony together and some ritual. And here is a closer picture of the dolmen. So very similar to your Stonehenge structure. And you see opening up the female. So this is all about this place of union between the rising sun and so the father sun actually mating with Mother Earth, if you like. And you can see that is where the sun actually comes up. There's a little notch in the mountainscape over there. There you see it coming through again. So this is where we were yesterday morning for sunrise. So again, the extreme northerly rising point of the sun. And actually also connects with Venus. That's Venus coming through there. So there's also a star side to this, and we already know the research paper I'm doing includes a lot of insights to the indigenous people and their knowledge of not only the sun as a deity and the moon as a deity. They also believed in a god of the light and a god of the darkness, one of creation, destruction, if you like, and but also the stars. And I'm talking about in-depth understanding and knowledge and communication with the stars. They believed even the connection to their ancestors. So the stars were seen as the eyes of their deceased. So again, there was a reason for them wanting to connect and to communicate with the stars. And these sites, as I'm sure up in the UK as well, and Stonehenge, were also places where the shamans would come to communicate with the stars above, the sun, the moon, the stars, to divine the future. In other words, to ask, this whole collective cosmos, the gods of the heavens, what's coming our way. So this is also part of the work that I do. I do work, yes, there's an academic side to my work, but I also work shamanically or spiritually. So my job is trying to marry these two fields of study, which have become so fragmented, so separated. I believe you cannot separate the physical from the spiritual. They are, intrinsically bound together on the earth plane where we find ourselves. So what happens is the sun actually comes through the dolmen at sunrise and sends its light to engage with a water trough bowl sundial, which is this image here. And this is actually the image of a human head, if you like, with a neck. And this bowl is filled up with water to receive it. There is another watchman on the other side. You can see this profile over here with a eye hole. You see that little eye hole over there that's drilled through the rock. And you can say, oh, well, these are all natural. But the fact is they are where they are, and they are watching the sun, quite literally. And I have more than 20 sites that have the same, let's call it topographical and sacred geometrical layout and structure. So this is not the only one that has an eye hole that is watching the stars above. And this is the linkage where it actually joins on the dolmen. So this is the dolmen, and this is the top of the dolmen, and there is the join. So you can ask yourself, was this dolmen just put there by itself naturally, or has there been some kind of interaction? So we can probably, with the academics, we can argue this till the cows come home, but it sure looks like it's had some interaction done on it. And for me, it's the receptors. In other words, the actual water bowl itself that receives the first ray of light as a symbolic seeding of the life force of the sun into the womb of the earth mother. And the reverse side of this structure is here. So that gives you another look. And this rock over here below it is a big kind of flat platform. So for the shaman or the priest, you basically go stand up there and you go, hallelujah, greet the sun, the perfect kind of spot to be poised to honor the sun, do your ritual, your chant, your communication with the rising sun. And I'm going to just see if I can take you to something that'll be of interest. There are a number of sites that link together. This is what we call the tripod. It's another rock that is involved with watching the same sun. We have a pyramid with the all-seeing eye here in Cape Town. And I'm going to let you listen to Baba Credo Mutwa. This is Baba Credo Mutwa is a High Sanusi. He recently passed, in fact, in February at 90, I think he was 94 years old. But he is probably one of the most revered keepers of the sacred knowledge here in Africa, of the African peoples. and his insight to the sacred sites. This was me interviewing him. I was very privileged to spend a couple of years in close friendship with Baba Credo, and he was the one who encouraged me to bring my work forward. And this goes back now over 20 years. So this is what he has to say about sacred sites and the connection to the stars and the beings of the stars. The sound is not going to be great, but I think you'll be all right to hear it. It'll just be like a minute or two. So here goes. Baba Credo Mutwa.
In fact, the entire Cape Coast, from one end of it to the other, is a spiritually sacred place. It carries and hides within it treasures which one does not even imagine. Stars from those caves. And when men stopped living in caves, built structures whose purpose was not only to protect him from enemies as the great walls of Zimbabwe do, but also to help him to communicate with the stars above and many beings which come from the stars and which visit our earth. Man has always been talking to the stars. It is not for nothing that throughout Africa, our name for star means giver of enlightenment or giver of knowledge. Naledi or Nkanezi, giver of knowledge.
Baba Credo Mutwa, and bringing in a ancient knowledge of the African people who knew very well that there was a communication, a connection to the stars above and the beings of the stars that used to visit our land. So it's very, very fascinating. And I'll just pull up one more structure. This is what I call the crystal skull. This is a 10-foot granite head balanced on top of two pedestals, also watching the stars above. It is aligned exactly due west, and this is on the Lion's Head mountain that is next to Table Mountain. And this is a person sitting down over here, just to give you an idea of the size of that. So when people talk about crystal skulls in Cape Town, we've got one of the biggest ones, made of granite, quartzite, silica, mica, all these interesting ingredients of the transistor radio. And I believe these sites, they hold the collective consciousness of all time. So not only from the Earth's birthing and the geological song lines, if you like, but they also hold the memory and the song of the people and the nature that have engaged with these places as well. So when I go in, I'm led by spirit to these places in the first place. These were never discovered up until, you know, I was busy working with them, because the timing was not right. For one, if these sites had come forward, let's say 20, 30 years ago, well, hang on, 20, it would be, if these had come over 30 years ago, we would have been into the apartheid regime, and the powers that be would have just taken over these places and probably blown them up. It would have been, this is the devil's work, you know, because they were just so unconscious about the other indigenous belief structures, and they were so dogmatic about their belief system that everyone else was the devil. So, and I see that this is probably something you also dealing with that side, where the governments and people are trying to take over and rule and control these sacred sites. And yes, I believe we do need to be working with these sites incredibly consciously, because they can be destroyed, both physically and energetically, if they are not well managed. So it is important to have some kind of a structure put in place, which is, I believe, what you're trying to achieve there in the UK as well. So I myself have helped formulate the Sacred Site Foundation here in Southern Africa. We did that in 2012, which is a structure to help protect and create custodianship initiatives for the protection of sacred sites, but also for people to be able to visit these sites more consciously, but in a way that is respectful. So there's kind of a governing body, someone that hopefully has some local knowledge, well respected in the community. In South Africa ourselves, we have our indigenous community. So we want to take those indigenous communities and seek out the spiritual keepers of those of the knowledge from these communities and make them the custodians of these sacred places. Let them help manage the structure, so that they can be involved with work and create work for a lot of these people that are have been previously disadvantaged, and you know, because the land's basically been taken from them. They now live in townships, and you know, the elite do what they do. So it would be great to see them being given the opportunity to go back to their sacred sites and to become the custodians and help facilitate conscious journeys to these sacred sites. So people who want to come and pray, people who want to come and do ceremony, we don't want to stop them. We just want to have a governing body that helps to support that, and to ensure that the places are well managed, if you like, so that they don't get destroyed, and they don't need to have barbed wire all around them. So we're actually looking at some of the sites, depending where they are, if they already have easy access or open access. We are looking at having 24-hour custodianship. So where the local people actually come in, and there's kind of a time shift where people can come in and take over from the other person, and have two people kind of literally spending the night there, safeguarding it from people that may want to come in and do harm. So these are some of the things that the Sacred Sites Foundation are busy with. Let's see, what else can I show you? This is interesting. This is a stone that's also aligned to the winter solstice. This is called what I call Nefertiti. Not that it is her, but it certainly looks a hell of a lot like her. And this stone has been positioned there at a spirit level. And literally, just to give you another couple of pictures here, there it is. And this is the other side of it, to show you that it's actually been put in place. And this is another deck that observes the fulcrum point, the balancing point between the light and the shadow. And energetically, I feel this fulcrum point that we're in right now, this massive oscillation thing, is also helping us as individuals to come back into our center, our core light, if you like, our energetic center, our spiritual center. And that's why regaining our inner spiritual dialogue with ourselves is probably the most important thing right now in this sort of chaotic situation we find ourselves, because it's finding your spiritual center that's going to help us to navigate our way safely through this. And I think the spiritual center and spiritual strength of the indigenous communities, no matter how far back you go, it was that, the spiritual integrity that actually kept the clan or the family safe and feeling strong and on purpose. So that's Nefertiti. She watches the sun. set right here between Lion's Head and Table Mountain, and literally set at a spirit level. The sun is set to her focal point. So you as the observer are put in position to observe that sunset. There you see it sitting right on her focal point. So basically the watcher sits on what we call a viewer's seat, and you square yourself at a spirit level to the horizon, and this is the alignment to Nefertiti, who is watching. That is also the winter solstice, in other words, the same solstice that we are acknowledging right now. So tonight, the sun will set in Nefertiti's eye, right on cue. And I'm going to go back to Stonehenge, to the dolmen here. Let me see if I've got something. I want to share something about the actual spiritual happenings that happen in these places. There we go. So I'm going to play this, and I'm just going to talk you through it, because I'm going to see if I can turn the sound off. Yeah, I think that'll do it. And this will just lead you to the dolmen. This is now following an arc all the way around the mountain. And this is the northeasterly corner of Table Mountain. It's called Devil's Peak. And the very first shadow on the winter solstice that's cast onto the whole of the peninsula is this shadow, which looks like a giant head, if you like, the profile of a human being. And so we're not saying this was done like this, but you start to ask yourself, how has the landscape shaped humanity? How has the landscape, Landescapen, if you like, where the name came from, where did the landscape and how did the landscape influence the consciousness of humanity? How did it help form the consciousness? How did it help form the spiritual consciousness of our early ancestors? So here we go. So we move around, and then in the gateway we see another massive profile that is seen. I'm going to let this play out. This is the Elephant Mountain. And this is where I first gained my insight as a boy of 10. So I was taken here to the Elephant's Eye, and this is a massive train-like cave tunnel where I first saw the rising sun coming up through one of these watchmen, if you like. And it's interesting, the watchmen in Enoch's text, the Dead Sea Scrolls, were basically fallen angels. You wonder whether this has... this is the mouse mountain. Okay, there's the ear of the mouse, the head, and then this is the back of the mouse. And then we have this man, which is again another massive mountainscape profile. So we turn the corner and we head to the dolmen. And this is the dolmen alignment that I first started speaking about, and that to experience this turning of the sun and this particular alignment. And mostly I've been alone on my journey, doing it shamanically and spiritually. And the day that I came, I experienced a convergence of energies that came together in this powerful sacred site on the winter solstice. That's the sun coming through. And what I experienced was a collection of all the elemental energies that culminated at the same time. The female, the inverted triangle, which is what is the dolmen makes up. So that represents the earth element. Sorry, that's the sun hitting that head that I told you, coming through the dolmen. This is the other one, and representing the earth element. And when I arrived, there was a big bunch of clouds that actually covered the the dolmen. I couldn't see through it, and I was wondering, am I actually going to get to see the sun? After we did ceremony, just pointing that out. And the reason why I'm showing you this, the double rainbow thing, is that people don't realize these things are still working. These are still places where we're supposed to be engaging with the energies and communicating with the stars and the elemental beings, because this sunrise point is the buzz point. It's where the molecular structure of everything is just totally revving and buzzing. So it's energetically healthy to be out there and experiencing these sunrises and sunsets on these pivotal points. But they also earth energy points that where earth energy song lines come together, and so it's a massive kind of orchestra going on here. And I was there to experience this, so I'm just sharing that with you. And this is now the inverted, the female. I had the clouds. The clouds come in and sort of swirl around. So we have the water element coming in, and the sun was trying to break through. So we now had the fire element sitting behind the water, and all of a sudden there was a massive surge of wind energy, and the wind from this dolmen. I'll show you. Here it comes now, and this is very old footage. There's the sun trying to come through. So we have earth energy, sun, fire energy. Sends right from that point, taking off into the sky. So for me, this represented the magic that happens within these places, that you can actually communicate and entice the elemental energies and with the elemental energies. So this was for me probably an extremely powerful and moving experience for me, and just a much deeper insight as to how to work with the sacred sites and the different elemental energies that are present within these sacred sites, and the need for us to keep working with these places, communicating with these places, because that is how we're going to gain the guidance. These are places of divination, places where we communicate with the gods, whichever way, shape or form we do that, so that we can get the guidance we need to safely navigate our way into the future, into the now. So Thomas, I'm rattling on a lot. Does anybody want to ask me a question?
Sure. I'd just like to thank you for your presentation. I think that was absolutely brilliant. And it fits in so well with what we're discovering here in Britain and Europe and other sacred sites around the planet. So you've done so much. I think we're all in your debt. I don't want to use too much of the time of our next speaker, Marko Hren.
Yes, no, that's fine.
But Marko, do you have a question you'd like to put to Dean before it's your...
Let me just fix this.
Let's let Marko ask a question.
I still have. Okay. I think that we are. You selected our sequence very well, Thomas. We are pretty much in line of thinking and doing, practicing in terms of astroarchaeology, tunes, sounds, and rediscovering of the ancient knowledge. So I think that we have a wonderful sequence. Are we all staying online for a while?
Oh yeah, we're going to listen to you, and other people will be joining in.
Because we can pack the discussion about the contributions of the three speakers.
Okay, later on, yeah.
afterwards, if you want, if you agree, huh?
Well, I'm happy with that. Yeah, let's move on, Dean. Thank you for that. If you stop sharing your screen,
Yeah, sure.
you can now take the floor, so to speak.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, thanks a lot for having me on. It's been an honor, and thanks for what you're doing, Thomas, and everybody else.
Do stick around and listen to the next couple of speakers if you can.
I will.
Thanks, Dean.
You're welcome.
That would be great. I would really want you to be in the loop of discussion afterwards, huh?
Yeah.
Because our talks are pretty much in tune, huh?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, that'll be lovely. That'll be great. I look forward to hearing. I'll stick around.
Okay, good.
So
Right.
speaking of the tune, do you see the flute?
Yes.
Yeah, I can see that.
This is a replica of the oldest flute ever found on the planet, the oldest instrument. It was found in Slovenia in one of the caves about 10 years ago. It was produced by Neanderthal, and it was found in one of the caves, one of the sacred caves of Sacred Triangle in the western part of Slovenia. So it's a relatively new discovery. I take it as a symbol of multiculturalism and something that represents Slovenia, a country where I'm coming from, a multicultural country between Austria, Italy, Hungary, and Croatia. So it nests between 3 language groups, actually 4: Slavic Croatia, Romanic Italian, German Austria, and Hungarian, which is Ungaro-Finnish. Huh? So we are multicultural as a small unit, and this instrument symbolizes the unity. It was produced by a professional trumpet player, Luben Dimkarowski, a very good friend of mine, a Druid, an old faith believer, a leader of a band, of ethno band. In his origin, he was Macedonian, but living in Slovenia and playing in Philharmonica Orchestra of Ljubljana, of my town. When he got the discovery of archaeologists proving that that was produced by a Neanderthalian on purpose. So the holes, it's 60,000 years old. Huh? So Luben started to play with it literally, and he was obsessed with it until he died last year. So behind me, you will see the oak trees. I'm at the midst of my Upasena headquarters. This is a organization funded under the law of religious freedom of Slovenia. So I'm in the midst of oak trees. in Welsh, it's Druid, Thomas. In our language, Druid is a tree, drevo. Druid is a tree in Slovene language. So I'm in the midst of Druid. But the flute is produced from olive tree because Luben, a friend of mine, the musician who kept producing a couple of dozen of those flutes handmade. It's only 3 holes, but Luben, as a professional trumpet player, he could get out 4 octaves, more than 32 tones out of this simple 3-hole bone of a bear. So I would like to start my discussion by simply subverting totally the understanding of multiculturalism and transcendence of ancient knowledge. The discovery of this flute proved that Neanderthalian was able of abstract cognition and producing of art. So this instrument was, according to scientists who are discovering this now, produced on purpose for artistic or spiritualistic purpose. Let me play some sounds. I'm competing with birds here behind me. Do you see the oak trees? Huh? I'm in the midst of trees, and I compete with birds here. Since this is a forest around the little wooden house. Huh? No bears here at the moment, Thomas. Of course, we play different kinds of things, but in solidarity with the British Druids who did fought for Britain remain, I will play a little bit of something. Huh? With birds. This is just a tiny little piece to celebrate the union, huh?
Thank you.
Played on the oldest instrument ever found on the planet. Huh? So, coming back to oak trees that surround the scene behind me, did you know that the oldest thing that did bear the name of United Europe was an oak tree? It was planted by Victor Hugo in 19th century to celebrate the fall of Bastille, just a day before another war between France and Germany started. And he was the first to predict that after that war, only a union and peace between France and Germany can follow. So oak tree, not only for Druids, but for Europe, is sacred. Now, a bit about Upasena and the old faith elders community appearing in Slovenia during the last decade in public after centuries of denial and silence. I think that it is fundamentally interesting for European social science and general planetary social science that despite of 6 centuries of hush repression, the religious community of Christian old faith remained practicing practically until today. Actually, the First and Second World War represented a final hit to religious communities, but still we are tracing now the live remainders of traditional pre-Christian communities on Slovenian land. This was also the reason why we were able to establish legal persons 5 years ago. So now we have an association of Old Faith elders. I serve as a chair, as an elected chair today. We had a meeting yesterday to celebrate solstice in around in western part of Slovenia, very near to where this flute was found. So I thought that I would be scheduled yesterday, then we would have a scene of natural faith elders around us. Now I'm in the eastern part of Slovenia, in the headquarters of Upasena. So we established a couple of also religious organizations. I chair the Academy for Research of Natural Faith Rituals. Let me tell it straight, we know very little exact knowledge, meaning scientifically proved, ethnologically, anthropologically proved knowledge about rituals themselves. What our Academy of Science is doing, headed by Dr. Andrej Pleterski. I don't know if you heard about him, but he wrote an excellent book in Slovenian, Cultural Genome, where he displays also the sacred angle stuff, 23 and a bit degrees because of inclination of Earth, following the logic of seasons. Actually not following the logic of seasons, but producing the logic of seasons, sorry. So Andrej Pleterski was a key scientist who did lay down the mythological story, which is universal, as we heard from Captain a few moments ago. The mythological story built in all myths across the planet to display this sacred angle stuff. What we have in Slovenia, in my country, is that this triangular sacred angle logic of myths was built into architecture of building houses and building villages. We are now discovering geometry of villages and houses being built around the logic of triangle and sacred angle. The word they are using, or we are using, is trochan, meaning three dots, which are also symbolizing the three heavens: earth, atmospheric, and sky, or earth, water, and fire, air. Etymologically, I could play for hours with the beauty of Slovene language, embedding this logic. Like we have 3 words for air: earthly air that radiates concrete, physical manifestations like heat, radiation, or heat or cold. Then we have middle air, which is vzduch, vazduch, and it determines the atmosphere created between people. And then we have upper air, which is literally called ether, viter, which is etheric, pranic air, the heavenly air, which brings the whole cosmology of spirituality. I wrote a book recently in English, which is on my academia page, displaying this etymological richness of the language itself, that gives us everything that we need for trustworthy spirituality. And the message that I want to convene here at this meeting celebrating Stonehenge is that actually a reinterpretation of conceptualization of spirituality is badly needed in this time of today. I think that our society need to, and our children need a much better understanding of spirituality, which is built in our languages, which is built in our landscape, in our architecture, as was shown on slides before. It's practically everywhere, but people don't know it. Our education systems do not show it. They don't show the truth behind the stories, the myths, the stories about why certain toponyms in our landscapes bear the names that they bear, like Baba in Slovene, Holy Mother, the caves that bear the name Babas. So in my book of this year, which is in English, you will find a couple of words in Slovene language that should be built in our education system as a pillars of spiritual education. I do not want to talk about religions. I think that religions are a part, a historic manifestation in certain period of human history and human development that actually kidnapped the spirituality. I think that we should generalize the discussion and speak again about spirituality as such. Find common roots of planetary spirituality in etymology, in architecture, etc., in toponyms, and build it back again in our education thinking. I think that a major shift in teaching spirituality is a must on this planet, and that this would contribute largely to peace efforts and multiculturalism in the best sense of the word. I would not like to take much of time because you are all still here. I think that we could dedicate some time for discussion, but I would only take as an example one word in Slovene language, and you will find it on my academia page. It is the word for the world. The word, Slovene word for the world. It is called SVET, svet. The interesting thing is that in speaking language and speaking understanding, the same word also applies for the land that a community uses, which is the land around your home. The land in your proximity that is given to you to cultivate, that feeds you. So we have one word for the land that we use for survival and for the world. In other words, micro and macrocosm are built etymologically in one word in Slovene language. It is SVET, svet. And since the sacredness of the words follows the logic of Trinity, of trochan, of triangle, there is another meaning that connects micro and macro and sounds in the same way, SVET, svet, and it means sacred. So in Slovene language, the link between micro and macro is the word sacred. Both are sacred, micro and macro. The world as a whole and the microcosm as a land, as a habitat, as an ecosystem, as a biosphere that we are surrounded with. So this is one example of the beauty of the language. The whole cosmology is built into that. If we permutate the word svet, we get the word Vest, permutation in mathematics is the change of the same letters in the word svet, is vest, V-E-S-T. It means consciousness. So conscious use of the land that we use, consulting our consciousness when you work with the land, with the nature, is built again into the same etymological word. I could go on and on with permutating the words and showing how the sounds of the words give us answers to how the words were created by the sages of ancient times. Thomas know well, we were playing with the word duh. Slovenian word for spirituality is duhovnost. Duh. It is directly the breath. Dah, duh, dich means breathing. And today, Slovenians need to consult New Age pranayama leaders from the East to come to the same thing, which is built into our language. Pranayama, the breathing, is the core vehicles to spirituality. Huh? So let me conclude with this thought on reconceptualization of spirituality. I think that a major effort of intellectuals will be needed in the future to somehow restructure the educational curricula to present future generations a new contemporary view on spirituality, which is directly linked to nature, to biosphere, to habitats, and therefore leads to increasing the responsibility of people dealing with natural resources. So pretty much that's the message that I would woe to this celebration of Stonehenge. Let me say that we have a little Stonehenge in Slovenia. It was built by Bogomil culture in most probably 13th, 14th century in western part of, on the border actually between Italy and Slovenia. So this is how the ancient schools of wisdom leave traces of sophisticated knowledge about the micro and macro. So this would be.
Well, thank you so much, Marko. We're grateful for your wonderful talk, and it followed on so well from Dean's as well. There's so much more that Marko could have shared. We met under very strange circumstances in India, and I'm going to ask the first question really, because Marko spent many years going to India working with the Jain community, who are specialists in non-violence, and that's really what brought us together. And we discovered that here we were, two local European elders, and yet we'd been brought together by this Jain sage. Can you tell us what you found in your travels in India? What do you think is the role of the ancient Slovenian wisdom elders?
I lost last sentences.
So just tell us about your studies of non-violence and your connection to India and how that can be applied here in Europe through things like the World Intellectual Forum.
Well, as you said yourself, I was invited by Jain community in late 80s for their first conferences on non-violence. Since I was a leader of peace movement in Yugoslavia, at that time Yugoslavia, So I actually went to India first, to Rajasthan, to present the complexity of pre-war situation in Yugoslavia, before the war actually started, and our campaigns that attempted to stop the war. So yes, our first discussion was on nonviolent strategies and how we can apply philosophy of nonviolence in a pre-war heated situation, a barrel of powder, as it was called, Yugoslavia of that time. But I found much more than the philosophy of nonviolence. I found the richness of the, let me say, holistic approach of Jain leaders towards community building, Anuvibha, Anurat movement, the engagement of spiritual leaders in local affairs, the permanent consultations there. So it's much more than the concept of nonviolence, is the whole building of community. But then again, we went into exploring of, if you want, etymological brotherhood of roots of our languages. I found, and I still discover, a variety of words in Indo-European basin being used for cosmological purposes. My own cosmological association, Upasena, is one of such examples of the words. Upasana, Upasati, Upasan is a sacred word in Jain and also other Hindu branches. It means nearness to deity. In Slovene language, this word was almost lost. I'm rehabilitating it. I'm putting it back to Slovene people. It's used only in archaic meaning, like artisans would use it to fit, for example, people who work with stones would say that they upasati two stones together so that fit. The two big megaliths that you have shown earlier, and you spoke about hypothesis of how those two big rocks came together like two junctions of the ankles. Was it natural or was it man-made or man-assisted or whatever? So this verb would be upasati, two big stones so that they fit together. So many words we found in Sanskrit and Slovene language that prove some ancient common roots. Where these roots originated is of course a subject of different hypotheses. Some of course claim that some even scientists, writers in Slovenia claim that Vedic culture was originated somewhere in Slavic basins. But of course, this is one of the several hypotheses. The truth is that several words, cosmological words we share, are in sounds and meaning so near that this could not be coincidence. For example, a word Hram in Hram, H-R-A-M, and Arham in Jain spiritual practice. We did practice this with Jains several times when I was coming to visit the monks there, and finally we concluded that we can take these two mantras as synonymous. There is a whole cosmology of Arham in Jain books. You can Google that and you will see the richness of A-R-H-M related to chakras and colors. There is a whole system. But we have this in all Slavic languages. It's not only in Slovene, but all Slavic languages would have Hram, Hram, Hram as a sacred place in nature. Hram is in all Slavic cultures a home, a true home, where I'm now, a true identity, a true oneness, a true home. Huh? So we found much more. We found roots of a system that can bring you to non-violent philosophy, that can bring individual to non-violent attitudes towards the environment, if you want.
Well, that's why we have to, work together. All of us who are in this conference. It's been over this 24-hour period, and we're hearing that from everyone. So can I go back to maybe Dean? Would you like to ask a question, or do you have a comment for Marko's work, and also maybe vice versa?
Yeah, I think you're right on there, Marko. The need to be working with communities and creating opportunities for especially for children to engage with a kind of universal spirit consciousness, and we had actually put together a proposal to and in fact we've taken children into these sacred spaces through the foundation and reintroduced some of the original dialect to them. So Ishikwa, who is my friend from the descendant of the Khoisan people, he first had to reteach himself the language, because the language was actually completely subdued from the original people.
Brilliant point, Dan. This is brilliant point. Reteaching the words.
Yeah, exactly, and it's been amazing. So he now teaches for the first time. Now the kids, he first taught himself, and now he's teaching about up to 20-30 kids a day in a care center, the original language, and they're loving it. And then we're going back to the sacred sites, and we're bringing the children there, and we're singing some of the original songs and reiterating those vibrations basically within the sacred sites, and allowing the kids to embody those sounds as well. And it's amazing to see the change in the energy of these children. So you can kind of, before you go up to the mountain, you can have a look at them, and you can see they kind of pretty insulated and kind of I don't even want to say normal, but when they've come back from the mountain, they are illuminated. They are shining. Their light, their whole being has just quantum leaped in so many ways, and they feel so good after being out in nature and within these sacred sites. So we had proposed teaching literally the sciences can actually be taught within these sacred spaces, the geometry or mathematics, but in the form of a living, real mathematics that the kids can actually touch, feel, smell. So I'm right with you, and I believe that this is the way forward. It will unify the families, the communities, in a way that has been lost for so many years. And without a spiritual self integrity, people go astray. And of course, we've seen what happens within these townships and things. Kids are very quickly swayed into drugs and gangsterism and so on and so forth. So the best thing you can do is take them up the mountain. Let them enjoy the nature, and begin to open up a lost love and respect for nature and for all life. And when this happens, then of course gangsterism and killing and drugs starts to take a back seat. And this is the way I believe we need to go forward. And I agree completely with Marko that sound is a very, very key component. Sound some form of stillness meditation is what is missing out of our schooling system.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
I have nothing to add to this.
Yeah.
Frigga from Holland, she's listened to you both. Do you have questions for these two fine gentlemen?
I'm just listening and enjoy listening. So I know I don't have questions, but I will keep on listening and getting inspired.
Yeah.
Well, it's really been fascinating listening to this chat, and I'm looking forward to the recording so I can actually go back. And I think it is a great platform for people who don't know other people's work to connect with that and to start to collaborate and to unify the energies of the various gifts that each of us bring. And to bring it in to various forms that can be of help and of service to others around the world.
I'd like to
I agree.
Yeah.
I hope that we can do this more often.
Well, we'll do it every solstice, at least. I want to add one thing from a Druid perspective, a comment on what was said. Going up the mountain that Dean was talking about, and the purification it brings to consciousness. There's a very sacred mountain in Wales called Cadair Idris. Now, this is not the highest mountain in Wales. It's the second highest. But there's a tradition. It's a Druid site. The tradition is that you go up the mountain and you spend the night there. And you either go mad, you become a bard. And this is a very ancient Welsh tradition. It's interesting, it's called Cadair Idris, because Idris is the same as the name of Enoch. And Enoch, you mentioned, Dean, is the literature of Enoch is very, very ancient, to do with, star wisdom and human origins and so on. So I think that, as you were talking, I was thinking, say in Slovenia, where are the sacred sites like the mountains that Dean has discovered? Have you found, Marko, any? I mean, Slovenia has amazing mountains in near Cobbereed and the Alps. Tell us about some of the sacred sites you found that would echo what he's discovering in South Africa.
Look, well, I started to shake before I answered this question, because yesterday, one of the things we did, we inaugurated a new religious community under the law of religious freedom. It's called the Children of Triglav. Triglav is meaning 3 heads. And according to a legend, when the Slavic tribe, Slovenians, came to Slovenia, they saw the highest mountain in Slovenia, which is called Triglav now. And it literally has 3 heads. It has 3 summits. And they thought that was sacred. So the Triglav as a mountain, the highest mountain in Slovenia, that we all, of course, visit, is something that of course is an example of what you are asking for. So we have a couple of spirituality groups that call themselves upon Triglav, and some of people from those 2 groups were present yesterday. Then there is a sacred cave, Triglavca again, a cave that Dr. Andrej Pleterski, who wrote the book on genome, on cultural genome, he also pictures that he selected that cave as a sacred cave. It was a place of rituals. So there is a number. Yesterday, for example, we were gathering in one cave, which is a couple of 100 meters from Triglavca. So our meeting was in the cave, and we visited the cave itself. It's beautiful, big. It's a very big cave near Divača. Divača city is actually surrounded by caves. And the name Divacha comes from Devas. And in Slovene language, Devas are associating Divina, which means wildhood. Wildhood in Slovene language associates with sacred beings, Devas. So caves, nature, Hram, mountains is the landscape of sacred toponyms that would be used in natural faith. Huh?
Mm. Yes. Yes.
Can I ask a question also to both of you, to all of you? Because I've got this dictionary of philosophical terms in all different languages. Could you email me a list of the most sacred words in Khoisan? If this chap is working on them, ask him what their words for peace are. So things like reconciliation, conciliate, mediate,
Yes.
resolve conflict. They must have a vocabulary,
Yep.
language.
Absolutely. In fact, what was interesting is on the code, the South African emblem that was redone recently. There is some Khoisan. They put the original words of the Khoisan there, which means basically diverse people unite. And I find that is a very interesting that they chose those words, because this is exactly the energy that needs to be ushered in. There needs to be a unified energy, a unified consciousness that needs to come together right now. I think we've had enough of this wild polarity stuff, which is very much a part of our beingness, but we don't have to be swinging out this way and then swinging out that way all the time. We can actually do this thing in a much better, higher kind of energy vibration, where when we find that center within us, we can, we know how much of this to use and how much of that to use, and when to use it. So this whole diverse people unite is really what is needed now. Let's let go of all this black and white stuff. I mean, we're all human beings here on this planet. Let's unite energetically. Let's unite our spiritual concepts and beliefs into something that is holistic for everybody, that everybody can reach with, and not be so dogmatic about our religious or spiritual beliefs. That's
exactly, if you allow me, what we attempt to do with World Intellectuals Forum.
Great. Fantastic.
That's one of the pillars of activities that we are strongly engaged with them.
Yeah. Marko and I are both involved. We've been joined by a new guest, David Adams. I think he's just gone. He's speaking later, and he's talking about a culture of peace. He used to run the program, The Culture of Peace.
Yes.
He ran the program for UNESCO and got through the UN General Assembly a declaration on the culture of peace. So his talk is scheduled a bit later, but he is a professor of sciences who studied the question of whether we are naturally aggressive or we have, also the capacity for peace. So his talk is going to be very important, coming up at 1:30, in fact, in UK time.
Yeah. What's interesting is just the aggression thing that you're bringing forward. The warring mentality, if you like. What's fascinating with the indigenous peoples of Southern Africa, we have the San people, or the Khoisan, which is now a word that's been put together to bridge two different tribes, if you like. But the original peoples were the San people, which were the Bushman people, and they were living in family groups or clans, one or two families together, and there was no such thing as ownership of the land. It just didn't exist. That was not part of their belief structure at all. And they had no let's call it big chief. They were just all part of the family unit. And yes, you had your your spiritual elder or your shaman of the tribe, and his role was to help keep the the spiritual flame alight within the family. And I'd put together a little clip on one of the caves I'd been to sometime in May, and it was about retreat back to the home cave. And it's because that was where the spirit of the family was rekindled every single day. So the people would go out, and everyone had their place. Everyone was respected for their gifts. No one was told, you have to be this big hunter, you have to be this, you have to do it this way. Each one was allowed to evolve into their own being, and was supported by the family as a whole. So every night they would come back to the home cave and to the fire, and they would sit around the fire, and each person would be able to talk and do the storytelling. There was time for music, for clapping, for singing, for dancing, and all of this was part of the medicine that was needed to keep the spirit, the spiritual integrity of each individual and of the family group as a collective. So they worked together as a cohesive whole in order to survive. And obviously that consciousness slowly dissipated, and we started to get more big tribal situations where you had the big chief at the top, and this is where things started to go a little bit haywire, at least in my opinion. It's not that it's right or wrong. I think it's just part of a greater pulsing of human consciousness that has evolved over time. So we are now in this fulcrum point, as I spoke, which is a very powerful time that's been marked by our human ancestors as a time to take note of. This is a time when something's going to happen, and we need to find that spiritual integrity again within ourselves, so that we can better navigate our way into the future. Would you allow me to show one picture to Marko and to all of you with my screen?
Yeah. Whilst you're sharing that, I just want to make a comment. So you go for it, Dean.
Yeah. Okay.
To ask all three of you a question, Frigga as well, because you mentioned there the role of fire. You said coming back to the cave, you came to the fire, people could dance, sing. I want to ask all three of you, how important was the discovery of fire to our ancestors, and how important is it to our spiritual understanding? So that's just, show the picture, and then I'd like to get your answers to that. What role is in your cosmologies? Okay, what's this?
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. This is what I've called the Grail Stone, and I've put it up as the alignment for the summer solstice. And also because Marko mentioned about the Trinity in his understanding. And I feel that this rock embodies so much of what he was talking about as well. And this is literally an equilateral triangle. It has the two top corners are exactly, well, not exactly, but more or less 60 degrees. It's wedged in a crack on a flat plateau, and it has a rectangular hole through the center, which just happens to hold the geometries of the golden mean. The 1:1.618 pi ratio, golden mean, golden rectangle. And what you're seeing here is the triangle is in fact an inverted triangle, which is symbolic again of the yoni, the sacred feminine. And we have the winter solstice that sets through this hole and is again marked in cup marks and things to actually record the shadow movements. And this stone holds so much spiritual information. It's just unbelievable. You see the Pyramid Mountain to the left. What happens is this stone is marking the winter solstice sunset. So the whole thing is literally squared or in this case, triangled to the winter solstice through a rectangular hole holding the sacred geometry of the golden mean, and which is capable of monitoring this 42,000 year oscillation I'm talking about. So that's the Pyramid Mountain. This is where the stone is placed, and the rectangle becomes, when you switch from the northern trough of the pyramid, which is like two eyes looking out, and you shift to the equinox, you shift 29 degrees, it becomes a right-angled triangle, like that. And this right-angled triangle, is this a movie? No. Oh, sorry, there we go, there we go. Is marking the equinox, and not only astronomically due west, but it's also marking the geographical due west of the whole of the Cape Peninsula. So on the equinox, to be the last person, I mean, to experience the last sunset on the Cape Peninsula, we already know it's the closest to the land, to the setting sun at the time of the summer solstice, the whole of the Cape Peninsula being on the southwestern tip. But this rock has been positioned to actually capture the geographical westernmost setting point of the sun as well. So whoever put this rock in place was taking not only the astronomical due west, but the geographical due west point as well. So this Grail stone has been wedged in a crack on a flat plateau to mark both the longest, the shortest of the year, sunset, the winter solstice, and the equinox sunset. They both points cross straight through the hole, through the triangle. Rectangle, golden rectangle for winter solstice, right angle triangle, golden triangle for the equinox. So this embodies for me both the divine feminine plus the upward, in other words, the lunar water womb, and then the upward pointing solar masculine sun energies. So the whole trinity in unity is placed in a stone sitting here at the tip of Africa, who knows how old, but the spiritual consciousness and the knowledge that is enshrined and encapsulated in this, for me, embodies so much of our core root spirituality as human beings.
Extraordinary stone. Can I just ask a technical question, Dean? Because when you use the term winter solstice,
yes,
is that now? Is this
that's
what?
now, exactly. So
Right.
Yeah, so basically, like when I started off, I spoke about, we're really experiencing a giant yin and yang across the planet. So when you talk about a place down here, you're up north, you're having the day of great light.
Yeah.
And we're having the day of great darkness down here. And
Right.
in fact, there's a point within the great yin and yang of the planet. So if I'm set at 34 degrees latitude south, directly north at 34 degrees north is my polar opposite that shares the exact counterbalance of light to the minute. So this is how I perceive the whole energy of the globe, if you like, or the world, the unified spirit consciousness of the world, and the light and the shadow, and without any doubt, that light and shadow affects life on our planet. It has and always will determine the nature that is surviving and living in a particular place at a particular time.
So where is that point? Where is the exact northerly equivalent to Cape Town? The number
Okay. Yeah. You're looking across a line into the Mediterranean that touches on Morocco, and then touches into sort of ancient Lebanon, and into the ancient Sumerian area, like into the Middle East, just above Jerusalem, if you like, is one of the areas. And then if you go, and it goes right across to Tibet, links India. And if you go the other way, you go through the Straits of Gibraltar and you hit between North and South Carolina and off to LA. So in my book, I actually show some of this about I talk about the song lines of the earth and the sun-earth song lines, if you like. So there is a map that shows the sort of the sacred geometry of that. Okay, there we go. Yeah. So if you see that map there, you can zoom in and you'll see the geometries. Remember, I showed you the diamond light grid earlier on. That diamond geometry of the pathways of the sun is mirrored to your polar opposite. So in the UK, you also have diamond geometry. Except ours is set at 29 degrees. It's almost a 60-degree angle, depending on the height of where you observe the sun. But you're basically looking at a 60-degree angle between the winter and the summer. And if you go to the UK, I think you're looking at 45 degrees, if I'm right, between your summer and your winter solstice alignment. So you have 45-degree diamond geometry playing out. So yeah, you know, all of these the understandings of the energies of light are so much woven into our spiritual consciousness. And when I had communicated with one of the sites, so the thing is, people have forgotten that you can actually access this information. The collective consciousness does not go away. So the ancient peoples who were engaging with this, their consciousness is seeded into these places and into these caves. So as when I work shamanically, I know that I'm supposed to go there and I'm supposed to communicate. I'm supposed to ask questions in order to remember the information, the knowledge, the wisdom. So when I had communicated, because after a while, I also started to think like, so what the hell is all this about? You know, I've been led all over these mountains for all these years. What's it all about? And the words that came back about 15 years ago were very simple. We are all made of and are pulsating shades of light. And of course, I quickly translated those words, and I was extremely happy because it just simplified everything. Because if we are made of and are pulsating shades of light, it means we are made of pulsating, being the vibration or the frequency of the shades, which is the spectrum of light, the colors of light. So quite literally, we are the song of light. And we are continually changing, because if you look at ourselves energetically, our colors are constantly changing, depending on our mood, how we're feeling, how our auras are expanding, how our colors are being shared on the divine canvas. So really what we are to do as individuals is to learn to better sing our song of light onto the divine canvas, or into the universal choir, if you like. And there's no right or wrong sound or color here, you know, but yes, we can just learn to better share our gift, which is our color, our song of light with each other.
That's beautifully put. Thank you for that. Something that makes me respond to that is the question of, as you were talking often, and Marko, I've talked to him about this as well, and other people that find sacred sites in the landscape, okay, the question often arises, are we projecting onto the landscape something that is in our minds and we're seeing subjectively something out there? That's what's called a simulacra by archaeologists. So, you know, you look at the shape of a mountain and you see an eagle, or you look at the shape of a rock and you see a holy grail. Well, that's the sort of skeptical school of archaeology. They say, no, this is, our ancestors were seeing these things, but they're not actually there. You know, it's not actually a womb, it's not a yoni. No, it's just they thought it was, so therefore they made it sacred and they, etc. But as you're speaking, I'm thinking, if you look at this from a higher perspective, and if we are these vibrating, pulsating waves of soul light, we are the rock, we are the mountain, we are the sun.
Exactly.
And then we create the humans in order to perceive it. So if you see what I'm saying, the simulacra works both ways.
Yes.
We are a simulacra perceiving animal that was created to be such.
Yeah.
So the capacity for thinking in symbols and images, which is what our mind, our cognition is based on, where all poetry and all thought comes from. We can see pictures in our heads, and they're all made of light. How they work is a mystery to neuroscience. How I can see the picture of a cat in my head, they don't know, they haven't got a clue. But I think the mystery is solved. We take Plato's cue, and we were discussing Plato in the middle of the night. If we are the one, if we are the divine light itself, embodied, whether we're a rock, a star, a mountain, a lake, a god or a goddess or whatever. And like you say, that the whole thing is one big divine canvas played by, the one consciousness, which is what we all are. And I think these temples, Stonehenge or whatever.
May I jump in at that point?
Yeah, please go for it.
Well, according to what Dan said about light, and he opened the whole debate about light, I'll just add on, you remember the SVET thing
Yes.
from before?
Yes.
Well, Slovene word for light derives from SVET. It is svetloba. So the whole world is filled with light. Mm-hmm. And this is embedded in Slovene etymology of the word SVET. We learned before that it means sacred, it means the upper land, the upper world, and the microcosm. And the light is embedded in all layers of existence.
Yes.
Yes. That's my only concrete addition to what you said.
Yes.
And Thomas, recalling Plato and Greek philosophers.
Yeah.
This is, in my view, embedded in quintessence.
Right.
In the whole theory of quintessence.
Sure. I've got a question from Nicola, who's put it on the chat for Dean. She says, I've got to ask you if you know about Michael Tellinger's work on Adam's calendar, South Africa.
Yes, I know Michael Tellinger well. We actually run usually run at least one spiritual journey together a year, and I do know his work up in Adam's calendar, and I have actually spent some time at Adam's calendar as well, and certainly also another ancient megalithic earth temple site.
Okay, and I've got another question for you. You showed us the ancient thing from a particular cave, 70,000 years old.
Yes.
I know that has been a discovery of a python in a cave about 70,000 years old.
Yes, I have it for you.
Is that the same cave? Is that the same cave or a different one?
Yes, it is. And I'm interested where you heard about that to start with, because very few people have actually been here.
Well, I'm an expert, in religious studies.
Okay,
and
very good.
This is really, really important, this Serpent Cave.
Okay,
it's the oldest continually worked religious sanctuary on the planet.
Exactly.
Norwegian archaeologists discovered arrowheads at the head of the python. So can you talk us through, are we looking at the python shape here?
Yes, yes. Yeah, so you're talking about Sheila Colson, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
And so I was sent here actually on a quest by Baba Credo Mutua. He was the one who encouraged me to go here. And this was probably even before Sheila Colson did any work here, or around about the same time, because he was concerned. And he told me to go to this serpent cave so that I could speak to the serpent and tell it to stop eating the children. Now, let me tell you why. What people don't know is that this is actually, the serpent is representative of the Milky Way, of the stars, and that it is a python that is representing the Milky Way and was a conduit to the gods of the stars. So behind here, you see there's a little dark shadow here. This is the serpent, by the way, this whole rock. It's about 35 foot long. And these scrapings over here are where the scales have been enhanced by the shamans coming to enhance it, to make it more serpent-like, but also that would be very powerful medicine. And the shaman would be the mouthpiece for the serpent. So he would hide potentially behind this area. You can actually get in here and you can actually walk to the back behind the snake. There's a separate little hidden kind of shelter cave behind here. And when you sit to the back there, it was said that the people would come to offer these spearheads that Sheila Colson has found, but they were not used spearheads. They were fashioned in interestingly colored stones, some of them being red jasper. And they were buried here in a ritual. So they would come to the serpent and they would communicate with the serpent, being the conduit to the gods of the stars and to the ancestors. And the people would come to pray and ask for healthy children, plenty of fishes, because the whole of the mountain of Tsodilo was actually surrounded by a lake way back then. So the same things that people go to pray for today. And then, of course, the shaman at the back would be the mouthpiece, and he would communicate and divine the translation from spirit back to the people. So what you're hearing now, some of it's been has not been heard before, because my paper isn't out yet. And this is part of my paper. And I have been there on at least 7 different occasions doing research there, along with leading spiritual journeys, helping facilitate. And the latest one was doing the research on the position of the snake, the serpent's head and eye in relationship to the solstices. So I'm not going to go all into it because that'll take too long. But the snake is basically emerging out of the cave and looking out over the horizon, and actually gets awakened by the equinox sunrise through to the summer solstice sunrise. And the center point is which marks the first rain. And the serpent has to do with water. You know, the serpent mythology is probably one of the most ancient forms of spirituality that go way, way back. And Tsodilo Hills, yes, and that has been now dated at 75,000 years, which kind of ties into that other engraving. So that's why the paper I'm writing right now has to do with this early spirituality and these early earth temples in South Africa, which I believe go back at least to 75,000 years ago. And the granite skull that I showed you earlier, that is in Cape Town, and the Nefertiti, let me just see, where was I with that? I don't know if you remember that one.
Don't worry, we remember.
Yeah, but there is another one on Sordilo Hills. So there are 3 mountains known as the Abba. Remember Baba? You mentioned Baba, yeah? It's called the Abba, the Amma, the Ana. And this is the father mountain, the mother mountain, and the child mountain. So again, it's the Trinity energy that they were working with. But there is another watchman on the top of the male mountain, the father mountain, Abba, a giant head, but not modern day head. We're talking about early Homo sapien head. And I'll show you right here. Is it here? And this, interestingly, matching, this is the skull of actually Homo naledi, and this is the eye over here. And you can see that the mouth has actually got quartz teeth in it. And this thing is set exactly to a spirit level with the setting sun on the day of the equinox. So the whole face faces due south, the eye hole drilled through to capture the setting sun, and not only the setting sun, but the moon and all the stars. Remember the whole ecliptic path of the constellations setting due west pass through the eye of this watchman on Sordilo Hills. So this is all part of the research paper that I'm only too happy to make available to other researchers around the world. Is actually the reason.
As a religious studies scholar, I must say this and this serpent that you've been to, I didn't know you knew about it or had been there, you know, so a bit of a synchronicity going. It really is important for world scholars interested in the origins of spirituality, because it's the oldest worked religious site they've yet found on the planet anywhere. And that's so important. Can I just ask the 3 of you to go back to my question on fire? Maybe Frigga, could you tell us, because you work this thing, the flame of Frith, you've taken the fire as a symbol of peace. I think that's to do with going back to the ancestral discovery. And I'm a great fan of Prometheus, who brought us fire. He got in trouble with the top god, you know, the hierarchy system.
I don't hear anything you were saying.
So Frigga, tell us about fire and why you chose that symbol.
What has been said by somebody today, I mean, in ancient times and for a long time, people were sitting around the fire. I mean, fire is a very important element, but it is the people gathering around the fire, which is part of it. And we also talk about the fire in ourselves, you know, the fire in your eyes. Passion is considered to be fire. And to me, it is the passion for peace that are all together made me choose fire. Yeah. And probably the fire itself taught me. That is one of the things I mentioned in my talk. Then on one point, the peace fire itself asked me to step into it, to explain to me what it can do. And it definitely, one of the things the peace fire taught me about its transformational power. That we can fuel it with goodness, but we can also fuel it with our sorrows and our grief, because the fire can transform it into what we need. And actually, on one point, when there was, and that still was, a wonderful experience, when there was this terrorist attack in I can't remember if in Belgium or France a couple of years ago, that the fire came to me. And the frisk keepers, as I call them, explained to me, you just imagine a big vacuum cleaner and suck out all the hatred and all the violence of this attack, all the grief and all the sorrow, and give it to the flames. And they transformed it into calmness and peace and support for the people. And we gave that back. And actually, I really like that idea, that people who try to disturb, people who want to separate us and use the opposite of what they want to achieve. And I love that about fire.
Yeah, thank you. That's a beautiful answer. And I think it's why Zoroaster chose fire as the sacred symbol of the oldest of the revealed religions. One of the big debates in religious studies is how to solve the problem between revealed religions and primal religions. You know, pagan primal religions don't have a beginner, they don't have a founder, they're ancient indigenous faith. Whereas these revealed ones do, and that's Zoroaster, Moses, Abraham, Jesus, etc. I think the solution to this is fire. And that's why Zoroaster, in the Zoroastrian faith, some of their fires are kept burning for thousands of years. You know, is fire important? How would you see that in Slovenia, Marko, in the Slavic culture? Do you have sacred fire ceremonies as well?
Yeah, but I would like to comment on two other things. One, you mentioned Zoroaster.
Yeah.
Avesta, A-V-E-S-T-A, involves the sacred root of Vest and Svet, of Slovenian root. Huh? So Zoroastrian Avesta is directly into Svet and West. Then to what Dan explained so punctually on the role of snake and python, it would be interesting for your research that the head of a snake, a stone that resembles to a head of a snake, was traditionally placed by our elders to the space geometry of triangular space sacred places in determining toponyms. Huh? So we would have a head of a snake in the most important caves, determining the sacred triangle of the landscape. So it was also always a head of a snake marking the sacred place. Not by coincidence. You explained correctly that the snake was a symbol of communicated between lower and upper world. The whole thing about that. So you have it in Slovene landscape all over the place. The snake was a guardian of the cave. The head of snake was symbolically put to important places. So it's all over the place, and it's being documented. So concerning the fire, it just began to rain when we opened the discussion on fire, Thomas. So I had to move from the oak trees into the house. So we evoked some rain on it. So yes, the answer is yes. The fire is a part of is a necessary part of our rituals. It belongs to home, as Britta said before. It belongs to an element which is added by human to a ritual in nature. Fire is normally something that is contributed by creation of man to a landscape of ritual. Everything else is found in nature, but the fire is, it represents creativity of man, creativity of humans. It's the only thing that is brought by humans to a landscape of ritual.
Well, that's why it's so important in all cultures. I just want to add in something as a, from an anthropological perspective. When I asked you about fire, you answered with an observation about sound and speech. It's connected, because I'm absolutely 100% certain that our ancestors, when we discovered fire and started to use it for heat, light, warmth, cooking, etc., that was because it was the existence of the fire that enabled us to come together and have chats like this. What we're doing now is the equivalent of a cave group sitting around the fire, able to chat later. We're using the fire of the internet to communicate speech to each other, which in our own subjective worlds. We invented this thing called sound, speech, sonic patterning systems to express those inner thoughts and ideas. And that was a gift of fire, which is why what Prometheus gave us was so priceless, and why the gods got so a bit uppity. Some of them did. Some of the gods got, we had too much now. And that's why humanism, which is, I believe in, a spiritual humanism, a universalism, is always running up against, extreme. All of you have said so eloquently. It needs reforming to empower the kids to be the magicians that they are, instead of having that crushed out of them as, oh, that's just imagination. So we're supposed to have another speaker on, and of course he didn't turn up. So, but one of our speakers who's come a bit early is David Adams, who ran the Culture of Peace program in UNESCO and is still some of this conversation. Could you introduce yourself, David, to this group? And just, this isn't your proper slot. You'll do in brief what you've been doing around the culture of peace, if that's possible. Because I think your work is so relevant to what we've been talking about here.
Thomas, I just before he comes on, I see he's not coming on just yet. I'm having a really bad internet connection now. It's kind of turning into gobbledygook a lot of the time. I think I'm going to leave, and then I'm going to pick up this recording afterwards. And I look forward to listening to it. And thank you so much for having me. And Marko and Frigga, been great chatting with you. And Marko, I'm sure we're going to be talking more going forward. And if any of you know of people that would be interested in my paper, I'm hoping to have it done pretty soon, and I am going to be sending it out as wide and far as possible to encourage people to come together and help pave the way forward for a more universal spirit consciousness to evolve as I trust we all wake up. So thanks so much, Thomas, for having me on, and it's been great, and blessings to all of you for your work going forward.
Well, happy solstice, and I'll put you guys in contact with each other so we can stay in touch. Happy solstice to all down in
yeah, thank you. Okay, blessings. Thanks. Bye-bye.
So I'm not sure if David can hear me still, but I welcome, so our problem was that the next speaker, for some inexplicable reason, didn't appear. What I'm going to do, therefore, is do a fill-in. And if you recall, before Dean was late as well, and I started doing a brief talk because I've scheduled myself to do the in-between talks, not a sort of huge thing. I did a short one in the middle of the night. And so I want to say a few words now whilst we wait for Chris Busby, who's due on in 20 minutes at 12 o'clock. and I'm praying and hoping he's at least punctual, because it's important we try and keep to timing. And after him, we have Bharti Jain from India, and then it's David Adams. So I want to just say something about what we're facing in the, because I run the World Intellectual Forum in Europe, as well as my work as a peace druid of Britain and Europe. I'm also a scholar and philosopher and intellectual. And I was explaining earlier that I grew up in Briton in Sussex and Canada. And it was a very different world. I was in a history seminar with the International Peace Bureau just the other day, and we were discussing the history of the peace movement. And you know, in the days of the Cold War, it was the communist bloc versus the capitalist bloc, and they were both going for it. They were extremists. When I got involved in the peace movement in the 80s in Europe, I think the vision of us Europeans was we wanted to stand somewhere in the middle. In the days of Greenham Common, when the Battle of the Beanfield happened, 85, there were cruise missiles being brought to Britain, and the idea was there would be a limited nuclear war fought in Europe by America and Russia. They would be unscathed, but Europe would go up in flames. And this wasn't acceptable to us as either British, Scottish, European, German. And there was a mass peace movement going on at that time in the 80s. Some of you may remember that. I founded Philosophers and Historians for Peace then in London. And we used to have meetings in Notting Hill. It's a part of London. And then I ended up working at the University of London, developing a Peace Studies Institute as a result of that work. But this conflict between the communist or Marxist interpretation of history and we could call it the anti-communist or anti-Marxist interpretation of history, is a thread running through the last decades. It's one I've studied in great detail. My PhD was on the history of the Cold War. And I went to Russia, I went to Moscow, I met philosophers in Russia who were also looking at peace, but from a Marxist perspective. They were discovering a new kind of Marxism, a holistic way of thinking, in harmony with Gorbachev's ideas. And in 1990, the Peace Treaty of Paris was signed. And we thought, naively, I thought as a young academic expert in peace studies, that that was it, we'd won. Peace had won, the Cold War was over, everyone would go home and nuclear weapons would be got rid of. One of the team players didn't stick to the rules. And I'm afraid that it would appear with hindsight, and we were discussing this in the International Peace Bureau, that the Pentagon and the American warmongers saw that Peace Treaty of Paris as a step to another plan that they had up their sleeve, which was, well, capitalism was going to win. Capitalism was going to take over, destroy Russia, destroy the communist system, take down the Warsaw Pact, and replace it with a capitalist oligarchy. And that capitalist oligarchy would then, you know, join up with other ones, and ultimately military capitalism would win the Cold War, and we the people, becoming poorer and poorer, would be the losers. So this is the problem I'm facing as a historian, a world historian of ideas, trying to see what's happened to peace, you know, and why the media, ever since that 1990 treaty, we had the Yugoslav war collapse. Marko was a player in that. We had the tragedy of Bosnia-Herzegovina. We had endless conflict in the Middle East, Israel-Palestine never being solved. We had 9/11, catastrophic unleashing of conflict in the Middle East, Iraq, overspilling into Syria, Libya. You know, we've had mayhem, chaos, and violence ever since. And according to my analysis, and this is what I want to share with you, this is deliberate. This is not coincidental. And I think it is. I think in a sense we have to go back to Marx to make sense of it, because what's happened is, but we have to understand what he left out and what he got wrong. So Marx was right in saying, I think, that capitalism has this inherent negative impact on people. As people hoard wealth and it becomes more extreme, the extreme wealth holders become more and more powerful, and they ultimately control the military-industrial complex that then seem to generate endless wars. So the peace movement watches in horror as the Yugoslav war breaks out, or the Iraq war, or whatever, you name it. And now we're watching in horror as Korea starts threatening to do war, and even India and China are having little wars. According to my analysis, and this is what I'm sharing here really for the first time, I'm writing this at the moment, is that what Marx failed to realize was that capitalism and war and militarism have an absolutely interconnected, indissoluble link. And I've been working on a commentary on Das Kapital as a scholar for a while. It's going to be available shortly. What Marx left out, and I really am frustrated at him, is he never mentioned the role of military technology and the evolution of capitalism. If you look at the history of the advancement of technology from the stone axes that these ancient peoples used to make, we've been talking about in Slovenia, or the people of Stonehenge, they were stone using people. They didn't even have metals when they very first started. As technology evolved and people mastered more and more technologies, they always turned them to military uses. And in every case, the people that controlled that technology also controlled the warfare system of that era and the weapons. Initially, they were stone clubs. They found a place in Europe. The first ever battle took place in about 1500 BC in the north of Germany, north of Berlin. Archaeologists have discovered a battle where they were using Stone Age weapons. And it was a gruesome, battle between a few thousand combatants on each side. As iron came in, the weapons became ever more fearsome. The people that control the weapons technology of any era also control the wealth of that community. So fast forward to the Roman, the Greek phalanx, the super soldier of the classical era, the Greeks, Alexander the Great. Well, they also controlled the wealth. They were the tradespeople. They invented money economy, capitalism. The Romans, with their increased military technology, then took control because they defeated the Greeks and they conquered the Celts, and they conquered wherever they could. Tried to conquer Judea, but it didn't sit very well with them. And so on. You come up to the time of the 100 Years' War in Europe between France and Britain. That was all about control of wealth, and who had the best military technology won. The British won because of our longbows. Then gunpowder, who has the best cannon, the best arquebus, and so on. It goes on. Now, this goes on right up until Marx's time, 1867, when Das Kapital is being, printed. The machine gun was invented and used in the American Civil War for the first time. The first instrument of mass indiscriminate slaughter on the battlefield. In the old days, it was knights. You faced the opponent. It was a fair fight. Now it's you're 100 yards away. You just mow them down. Now, Marx doesn't mention this once in his writing. He never mentions the role of militarism in accruing power and capital. He devotes huge sections of his work to a section he calls the accumulation of capital. And if I was Marx's examiner, you know, his doctoral thesis supervisor, I would have sent this work back and said, go away, put in the chapter about the role of militarism in the evolution of capitalism. And because he didn't, I'm arguing, we're in the trouble we're in now. Because what we're faced with is a ruthless military capitalist system that actually invests in military technology of a highly sophisticated kind. We have nuclear weapons, biological weapons, chemical weapons, and now informational and psychological weapons through the internet and mass propaganda. This is what these people are investing in. And I'm talking the super capitalists, right? Now, to make a return on that, they need to generate wars. And so, lo and behold, wars are popping up all over the place. The whole thing is a scam, according to my analysis, as a peace philosopher. And somehow, as intellectuals, as critics of this system, we have to join the dots. A woman has written a book called Surveillance Capitalism, which does some bit of the joining. But if you look at the book, she never once mentions military surveillance technology. Again, I would fail this book. I'd send it back as a D-. How can she talk about surveillance capitalism and not mention, you know, the work of all the dark agencies with alphabetic acronyms that monitor everything we do, you know? Another book that is part of this is Chris Wiley's groundbreaking whistleblowing book called Mind Fuck, excuse my language. He puts an asterisk in it. Chris Wiley worked for Cambridge Analytica with Steve Bannon, and they invented psychological warfare games to put Trump into power. Just think about the implications of that. That was a psychological warfare operation. And Russia was given the technology to do that by Cambridge Analytica. Chris Wiley explains how it happened. They were so naive, they didn't realize that Russia would say, thank you so much, we'll use that. We can destabilize and take down the USA for all the trouble it's caused us. So the Cold War is still living on, but now in cybersphere. And Chris Wiley also explains how the same technology was used to win the Brexit referendum and destroy my dreams as a British European of a continent living in peace. Marko spoke about Victor Hugo and the oak tree of European unity. Well, I'm passionately a believer in that. Brexit was a psychological warfare operation designed to destroy it. Who for? For the military industrial capitalist elite that I've identified as the warmongers. And as more and more capital accumulates to that class, I've come to the conclusion that actually they literally are a criminal class. We have a speaker coming on later today who's running an amazing project in the States, but it's global, and who is talking about you know, how the people of the planet have to oppose these military criminals, really. You know, the people that run the Pentagon and the MOD and that control at the moment the land around Stonehenge, which has been stolen by the MOD. Actually, in the bigger picture, they are literally war criminals. And the politicians that they put into power, people like Trump, are just rubber stamps for their activities. What I'm arguing, however, is that we need to, as it were, go back to the historical analysis that Marx tried to do with capitalism, but build back into it the role of military industrial technology that he left out. And then I think a lot of pictures fall into place. we know then what we're up against. We're up against a system. You know, it's nice to be wealthy. It's nice to have, you know, money. But if I have $1 million a year, do I really need 400 million or 600 million or 1 billion? So if you criticize this, I think we have to have a psychological critique of why the very wealthy want to sustain their status through this violence that they're unleashing on the rest of us. And I don't think it's psychologically sustainable. You know, I mean, Mr. Zuckerberg, who runs Facebook, he earns $1 billion a year or whatever from people clicking on his ads. You know, it doesn't do very much to the moral consciousness of people like that. I've always given Zuckerberg the time of day, but he seems to have lost his soul. He's now become a conduit for Trumpism. And I'm very worried about, you know, the use of Facebook for military psychological warfare purposes. So that's, you know, if we have a chance of opposing these people, that's what we're up against, folks. And yeah, I think we can do it, but we have to sharpen our wits. And this is the point of the World Intellectual Forum, you know, is to bring together the great minds of the planet. Not necessarily the famous ones. The famous ones are often the corrupt ones. What we're looking for is the actual genuine living intellectuals, the people that have the flame of peace inside them, who have bothered to do their degrees, have bothered to think things through, and oppose the scam in academia that says that all forms of knowledge are separate. You study subjects in academia as it's set up at the moment, and the scam is that your subject is different to that subject, to that one. You become an expert in your own little knowledge field. Whereas I'm concerned, the reason I set up the Global Green University is we want to encourage interdisciplinarity, transdisciplinarity, and join up these separate subject fields back into a universal field of knowledge. You see, knowledge, epistemology in philosophy, hasn't really moved on. It hasn't kept pace with physics. We're still dealing with a Newtonian model of knowledge, which is billiard balls bashing about. So the sociologist talks to the anthropologist, to the economist. Occasionally, mostly they only talk to their own type. Whereas if we say no, we're in a quantum world of vibrational information exchanging. Everything is impacting everything else. That's what I call the greening of knowledge. And so every discipline, every knowledge field, geometry, mathematics, biology, chemistry, archaeology, philosophy, they're all interconnected. And the schools and the universities of the future have to deliver that joined up thinking. And at the core of them all has got to be peace, because that's the purpose of knowledge. That's what the shamans of these ancient peoples were for, was to keep the peace with the other tribes, you know, across the mountain, across the valley. And it's no different today. But the military establishment that runs the capitalist war machine are trying to take over academia. They're trying to privatize it and buy up, control, and invent McDonald chairs of nutrition to push their own agenda, which is military capitalism. So I fought a huge fight to get a peace studies department at the University of London. And I was up against the military establishment of Britain and America, who wanted war studies departments training military colonels how to keep the people suppressed more. But, you know, we will win. I still want a peace studies department in every university on the planet. I worked at UN level with the Office of Disarmament Affairs for that. And that's why I've just published this little book of peace declarations, to try and give people the texts that we're entitled to. You know, the world has passed these visionary peace declarations, like the Culture of Peace Declaration that David Adam is going to talk about later, like the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, like the UN resolution against racism and so on. All these things are there, we need to know the text so we can hold our politicians and our educators to account. Because, of course, the military-industrial complex doesn't want us to know this. They want to keep us in fear, terror, and, you know, scrabbling around in states of sheer abject paranoia about what our neighbors are thinking, you know. The only way to fight back is with love. And that cuts through all that. And it takes to the world that we've been listening to, the world of the ancient faith elders. So anyway, there's a few thoughts I wanted to share. I hope that people could hear that. Any comments? Anyone want to ask a question about what I was saying? Feel free. And then we're going to move on to Chris Busby, who's joined us, and he's going to take the floor shortly.
I would like to add something. I hardly say this ever. You are talking about humankind and everything what is going on about militarism and capitalism. But don't forget to mention what is going on in the other worlds and the influence of that. Because people hardly talk about that. In the other worlds, the gods or whatever, there is not only happiness and joy and goodness, there are powers as well, which are very fond of all the horrible things that are going on. Only they seem to hide themselves so good that people don't notice it or don't want to know about it.
So what you're saying, if I can summarize it, Frigga, is you're going back to Homer. You're saying that our wars, our Trojan battles, are actually engineered by the gods in the spiritual kingdom.
No, I don't make it that simple. I don't think it is simple. I think that there are all kinds of powers. There are good powers and there are bad powers to the extreme scales, and everything is. I still don't know if there is a pattern behind it or it is designed. It is there.
Well, it happens to be a subject I've studied for many years. I'm really interested in this question that you've raised. I've even written a play about the end of the world, modeled on Homer, where the gods are discussing how to end this story of human life. So it's something I've given a lot of thought to. And the question arises, you know, are there evil gods that are engineering human destruction? I mean, it's a question I'm asking. I think
I wouldn't call. Yes, sorry.
Well, no, I
wouldn't call it.
Well, you know,
specific.
Loki, is he evil or is he just a bit naughty? I mean, was it Loki that let out the coronavirus? From a Norse theological perspective, you would say probably. You know?
No, I don't think so. I don't know exactly what gods are. I think the gods are very much shaped by the way we perceive them and the way we want to perceive them. And then I start calling about powers. I think the gods are not only good or not only bad. They are just as we, as you. I often compare them as humans. And I see all the different life forms. And whether you talk about gods or spirits, they all have their own, as I say it, possibilities and limitations. But what I noticed over the years, that if people talk about the other worlds, or the universe or whatever, that it is considered to be good and nothing but goodness. And what I perceive in my life, that there is around the earth or whatever, the universe, how you call it, there are a lot of different consciousness, life forms, which are which are not, I can't find the word, my dyslexic and my English, we who does not want the world or to be well, or humankind to be well. But no, I don't narrow it down to gods. I mean, I experience these powers, and they are horrible, and they enjoy what is going on, and they feed on cruelty and warmonger and whatever. That is around there as well.
I know, absolutely. So as the peace druid of Britain, My job is to see off those powers. You see, the job of the Druids was to see through the negative spirits and to exorcise them from the tribe, from the culture, from the planet. You know, and that's, your question is so huge and vast, it would take a whole day to do it.
I know.
But, you know, that's why Zoroaster said there is an opposing force, Ahriman. It's why Christians talk about the devil, Satan, Lucifer, whatever you want to call it. I've actually started a thing called I wrote a book called Comparative Diabology a couple of years ago. I gave an academic talk. I'm the first guy who said we need to talk seriously about the devil. Nobody had ever thought of this. Theologians have never come together and shared the teachings on the devil in all different religions. So I published a book called Towards the Study of Comparative Diabology, which means that we should study comparative studies on the devil. And I've just begun that work, you know. It's like, seems to be a bit ahead of the game, but it is important. My view, my take on the devil is that it's the suppressed fertility energy. It's the life force, you know, the serpent, if you want, which isn't necessarily bad. It goes bad when you suppress it and try and control it and you don't understand it. It's the Kundalini that then gets frustrated and turns into pathology. If we could learn to master the Kundalini energy, the erotic energy, etc., the life force, we then, you know, we can turn it to the fire that lights our hearts. And it's the fire of love, as Teilhard de Chardin said. I think that's a little glimpse of what I found in my study of comparative diabology. And I think, I take the view that Lucifer actually wants peace on this planet. I don't think they want the nuclear destruction of humanity, because we are the playing field of the powers. If we are destroyed utterly, if this planet is utterly destroyed, they have to go and play on different planets, you know. They don't want that. This is a beautiful planet. They want us to grow up, become educated, wise, enlightened, so that we you know, can play with them. Because life is about Leela. That's the Hindu view. Anyway, that's an attempt to give an answer. Any other final comments? I think Chris should be given the floor now. He's been waiting patiently. And he might have some comments on all this, because he's also dealt with some pretty dark forces in his time as a scientist. So let me introduce to you Dr. Chris Busby is an eco-scientist who's been at the forefront in Britain of campaigning through knowledge. He's a peace campaigner. He uses knowledge to fight the military industrial complex I've talked about, particularly in its nuclear industrial base. So, and he's suffered for that because, of course, the powers that be would like to take him down. But he's survived, and here he is. Hello, Chris.
Yes, hello. I think I would say something about what Frigga was saying. I mean, I think she's right. Well, I know she's right. I've met some of these people, these demons, and they help me as well. So they, you know, ones, if you rather like, you know, the Trojan Wars, if you get your favorite demon, then you can get, or sometimes your favorite demon or demon picks you and says, look, you must do this and you must do that. And so you become like a hero. And it's not fun, I can tell you. But anyway, you don't say no. You don't say no to these people, and then they look after you. And I think many of us have met them or know about them. And one of the things about science is that it excludes any consideration of anything like this. Everybody has had these experiences. Everybody has seen them, seen things that can't be explained. Rupert Sheldrake tried to make some kind of attack on science on the basis of things which can't be explained, but fairly unsuccessfully in one way. I mean, in the sense that science didn't bring his ideas in, because science, I'm going to talk a little about science later on and present some ideas which are new. But really, I've been asked here to talk about the peace and the peace movement and so on, not about the gods and the demons that fiddle about in the background. and are extremely powerful and have their own agendas, and who knows what those agendas are, but I know the agenda of one or two of them anyway. But I am a scientist, so I'm going to take off my crazy hat now and put on my science hat. And it's not a crazy hat, incidentally. I see everybody's giggling there, but it's not a crazy hat. This is real stuff. This is real stuff. So I'm going to talk about peace and war and nature, and about what I've been doing since 1992. But first I want to say that the peace movement has as its target war. And by that, I mean war between countries. So in other words, you know, country A attacks country B and kills a lot of people, and there's a big war and everybody dies and horrifying things happen, like the Iraq War, which I've had a lot to do with. I've been to Iraq and I've done a lot of studies of the people who survived the Iraq War and all the dreadful things that happened to them as a result of the use of a new weapon, depleted uranium. But I think the target of this war between countries, although we have to deal with it because it's leading very rapidly as a result of resource depletion to a kind of annihilation war in which everybody lets fly with their nuclear missiles, and that's the end of that. We've all had it. So to go back to the quote, this is the way the world ends, not with a bang, but a whimper. Actually, I think it's more likely to end with a bang, but it could also end with a whimper as well. So you take a choice, you know, it's one or the other, but it's going to end soon if we don't do something. But I think that war between countries is essentially the wrong target. If we're getting into a philosophical area here, we need to step back and see why people want to be rich. We want to see why men want to dominate. We want to step back and step back and step back. In the Green Party, we always used to do that, although I have to say the Green Party has turned into a load of numpties now. But in the old days, when we first started all this stuff in the 90s, there were some clever people there, and we always thought that we should step back and see what's happening. And so one of the things I want to talk about is the war between man and nature, because this war has been running for about 100 years. We are already at war. So to talk about, you know, peace studies in the sense that you know, we want to stop a war against Russia and America, or China and America, or whoever, or the Americans invading Syria and so forth, I mean, I think is to some extent missing the point. I think we want to look at the war between man and nature, between humanity and nature. And this war began, I believe, with the development of science in the Elizabethan times with Roger Bacon, who started the scientific method, the empirical method. You know, you do an experiment, you go and see what happens, and you make a deduction from the result. Dr. Mirabilis. He said to Queen Elizabeth, "Madam, we will tame the whore nature." Yeah? Isn't that great? And that's what they've been doing ever since. Because men are frightened of chaos. They're frightened of women, they're frightened of chaos, they're frightened of wet and sloppy and all that kind of sexy stuff, you know. They want to control it all. They want to draw straight lines and to make deductions about reality that they can prove through mathematics. And in fact, Bacon did do that. He actually said that mathematics is a basis of empirical knowledge, the basis of all knowledge. You cannot have knowledge unless it can be shown to be mathematically provable. And the last century has particularly seen the enormous expansion of that approach to thinking. Once they destroyed God, you know, after Darwin and all the rest of it, you know, the religious angle on the cause, the reason for existence and so on went sideways. And so we had to have some sort of other icon to put in its place, and science came along. So the thing was only true if it was mathematically reducible to numbers, and you could take these numbers and manipulate them until you got an answer. So that's science. So I would argue that to some extent that the enemy is not, not the enemy, but the target, the consideration is, do we believe that rational thought is a valuable thing? I know you might not like this, but this is where it's going to go. I am a scientist, so I do rational thought, but I take it out like a calculator, and I sort of go and get an answer, and I put it away quickly. because it destroys your soul, that sort of thinking. And the reason it destroys your soul is because it very often, not always, I mean, in simple cases when you drop an apple and so forth, you can deal with that. But in complicated, sophisticated analyses, for instance, the health effects of radiation, the health effects of mobile phones, what's going to happen if you splice DNA and put it into some system, you know, in fact, we know that now, it causes COVID and everybody dies. But anyway, these things science deals with as if they're reducible to numbers and they can be manipulated and they will give you an answer. So I would like to suggest that one of the targets, and I'll come back to this afterwards, but I'll begin by talking about what we've done, what I've done and my approach to it all, which is actually scientific, incidentally. But we'll come back to this issue of rational thought. All right. Well, in 1992, I was in the Green Party. I was first in the Green movement, and I saw that there were no scientists. There were basically no scientists. There were a lot of very clever people. They were humanities people by and large, and they didn't understand science, and they didn't like mathematics, or they couldn't do it. You know, and I can quite understand that, not liking it. But I could, you see. So, and I saw all this stuff being produced by the nuclear industry, because that was where I was mainly functioning in those days, saying that radiation, the low levels of radiation that they were releasing into the environment from places like Sellafield and so forth, Chernobyl and so forth, couldn't possibly harm anybody because scientists had shown mathematically that that was the case. And so I thought, well, let's have a look and see how they proved all this. So I sort of tiptoed into that particular swamp and instantly vanished. So I've been in that swamp ever since, you know, fighting these people. And so I set up Green Audit in order that there should be some independent organization of scientists that investigated the claims, the scientific claims of the people who were contaminating the planet, not just the nuclear industry, but the people like Monsanto who spliced stuff into the genes of plants, and the vaccine people, and later on the mobile phone people, a whole range of arguments. And of course, in '91 there was the Gulf War, so there was a whole argument about whether uranium, which was very weakly radioactive, could possibly cause the health effects that it was supposed to be causing in Iraq and in Kosovo. I went to Iraq, I went to Kosovo, and I brought the uranium back and I did experiments and so forth. But what Green Audit did is it became a kind of organization for examining honesty in scientific reports and papers that were published by what we might call the bad guys, you know, because they have unlimited amounts of money, these people. They can hire scientists, they can buy scientists, they can make scientists sort of like, you know, manipulate them, make them more or less do as they please. And there's a vast literature of dishonest reports from scientists working for the nuclear industry, for the pharmaceutical companies, for the chemical companies saying that trichloroethylene doesn't cause cancer, all this sort of stuff. It's a vast, vast lobby of scientific experts who are there purely to allow these big organizations to make money. In fact, it's a sort of gigantic machine. And to go back to what Thomas was saying before, in fact, the thing that we are fighting is a machine. I don't believe it's one person at all. I don't believe it's like the evil Zionists or the aliens from outer space or any of that stuff, you know. I think it's a machine that has evolved as a result of the way in which money is created and employed, and how you can use money to make money. I mean, so you can go back to Marx with all of this. But it's got beyond Marx now, of course. It's now become a machine that's virtually unstoppable, although I do have some ideas about how to stop it, and I think we have to try. So what Green Audit did is, first of all, it took on the nuclear industry, and it's still fighting the nuclear industry. I'm still fighting the nuclear industry, and there are two areas now where we're being very successful. One is the law courts. So I've won lots and lots of cases arguing that the radiation model, which is currently employed to to protect people from exposure to the kind of material that's pumped out of Sellafield, plutonium and uranium and so forth. And we have had law cases about the nuclear test veterans who were exposed to uranium from the bombs, because the big atom bombs, of course, were mostly made of uranium. And I've helped in more than 50 legal cases, most of which we won. But of course, this doesn't get out into the newspapers, because what they do is they give huge amounts of money to the people that we are representing. And one of the things you have to do is you have to agree not to talk about it. So that's a successful approach, is the law. The other successful area of approach is the scientific peer review literature. So I'm now managing to get stuff into the scientific peer review literature. It's been very hard over a long period of time, but in the last 5 years, or maybe 7 years, a lot of internet journals have appeared, funded by the Chinese mostly, but also by Iran and Switzerland and what you might call non-Western countries. And you can publish your stuff in those journals. And as a result of that, my sort of scientific status has kind of increased to this extent that I can now publish stuff in really quite posh journals. So the most recent example, which is really good for the peace movement, is a paper that I published in January of this year, in which I took some data which the US Navy had not mistakenly, but unfortunately for them, released, trying to argue that there was no increased risk of cancer in the sailors on the USS Ronald Reagan that went to Fukushima to help the people from Fukushima, in that big disaster. And they all came back with cancer. Of course, lots of them had cancer, you see, so they naturally enough, they blamed their exposure to the radiation from Fukushima, because nobody told them. What happened is the helicopters went out to help the people there, and then they came back in and they set off all the Geiger counters on deck. So they had to decontaminate the thing and so forth. And then when they came back to San Diego, a lot of them were sick. And in the next 2 years, a lot of them developed cancer. So the American government, the Navy, the US Navy, what they did is they did this study in which they compared the sailors on the USS Reagan with a control group of sailors on other nuclear ships that hadn't been anywhere near Fukushima. And they said, look, the sailors on the Reagan have got less cancer than the ones that were elsewhere. But what I did was I took the control group, the people who were elsewhere, and I compared them with the national population. I found they had 9 times excess cancer, you see, so I published that in a posh journal. They absolutely freaked out. So that's the sort of thing you can do. So there are 2 ways in which you can get to these people. You can get to them through the law courts. You've got to be a scientist, though, and you can get to them through the peer review literature. Now, as far as the law courts are concerned, I've been banned as an expert witness in England, as a radiation expert witness. There was a High Court case in the Royal Courts of Justice in which they put me in the witness box for 3 days and cross-examined me. This is the Ministry of Defence. And they got this tame judge to come in and say that I couldn't be a witness because I was biased. I mean, can you imagine? Anyway, that's recently been overturned in the Scottish High Court, so ha-ha. So I'm doing all right there. Okay, so much for the self-congratulatory sort of, explanation of what I do and what I have done and all the rest of it. So I'm going to just briefly go over to science now, because I have some ideas here which might be useful. Now, Pontius Pilate famously said to Jesus, "What is truth?" And I think that's a jolly good question myself. And in science, truth is more or less defined by weighing the number of scientists who believe something on a pan and comparing them to the number of scientists that don't believe that. And by weighing the scientists, what you do is you weigh their scientific papers. So you go to the poshest journals and you weight them according to whether they're in the Lancet or the British Medical Journal or whatever, all the way down to some Mickey Mouse Chinese journal. And you compare that with the number of papers in the opposite pan. Well, the point is that the current scientific opinion is the one that weighs the most. Now, as a result of of the way in which science has been constructed in the last 50 years, a number of extremely dangerous and incorrect scientific models have been introduced to scientific opinion. And the reason that this has happened is because of the way in which scientific opinion is constructed. And in order to illustrate this, I've developed an idea called the wall of facts. This was something I discussed with David Davis on Alderney in the 90s. He's dead now, but he said to me, look, Chris, you know, if you take any fact, if you read any paper or any book, usually there's only one message that it's giving you. It's like, and you can write it in a sentence, and you can call that a fact. And then you can pin it on a wall. So if we're considering a particular area of investigation, we can find all the facts for that. I mean, you know, every fact that we know about this area of investigation, and we can pin them all up on the wall. And then we can look at them, and we can even color them according to the extent to which we believe that they're true. So say we're trying to figure out whether mobile phones are dangerous and cause cancer. Well, we look at all the papers that have been published, and we look at what we think we know, and we call these things facts, and we pin them on the wall of facts, right? Then what happens is a scientist goes and looks at that wall of facts, and they says, right, on the basis of this and this and this and this and possibly that, oh look, and this one, this is the answer, okay? And he writes that down, he writes a paper. This is right at the beginning when people are first investigating this particular issue. And then he publishes it, you see, because you're right back at the beginning now of a scientific theory. And then other people come and they read his paper and think, yes, well, that seems quite plausible. Of course, it is plausible because, you know, he's taken facts that fit together. I mean, and he's reduced them to another idea, which he's then produced a new fact. It's not really a fact at all. It's an induction from the facts that are there that he's chosen. But the point about all this is that it's a value judgment right at the beginning. He's chosen the facts which are supporting the way in which he wants to model whatever it is they're thinking about. And so as time goes on, then people do experiments and they say, yes, no, that fits in, that works, you know, and they do other experiments that maybe don't quite work, but they sort of just think, you know, oh, well, probably we'll find out later on, blah, blah. And then he gets to be a professor, and then other people think, well, you know, we're going to write papers about that thing because, you know, then we're going to get them published. Because by that time, he is a referee for the journals where they publish this stuff, you see. And it goes forward in time. And some new evidence comes and new facts get put up there, and someone else comes along and they think, well, this isn't right, you know, because if you put that and that and that and that and that together, then this is the answer. But the point is that guy never gets a look in, because if he writes a paper with his new interpretation of what's going on, it's too late. The journal referees kick it out. He doesn't get a job. Nobody funds him, and so on. So this way in which science becomes crystallized into a black box, which then becomes a new fact, so that when governments come along and they want to ask somebody, is this safe? They don't bother to open up the black box. The professor who wrote the black box stuff, who's by now like the top man in this field, is the expert, and he comes and says, yes, yes, that's how it works. And as a result of that, certainly in the area of ionizing radiation, over the last 50 years, more than 60 million people have died, yes? And probably a lot more will die, because what that's done is it's contaminated the planet to the extent that it's reduced the fertility rate, it's caused huge increase in cancer. If you follow the cancer statistics, you can see that they're going through the roof. I mean, by this year, it's about 1 in 2 people will get cancer. In 1990, it was 1 in 5. In 1950, it was 1 in 9. And these are age-specific, so this isn't because of an aging population. So what's happened is that science has systematically destroyed the human race, and probably lots of creatures as well, you know. And we can specifically point at lots of things that science has done. We've got dynamite and high explosives, which produce wars. We've got radiation, which causes cancer and genetic damage and child leukemia, which never existed before the mining of uranium. We've got nuclear fission, which produces the threat of annihilation, genetic damage, fertility loss, species loss, dementia. Then DNA research, you know, discovered DNA in 1952. Now we've got Monsanto and the Monsantification of the world, and we've got COVID-19, see? Thanks very much to science. Then vaccines, okay? Well, I believe that the introduction of alien DNA sequences into children is not a good idea. We've no way of really testing whether the long-term effects are serious, but certainly Alice Stewart used to think so. And certainly the downside of using these multiple vaccines in children is that they have a very high rate of nasty side effects, compared with the probability of getting some disease which is more or less extinct by now. Then we've got mobile phones and radio frequency communication, chromosome damage, cancer. We know that from the rat studies. There have been 2 big rat studies done in the last year or 2, which show that the rats get cancer. Okay, so
Chris, because we've got a time issue, can I move you on to the question of solutions? You said
yes, yeah, I was just going to go there, really.
Okay.
Well, I rather like the idea of an institute for the reassessment of the utility of rational thinking, but I imagine that will probably just immediately label me as a lunatic. So, but anyway, I mean, that is kind of what I want to think, what I want people to start thinking about. You know, I want them to start wondering about the way in which reductionism, as opposed to holistic thinking. Holistic thinking is this: you look at everything, you go da-di-da, you look at the guy who's suggesting that nuclear is safe, you think, oh, don't like the look of him, I wouldn't buy a car from him. All this kind of stuff, you know. As opposed to the thin line sort of like mathematical thinking, which has consistently led us to dangerously impossible and wrong solutions, like the COVID-19 projection from Imperial College, which suggested that it would peak in August. And actually, anyone looking at the numbers, in fact, I did look at the numbers, would tell you that it would peak in April, which it did peak in April. But those people aren't going to go to jail, you can bet. So what we have to do is this: we have to reassess the utility of scientific methodology, and we have to step back from considering that the target for the peace movement is the warmongers themselves, you know, the army, the people who make the weapons and all the rest of it. I mean, obviously they are a target, but we need to step back from it and think more deeply about why it is that people want these weapons, why we need the resources, why we need to have this growth and this essential scramble for power and money. And so it's much more of a psychological analysis of men and women, in my opinion, than it is an analysis of war and peace. Okay, that's my message.
No, that's very interesting, and thank you so much. It sounds like you're ending up wanting to do philosophy of science critically, the whole field. I studied at the LSE, and Karl Popper was the speaker there. He founded the philosophy of science department at the LSE. I think this is a critical area. We need people like you to do in-depth critiques of conventional science. To me, conventional science is sold out to the military capitalist powers that we talked about. And you're right in saying you can buy scientists like marionettes. You can also buy journals. So the people that own these so-called prestigious journals are the same people that are generating the war profits. So I think there's, you know, a systemic analysis of the economy of scientific knowledge. If you were to look critically at that, you'd find some very interesting problems that we're facing. And people that want to do green science like you, and that want to make value judgments as part of their science and want to bring ethics in, you know, they're not public. However, in my little book of peace declarations, can I just say to conclude that there's a move among scientists to sign a kind of scientific Hippocratic oath. The World Union of Scientists, the International Council of Scientific, and other prestigious bodies of genuine scientists because now the world body of natural scientists and the social scientists have come together in Paris in this International Council of Scientists. We're now pressurizing that every scientist graduating with a doctorate on the planet should have to take a Hippocratic oath to not misuse their knowledge for creating weapons of mass destruction, damaging the environment, or harming people, you know, like the Hippocratic Oath. So that's a bit of good news. And if I'll put you in touch with some of that research, let scientists to stand up again for the high calling. You know, Bacon wasn't a bad man, he was a genius. The true scientists wanted ethics to be part of it. And it's the pseudo-scientists, the money makers, who come in my opinion, and tried to snip off the, you know, the ethical bit. Anyway, what Chris said is very important, and thank you so much for sharing. We can, no doubt there'll be later discussions. I want to move on now to our next speaker, who's in India, and Bharti Jain is an amazing, dynamic trainer, and we've known each other for many years, involved in a common work to stop violence on the planet. Her approach is different to mine slightly. It's to do with personal spiritual health education is the best way I can sum it up. So Bharti, the floor is yours, and you'll need to unmute. Welcome.
Jai Junen, Namaskar. My gratitude to all the ladies and gentlemen and esteemed dignitaries. See, my special gratitude to Thomas Daffern, Chair Truth Reconciliation Commission, Stonehenge, for inviting me as a keynote speaker. Wellness coach. I'm a wellness coach and author, international speaker, and I work with Ministry of Health as well. And I feel honored to present my views on the issues of peace building and how Namuka Gym can be really helpful in doing so. This online multifaceted event will help solving the world that justice and peace can be prevailed even though we can't be physically gathered. As it is rightly said, darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do it. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do it. The world today is facing not one but two pandemics, the later one being inequality and violence, has engulfed the world through centuries. It is the need of the hour to understand the importance of peace building and enlightenment. Peace for me is where there is less nepotism, more values for talent, more courage, hopes in tough times, and more faith in you and the universe. And today, I, Bharti Jain, are going to create a wellness forum here. And perhaps in this beautiful wellness forum, you will gain deeper insights for your emotional well-being and take a journey into restoring your immunity. And last but not the least, you might be able to recover some of your physical challenges or conditions in your body through my powerful and innovative experiential exercises. All of you are very good scholars, but I want all of you to experience this experiential, practical journey of peace for yourself, peace around you. So I'm going to introduce you with the concept of Namuka Gym, a holistic health approach to life that encourages the balance between mind, body, words, and soul. And when you do this therapy regularly, one retains a calm mind and soul and see the world as a window for opportunities. This Namuka Gym inculcates value for peace, brotherhood, positive outlook towards life. And when we have seen the youth is going towards violence a lot, because the violence starts from words and it goes through your deeds. So this is the practical way how you can empower yourself. So once there is peace inside, you can spread peace outside as well. So today I'm going to mentor you with some techniques that can bring a 360-degree shift in your lifestyle, maybe for your highest good. So are you ready? for this journey with me? Yes or yes? There is a rule. There is a rule for the session, that this session is going to be interactive and responsive. So, to start this journey with me, whenever I ask you something, you just raise your hand and say, you can write and comment the first letter for say yes, Y for yes, and so on. And if you agree with me, if I say, can you hear me? You can reply with a clap. Just reply with a clap. I can see on the screen that you are clapping, right? So at the end of the session, I'll tell you what is going to happen inside you. So my point here is, we have seen that thought process is going to do a lot with your body. Belief system, that you are going to be very healthy, all depends upon your belief system. Yes or yes? So I want to ask you, how are you? And the answer is awesome. Now we say this for a couple of reasons. Just connect yourself with each of my words. We say this, that we are awesome. We say this for a couple of reasons, because one, because you're alive and breathing. Yes or yes?
Yes.
Because you are at a great place. Yes or yes? Thirdly, you are being much appreciated. Yes, Nick is saying yes. So you have been much appreciated for that. Yes or yes? Or you are awesome because you decided it to be awesome. So you don't become awesome because you are awesome. You become awesome because you decide to become awesome. You don't feel good because you feel good. You feel good because you decide to feel good. Yes or yes? But truth is that sometimes I don't feel fantastic. Sometimes I don't feel fantastic. The word violence, I'm sure, is very disturbing and disappointing for many of us. In fact, for all peace lovers like us. At this juncture, I would like to mention here the golden words of Martin Luther King George. Violence is the antithesis of creativity and wholeness, and it destroys the community and makes the humanity impossible. And today we are met with images of violence across the world affecting our youth, parents, family, and others. High rates of violence are not caused by just one issue, but several. For example, poverty, poor job skills, risky behaviors, socio-economical development, education, physical force, domestic violence, sexual abuse, interpersonal violence, corporate violence, political violence. But the most dangerous form of violence are those that are often hidden from you. Just note that is often hidden from view against women and children, especially just beneath the surface in many of our homes, religious places, and communities is abuse enough to freeze the blood. Moreover, many forms of systematic violence often slip past our attention because they are so much a part of infrastructure of life, like racism, sexism, ageism. And continuum of violence is from within oneself, self-loathing, threatening, anxiety up to suicide, to assaults, to murder, to war, crimes, crime against humanity, as well as environmental degradation fueled by feelings of rage and culture of fear. For me, the five great enemies of peace are avarice, ambition, envy, anger, and pride. The general human behavior is what? Me change, they are the problem, not me. And violence begins from emotion, verbal, spiritual, from non-physical to physical, sexual, and homicidal. So basically, emotion plays a critical role in how we live our life. Like angry emotion may spur you to stand up for someone, or it may inspire you to create a social change. But when left unchecked, angry feeling can lead to aggressive behavior, and that is what is happening with our youth. This is leading to psychological disorders, abuse, aggression, depression, suicide, homicide. Out of 2 lakh homicidal cases all over the world, 43% is youth from the age group of 19 to 30. And looking all these scenarios in and around the globe, I don't feel fantastic. I feel upset. little frustrated. Emotions are there that comes out. And all peace lovers feels the same. Yes or yes? And at that time, I get support. And that support comes in the form of few words. Don't forget to wear awesome glasses. And today I have got these glasses for you as well. Everything you look through these glasses looks awesome, right? They are special glasses. So this journey we will make it very experiential, very practical. You analyze yourself, what is going within me and around me. So they are the special glasses, and the question is, does it work? Yes or yes? Does it work? Do you believe it will work? How many of say it actually translate into reality? And why it translate into reality? Because it's your choice. Question is, can you remember to look at them in awesome way? Can you look at good in it? Okay, let's try doing it. All of you, just take your awesome glasses. Yes, hold your glasses in your hands. Just hold your glasses. I want all of you to hold your glasses in your hands and look around you. How are these glasses? How are you seeing? Everything you look through these glasses, it's awesome. Nothing is true or false. Nothing is good or bad. We chose to give it a meaning, awesome. We chose to make the program what? We chose to make the program what? Awesome. So if you want to write awesome, just write A. So if you decided to become awesome, it will awesome. You are better because you feel to be better about you. You feel good people beside you because you look at them as they are. You feel better about life if you look at it as awesome. The more awesome thing will be attracted to you if you decide that you are not going to see anything bad about it, but see whatever is good about it. If it's not working, then you officially put your awesome glasses. So, are you with me? Yes or yes? Are you with me with the awesome glasses? Yes. Yeah. So, how are you doing? Say, how are you doing? Awesome. Right, A? How are you doing? How are your friends? How's your kids? Aha, awesome. Thomas saying awesome. Yes, Thomas. Sophia is really very awesome. How is your parents? How is the life? How is your husband? I feel sorry for that. How is your husband? How is your health? How is Stonehenge Peace Festival? And how is Thomas Daffern? And how is Bharti? How is Marko Hren? The gym has started. And some people must be saying, let us experience first. That means you all are awesome. So am I audible? Am I audible? Say yes. Make it clap. Am I audible? Yes. So now I would like all of you to please stay connected to my words and relate it to yourselves. So what I mean to say is, we need to rebuild our lives and bring peace into our life. We are here to bring peace into our lives. So we really want to rebuild our lives. I usually have one-to-one with God. Once I interviewed with him and asked, what surprises you most about humankind? He smiled and replied, that they got bored with the childhood. They rush to grow up and then long to be children again. They lose their health to make money and then they lose their money to restore their health. By thinking anxiously about the future, they forget the present such that they neither live present nor the future. God's hand took mine and we were silent for a while. And then I gave it a thought and asked again, as a parent, what are some of life lessons you want your children to learn? And God replied with a smile, to learn, they cannot make others love them. What they can do is let themselves be loved. To learn, it is not good to compare themselves with others. To learn that rich person is not one who has the most, but is the one who needs the least. To learn that it only takes seconds to open profound wounds in persons we love, and it takes many years to heal them. To learn to forgive by practicing forgiveness. To learn that there are persons who love them dearly but fail to express it. To learn that two people can look at the same things and see things differently. They should learn forgive themselves and to learn that I am always with you. All my unsaid queries were answered. And I came to know that journey of life is a journey from what I am to what I can become. Inner transformation is required from being to becoming. And we all have reasons why we are not doing what we want. But if you give them a good hard look, most of them boil down to fear. And we all know that fear is universally powerful force in these days. Fear are the cause of most of our emotional blocks. And today, when we all are very much aware in this COVID times how much terrible this terror is. Fear of loneliness, not being wanted, rejection, not achieving our goals, and a lot more. The point here is, my friends, you shouldn't let fear drive your decisions, your action. You shouldn't let fear stop you from what you need and what you deserve in your lives. You shouldn't let fear have control in your lives. So friends, you need to deal with your fears in a right manner so that you can start focusing on the most important things like accomplishing your purposes, your great goals you have for your health, for your relationship, for your profession, for your life. And today's session will definitely help you overcome your fears, any kind of fear, any kind related to your health, your profession, your work, your goals in life, everything. And I strongly believe that there are no worst case scenario in your life because there is always a solution. There is always a way forward. What I'm trying to say is you will always survive today's challenges that you are experiencing in your life so that you can move on to tomorrow's. And each time when you overcome those challenges, you grow, you gain strength, you are creating a better life. Well, I always try to become cheerful and happy in whatever situation I may find myself. And that's actually my philosophy of life, which I learned in experience from my research number by Jain, a peace building tool, which I am mentoring you today with a very specialized mind exercises that can radically bring a big shift in your life. And this shift I'll show you in many areas in schools, colleges, in patients, recovering, and a lot more towards non-violent. So many of you might be living within your unhappy circumstances that could be purely related to your physical health issues, emotional challenges, or are still trying to decipher your purpose in life. And yet, many of you will be struggling and not taking the initiative to change your situation. Am I right? So uh, I want all of you to go back to your childhood and just remember when you were filled with courage, when you were filled with love and you adore yourself. Yes, it was time when you were really little. And what happened when you started to grow up and you started to listening to people that were frightened or critical or resentful and guilty? And many of us grew up like that. And this is the one of the biggest issue, how you grew up. This is the biggest issue for violence, how you grew up, in what environment you brought up. You know, little babies, they know how to love themselves. We are born in pure love, all of us. There is not one baby alive that no ever criticizes themselves. Whoever said, my hips are too big, my skin is dark, have you ever seen any baby said like this? They are delighted that they have a body, they rejoice in it. They love themselves, they love everything. They love their toes, they absolutely adore. They express the feeling when the baby is happy. You know it. When the baby is angry, the whole neighbor knows it. They never are scared to let people know how they feel. So we always say children are human form of God. Why? Because they know beauty is inside. They don't care for what others are saying. They adore themselves. They live in the moment and they are filled with courage. And they are wonderful. And we all are like that. Then where are you lost this journey of life? How to bring back that true self? The science behind is conscious and subconscious mind. Conscious mind is one which radically accepts anything, and subconscious is like your permanent memory, which whatever is imprinted on it becomes your belief and it starts affecting your body. So how you change the belief? And here we need to understand the 5 personalities: physical, mental, emotional, intellectual, and spiritual. And through Namokarjan process, the journey can be effortless because it directly taps into your mind, body, and soul. And Namokarjan techniques enables your conscious mind to communicate its desire to be healthier and more relaxed in a way that subconscious mind would readily accept it. The various Namokarjan techniques we use to train children and people around the globe to keep them peaceful and healthy and to spread peace around our asanas and mudras, meditation that stills your monkey mind, relaxation, breathing practices, affirmation, mind power games that improves your decision making power, fun and fitness techniques that bridges the gap between people while maintaining health. We have asanas and mudras. It increases your physical tone and awareness. In every mudra of Namokarjan, position of your hand is as important as the color and mantra associated with each mudra. And this Namokar mudra helps you to synthesize the two sides of your brain acting directly on the nervous system. These mantras increase awareness. Namokar mantra, it increases awareness, emotional health, and positive aura. Mantras act upon the cell. They restore the pattern of sound at the heart of each and every cell and pushes the cell towards harmonious health. Mantra energize a specific portion of the brain and deeply influence energy alignment within us and positively affect our energy shield and aura. And here we worship to the qualities of souls rather than any individual. The worship is given to all universal soul, irrespective of any caste or creed or time. Is an abbreviated form of this mantra is recited as A, Si, A, U, Sa, and is still further as A, Om. They are called as bead mantra, and they are very effective for meditation. Coming to creative visualization, the technique we use to train people. We all say images speaks louder than words. When we say mother, no matter your mother is far away from you, you can visualize her. Your creative visualization is related to your life skills. What you want to achieve, you can register that image in your mind. Right brain is influenced and your special abilities can be tapped for a better quality of living. Coming to affirmations. When we shift from being worried about what others think of us, we are free to focus on what we think of ourselves. The shift returns previously wasted energy back to ourselves, allowing us to create our own happiness, enhance confidence, improve self-image, and build trust in ourselves. And affirmations does the same. Like I adore myself. I'm a creative person. So these are all affirmations. Next, coming to EFT, it's a very powerful technique that helps you to uncover and clear any long held beliefs. It's just like tapping the meridian points. There are 12 meridian points, and you can tap any of the meridian points and release your emotions. And these, through these powerful approaches, stress loses its hold, enhances your creativity and your confidence and personality. So basically, these are the basic techniques that we use in, in our sessions. Just a second. Coming back to uh, the techniques of Namokajin. Now, we were telling about the Namokara Mudras. This mantra with creative visualization and positive affirmation leaves a lifelong impact in your life. It makes you self-reliant, redevelop faith in yourself. If you see what we have done, oh, just a second. My fan is on. I think it's disturbing. So we were talking about what Namokajin is and how exactly it helps. Around the globe, so far we have empowered more than 1 lakh people with this technique, including youth, women, corporates, sports person, social gathering, clinical practices, and consultancies, and seen uh, drastic life-saving results in chronic situations as well. Many cases of depression, a special child, my father got recovered from the hemoglobin 4.27. And at this COVID time also, we are running a project 42 days goodbye Corona to help people strengthen their immune system, which is now in the second phase, wellness warriors against COVID-19. And COVID patients who was on dialysis, yes, Thomas, we got the COVID patient to recover. COVID patient who was on dialysis, she gets dialysis twice in a week, and she achieved self-reliance and came back home with this Namokajin technique. And many videos to help manage immunity and shared on YouTube channel and Udan Bharti Sky Foundation. And here I would like to share a glimpse of the experiential research journey with Namokajin. Have a look at it. This Namokajin technique is verified by doctors as well. Please have a journey of Namokajin. This project was with the sports ministry to train the sports person. This lady has backache problem for 8 years, and with this Namokajin, she is ready. Thomas, this was the first feedback you gave about me, 2014. This is a case of a special child, and within 15 days, we could see drastic change. This was the 10th International Conference for Peace and Nonviolence, where we had a youth workshop and for peace and nonviolence, to train the children for peace and nonviolence. Mudra with mantra and color imaginations. We have worked for chronic patients as well. Patients with phobia, depression cases. This was the sports session, the sports Kho Federation of India. Because this technique you can do anytime, anywhere. Incorporates how conflicts can be resolved with this technique. How you can be the best version of you. And now Namoka team is in the process of recovering, helping the COVID patients to recover faster. And this is the case of COVID patient with dialysis. She came to know about Namoka gene therapy to fight against corona. this is how Namukajan is making a difference. We have covered almost all of the areas where we can think of, because we just believe if you have peace inside, anything can be recovered. For cancer itself, I said they are nothing, they are just the kind of people who wanted to start violence. So some cells in our body becomes violent and takes the form of cancer. The only thing is make them peaceful or allow them to go out from your body. So anything can be recovered if you believe, what you believe you can achieve. So I would like all of you today to experience this journey with me right now. I want all of you to connect yourself with each word of mine. My dear friends, loving yourself is the most powerful thing that you can do. Then everything flows beautifully. I'm not talking about vanity or arrogance, because that is not love. That's always fear. I'm talking about just really respecting and appreciating this incredible, magnificent being that we are. Now I know one of the very powerful affirmations that you all can use. I love and approve of myself. I love and approve of myself. Now I would like all of you, if you have a little mirror with you, use that mirror, keep that mirror in your hand. Or if you don't have a mirror, then use your mobile phone. You can use your mobile phone to see your face in the screen and experience this journey. You can have a mobile phone with you and you can see your face in your mobile phone. Please. Now look into the mirror and look into your eyes. Just hold your mobile in your hand and look into the screen of the mobile or your mirror and say to yourself, I love you. I love you and approve of you exactly as you are. Now just begin to notice, what are you feeling? Don't judge it, just notice. What are the feelings that are coming up? Are they feeling of joy? Do you feel wonderful about yourself? Are you feeling some criticism? Some negativity? Don't judge them. Just acknowledge. Just notice what is coming up. Acknowledge the negative message. Keep saying, I love you the way you are, and acknowledge whatever is coming to you. Acknowledge the negative message. Just acknowledge it, because they are the ones that are in the way. And when you find the negative messages, you can write it down. It's wonderful because you want to think, I found a treasure. This is something that really is in my way, which is really creating a problem. They are the very much the things in the way of you loving yourself, in the way of your peaceful life. My dear friends, I hope you have experienced something. Some of the emotions might be calmer, maybe positive, maybe negative. Now do one thing. Your mobile is in your hand and take a selfie. This is a part of the whole 1 hour session. So take a selfie and share it with us. This is just to see the change in you. You will see the change in your selfies during this session. So take a selfie if you want to notice your emotion through your face. Please do that. Don't miss it. Otherwise, you will miss a lot. And if you do this, you will gain a lot. You will come to know your issues, your problems, and you can release there and then. So my point here is invest in your personal growth and emotional well-being. You will be able to look back each month and year knowing that you are becoming a best version of you. You are becoming more and more better. Setting out on a journey of personal growth is all about healing your physical body, healing your mind, and healing your emotion. And last but not the least, healing your spiritual self to reduce the anxiety of uncertainty, especially in your personal and professional lives. And this apart making you more aligned with your highest purpose. I do understand knowing yourself and what you need in life is the first and possibly the hardest step to improving, but it's definitely the most worthwhile step that now you take in life. Many times in life that it becomes very difficult for us to forget any bad moment and forgive somebody, and that pain keep popping up anytime and makes us uncomfortable. Many of you might have felt like this. So let's try one of the mudras of Namukajan. Thomas, how much time I have? So accordingly, I'll take, if I need to give 1 hour, one
Another 10 minutes.
another thing. So, thank you. So I want all of you to practice one thing. I think I share the screen with you so that you can see. As I said, Namukajam is to heal your mind, body, and soul. And we have 5 mudra, and each mudra is associated with the color. This is Arihant mudra with white color around you. And here you feel that fear is going away, and I am becoming more and more courageous. The Sit mudra is with red color with the feeling that I am becoming more and more confident. Then Acharya mudra comes with yellow color with the leadership. It increases your leadership skills and you become a very good character and very good human being. And if you imagine green color around you with the feeling that I am full of knowledge and I choose to forgive myself and I choose to forgive others, which we will be going to practice today. And imagine blue. When you have all the things with you, when you are courageous, you are confident, you are a good character, you have good knowledge, and so automatically few things comes as in free, like anger and ego. And people used to say, release your anger, release your ego. But how? Nobody tells. But in this Namukar Mudra, you can release your anger and ego on the fly. And you will feel friendliness and happiness around you and inside you. So I want all of you to practice this mudra with me so that we can release any emotion, any bad emotion we have for anybody, any guilt if we are not able to forgive anybody. And this mudra is very good for releasing cervical and backache issues, which we all are facing today with the cervical cases and backache issues. So let's do this mudra and release that emotion and feel lightness in our body. So just in this mudra, what you have to do is just hold your hand like this at the center of bliss. And while doing mudra, you have to imagine green color around you and take a deep breath. And when you take a deep breath, take your hands up, open your hands like palm leaf and look above the sky. With a feeling that I am becoming more and more powerful, more and more courageous, and I am releasing any hardships, and I can forgive myself and I can forgive others as well. When you do this mudra with a mantra, let's do this mudra with a mantra. Om Hreem Namo would like all of you to do this practice with all 5 mudras, as you are not aware about it. So you can see the mudras and do it alongside with the mantras. Just hold your hands at the center of this. And create a protective shield all around. Hold your hand at the center of bliss with a feeling that fear is going away. Take your hands up, slowly exhale and come back to your normal position. With the Siddha Mudra, just imagine red color around you. Open your hands like a beaten leaf. Slowly exhale and come back to your normal position. With the Acharya Mudra, imagine yellow color around you with the feeling that I'm a very good character. Slowly exhale and come back to your normal position. With Upasena Mudra, with the feeling I'm becoming more knowledgeable. Now feel I'm shedding all my anger and ego and go down towards earth. Just close your eyes and feel all the energies. Feel the energy inside you and around you. Keep your eyes closed. And now just imagine the person you are not able to forgive. Just close your eyes and imagine the person you are not able to forgive. And just say to him from the bottom of your heart, just in case if I have hurted you by any means, just say to yourself, just keep your eyes closed and the person before you, imagine the person is before you whom you are not able to forgive. Just say to yourself and to the person, if I have hurted you by any means, I forgive you from the bottom of my heart. I forgive you from the bottom of my heart. I forgive you from the bottom of my heart. If I have hurted you by any means, I seek forgiveness from the bottom of my heart. I seek forgiveness from the bottom of my heart. Let the emotions come out and feel lightness in your body. I forgive you. I forgive everybody. I forgive myself. Just feel light and relaxed. And a smile on your face. With a smile on your face. Feel it. And slowly open your eyes. And now take a selfie again. Now you could see the change in the selfies. This Namopajam techniques are very powerful, tested and tried, and with regular practice of this technique, you can forget and forgive, and forget and forgive becomes your natural behavior on the fly. And this you can do it anytime, anywhere, any moment. So I hope, am I audible? Am I audible? Yes? Am I audible? Okay. So here, my point is, if you want to bring peace into your life, then just stop criticism. Just stop criticism now and forever. And make about yourself that you are going to do your very best from now on to stop criticizing, number one, you and the other people. It will be a lot easy to stop criticizing other people if you stop criticizing yourself. Because unless you learn to face your own shadows, you will continue to see them in others, because the world outside you is only a reflection of the world inside you. Yeah, Thomas, just give me 2 minutes. I want to show you show everybody the journey of our youth wing, that the formation of the youth wing. I would like to share the video of how the youth wing is formed with our this peace and non-violent action and initiative that we have taken in 10th IPNA. So directly I'm taking you to that journey, to that video. In this 10th International Conference, we organized a workshop for youth, and we would like all of you to please have a glimpse of it. This was an experiential journey for the youth, and youth came out with very good ideas, and that was the purpose behind it. Please have a look. The workshop was on non-killing, training youth and children for non-killing and sustainable world. It was fun and learning experience for youth. That's why they understand and realize what problem they are facing. So this youth is now the agent to spread peace around the world. What I mean to say is the world peace can be achieved when in each person the power of love replaces the love of power. And this is what we are doing with our practices and with our initiative. So thank you everybody
Well,
for
thank you,
listening to me.
Bharti.
And you always remain happy and healthy. Your family remain happy and healthy. This country, the whole world remains happy and healthy. With this holy mission, with the step of healthy and prosperous India towards global health, peace and harmony, I, Bharti Jain, would like to say goodbye to all violence, goodbye to Corona. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, Jai Chhattisgarh.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Right. Now, we're going to move on. There won't be time to have questions, but if you stay till the end, Bharti, we'll do some questions after the next speaker.
Yeah, sure.
I'd like to introduce David Adams to everyone. Who is, I would say, one of the world's leading experts on the culture of peace. Everything you've been talking about, and all our other. Can you hear me, David?
Yes, it's a little bit interrupted from time to time, but I can hear you.
Okay. Most importantly, we can hear you. So I think you should introduce yourself. Say a little bit of yours, sir.
Okay, your voice is not coming through. Is mine coming through okay now?
It is, yes.
Okay. Well, I met Thomas when I was the director of the United Nations International Year for the Culture of Peace, which was the UN's International Year for the year 2000. We hope to enter a new century with peace. We have not yet succeeded, but we're still trying. I don't have any special links to religion or to the solstice, except maybe one, which is that my wife and I chose to get married on the 21st of June because it was the solstice. So I guess that gives us some connection. I've been interested in the previous speakers. Is Chris Busby still online?
He's not, but he's coming back, I hope, to do some questions.
Okay, well, when he comes back, I have a comment for him. I was, as I say, I was at the United Nations at UNESCO in the last decade of the 20th century, and was responsible for the International Year for the Culture of Peace. And after my retirement from UNESCO, since then, I am the coordinator of an internet site for the Culture of Peace called the Culture of Peace News Network. Thomas, is there a way to write that so people can see it?
We can put it into chat. I'll put it into chat.
Okay,
Yeah.
cpnn-world.org.
Yeah.
So I keep up with what's happening with the Culture of Peace and try to have other people keep up by having about one news item every day of what's happening in the world for a culture of peace. And also sending out a monthly bulletin which summarizes what's happened. And if you want to, you can go to the site and register to receive the bulletin. Well, first, I guess I should say something about what is a culture of peace. We were asked at UNESCO to provide a declaration and program of action for the United Nations General Assembly. And they asked us to define the culture of peace. I had a small team of young people in Paris where I was working, and we posed the question, what is a culture of peace? And nobody knew. Nobody knows what is a culture of peace. We've never experienced it. However, we do know what is a culture of war. So I said, well, let's look closely at a culture of war. Not just war, but the culture of war. The war is the tip of an iceberg. And underneath there is this culture which permits and allows war, and in fact, encourages it. Well, war has been with us since the beginning of human history and even before. And why has it been so successful? Well, it's very profitable. In the beginning, it was through war that empires gained slaves to work their fields. And after that, it was through war that the European powers gained colonies throughout the world. Colonialism is not usually called a war, but of course it was a war. Nobody said, we want to be your colony. No, colonialism was imposed by force of arms. And if the country resisted, it was massacred. In fact, we just heard from people from India, and India was a classic example of European colonialism, which was imposed by force, as was colonialism throughout Latin America and Africa and the rest of Asia. And more recently, with the abolition of colonialism, you have neocolonialism, in which the rich countries of the world plunder the poorer countries of the South, rich countries of the North plunder the poor countries of the South, and profit from that. It's said that the rich countries of the North give aid, economic aid, to the countries of the South. But there's a very good study which shows that because of the secret movements of funds, the amount of money stolen from Africa and Latin America is far, far greater than the money that is given. So the culture of war continues to be profitable. But that's only part of the culture. That says why it is continued. And of course, now you have also the military-industrial complex, where entire sections of major economies are dependent on war to succeed. But let's look more at this culture. There's one thing that you have to have a culture of war. You have to have an enemy. There was a very funny moment of recent history when Mikhail Gorbachev met Ronald Reagan, and they began to talk about nuclear disarmament. And Reagan, I think it was actually Reagan's advisor, said, we're going to do a terrible thing to you in America. We're going to take away your enemy. You will not have an enemy if we make peace. And there was panic in Washington. How could they justify their imperialism? How could they justify the military-industrial complex if there was no enemy? And so they had a CIA think tank at Harvard University. Of course, it's always Harvard University which does these things because that's the university of the elite. Well, they also hire good people like Amarita Sen, but at the same time, it's really a university which works for the CIA also. So the professor at Harvard was named Samuel Huntington, and he was given the task of finding a new enemy after the fall of the Soviet Union, and he came up with Islam. And there was a very famous article called The Clash of Civilizations in which they invented the new enemy, which was Islam. Well, what else do you have to have for a culture of war? Obviously, you have to have armaments. Obviously, there's profits. Obviously, there's an enemy. But there are other aspects of the culture of war that are important also. For example, from the beginning of humanity, war has been carried out by men and not by women. In recent years, there are some female soldiers, but by and large, throughout history, it's a male thing, the culture of war. And another thing you have to have for a culture of war is control of information and secrecy. If you go back to, there was a very famous general in China, something like 500 years before Christ, who gave the rules of warfare. And secrecy is the primary rule of warfare. Your enemy must never know how you're going to attack or how you're going to defend. Today, the control of information is not only in secrets, because all the major governments have great secrets around the CIA and so forth and their own military services, but also the control of information has become more important for another reason. The culture of war is authoritarian. People have to follow orders. Nobody will make a war unless they follow orders. So you have authoritarian governments, but nowadays you have more and more democracies, and people don't want war. And what are you going to do if you're the culture of war and you're a democracy? You have to be able to keep the people believing that they need the culture of war, that there's an enemy. And for that reason, you need control of information. So all of the mass media, the television and all that is very much in the employ of the culture of war to continue to make people believe that they need to defend themselves against a foreign enemy. So we have authoritarianism, we have control of information, we have male supremacy, armaments, enemy images. What else do you need for a culture of war? Well, the culture of war is not only exploitative of people with colonialism and slavery, but it also is exploitative of the environment. It destroys the environment. The environmental crisis that we're in with global warming is largely a result of the culture of war. Nobody seems to pay much attention to how much pollution is done by all the militaries of the world. And this whole mindset of the culture of war, that the powers that be are the masters of the world and can do anything with it. We can cut down the Amazon if you want. That's the culture of war, to cut down the Amazon forest, but it's also destroying the planet. Well, so we took all of these aspects of the culture of war and we said, what, by the way, we have a couple of dogs staying this afternoon with us, so they may interrupt me from time to time. Also, by the way, Thomas has given me a lot of time, so not only can the dogs interrupt me, but I think the participants also can interrupt me when they wish to ask questions, right, Thomas?
We'll do that at the end, I think, the questions.
Okay, but all right. And so anyway, so in order to have a definition of the culture of peace, we took the 8 aspects of the culture of war and we said, what are the alternatives? How can we make a new culture which is the opposite of the culture of war? So instead of armaments, obviously disarmament. Instead of enemy images, solidarity and tolerance and international understanding. Instead of male domination, equality of men and women. Instead of the control of information and secrecy, the free flow of information, free flow and sharing of information. Instead of authoritarian power, democratic participation. Instead of destroying the environment, and we have sustainable development. Instead of exploiting people, we have human rights. And finally, the whole educational system. The educational systems throughout the world are designed for the culture of war. You put the children in rows like soldiers, and they have to shut up and listen to the authority. Well, there's some exceptions, like, for example, Maria Montessori saw schools, instead of being like military formations, the children in circles, free to learn. That's really more education for a culture of peace. Or if you want, the great Brazilian educator, Paulo Freire, described that the culture of war education is what he called the banking concept. The student is simply passive, and you put packets of information into their heads, instead of the students being active participants in creating knowledge, which is the culture of peace. Well, I think I went through all of the 8 aspects of the culture of peace now. And so that got written into the Declaration and Program of Action adopted by the United Nations in 1999 for the year 2000, which I think still exists as one of the great declarations in the history of the United Nations. It goes with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and here you have the Declaration of a Culture of Peace. The one problem was, however, that it had to pass all of the great powers to be adopted with the United Nations, and they didn't like it. And so they said, we cannot, because the document that we sent from UNESCO had culture of war, culture of peace. How you go from the culture of war to culture of peace. What are the 8 aspects of the culture of war? What are the aspects of the culture of peace? And the European Union and the United States said, oh, no, we can't talk about culture of war at the United Nations. There is no culture of war, they said. In fact, it was ironic. The day that they said there's no culture of war, they were bombing Kosovo from high altitude B-52 bombers with depleted uranium. No culture of war, come on. But anyway, so the Declaration Program of Action, which stands to this day, has all the 8 aspects of the culture of peace, and they don't tell you how they were derived from the 8 aspects of the culture of war. But anyway, I think that's still a great step forward, and that is a definition of the culture of peace which we can use. Also, during the year 2000, we did something important. We had the Nobel Prize winners, a group of the Nobel Prize winners, develop a Manifesto 2000, which was essentially these 8 aspects of the culture of peace, set up in such a way that a person could promise to work for these aspects in their daily lives, in their families, their communities. That was signed by 1% of planet Earth. 75 million people signed the Manifesto 2000. We saw the possibilities of world peace there. However, again, the great powers got scared because they don't want peace. And so they sent in somebody to be my new boss who told me my job is to get rid of you and get rid of your program. And so the Program for a Culture of Peace was taken away from the UN. The UN still has an annual meeting on the culture of peace, which is good, but no program and no money for it. So anyway, to arrive at a culture of peace, it's going to have to arrive through participation by people and not by nation states. I believe cities can play an important role because cities have no culture of war. Well, let me go back a little bit further and explain a little bit how I got to this point of working for a culture of peace at the UN. Back in 1962, some of you remember the Cuban Missile Crisis, in which for the first time we understood that it was a problem that we could destroy our planet with a nuclear war. At that time, I was a beginning graduate student working in a laboratory of physiology at Yale University. And there was a laboratory that was able to do research on the brain mechanisms of aggressive behavior. In particular, why cats kill rats, for example. And I decided that I would try to understand the brain mechanisms of aggression and hope that by understanding the brain mechanisms of aggression, somehow that would contribute to world peace. And so for 25 years, I developed with my students basically the science of what's happening in the brain during aggressive behavior. Well, at the end of 25 years, what I discovered was that I was wrong, completely wrong, that war has nothing to do with aggressive behavior. In fact, soldiers are not aggressive, they're not angry, they're scared, but they're following orders. And there was a very funny moment during the first Gulf War when the American general in charge of the Iraq War was General Schwarzkopf. And at that time, the Secretary of Defense in the US was Dick Cheney. And Cheney had to fly personally to Riyadh in Saudi Arabia to tell Schwarzkopf, if you have one more temper tantrum against your colonels, you're fired because you're destroying the morale of the military. There is no place for anger in the military. If you are a soldier and you get angry at your superior officer, you get thrown in the brig. And as far as the enemy is concerned, you don't know the enemy. How can you be angry at somebody you've never met? However, on the other hand, I did some studies on the psychology of great peace activists. And guess what I found? Whether it was Mahatma Gandhi or Martin Luther King or W.E.B. Du Bois or Nelson Mandela, they all said, I was aware of injustice, but I didn't do anything until finally I got so angry at the injustice that I saw that I had to act. Anger is essential to peace activism. I know that sounds contradictory, but if you cannot be angry against injustice, you don't have the motivation to be a peace activist. Now, this may seem contradictory to what Bharti Jain has said, although my guess is that in the question period, she will explain that it's not actually contradictory. Anyway, so what did I do? Realizing, yes, thank you. There is no contradiction with what she said, yes. So I belong to something called the International Society for the Research on Aggression. And I said to them, you know, we need to make a statement that, oh, by the way, back up just a minute. The mass media keep telling you that war is a product of our aggression, individual aggression. Why do they do this? They do it for the same reason that at the end of slavery, the scientists all said that slavery is justified because the black people are inferior. It's the use of so-called science, and it's the so-called science of that war is caused by anger. There are certain scientists who say this, but it's not true. So anyway, so we work together at the International Society for Research on Aggression to develop a statement about the nature of war and aggression. It was called the Seville Statement on Violence, adopted in 1986 by scientists from around the world, that said that war is not in our genes, it's not in our brains, it's not in our evolution. War is a social behavior, and to use the words of Margaret Mead, the great anthropologist, the same species that invented war is capable of inventing peace. It's a social invention, it's not a natural biological instinct. Anyway, one of the scientists who was at Seville, named Federico Mayor Zaragoza, a brain researcher from Spain, later became the Director General of UNESCO, and he invited me to UNESCO to publicize the Seville Statement on Violence, and there we worked together to develop the culture of peace. Now, there's one other thing in my history which I think is important. During the 1970s, wanting to understand what socialism was, I learned Russian and I went to work in Moscow as a scientist. And for the next 15 years, traveling often to Russia, working there, I watched an empire crash from inside. And guess why it crashed? For a very simple reason. That they matched the West for military spending, ruble for dollar, in the arms race. But there was a difference. The West had an economy twice as large as the Soviet Empire. That meant that whereas in the West, 40% of scientists were working for the military, in the Soviet Union, it was closer to 90% were working for the military. So they basically threw their economy down the rat hole of militarism and crashed. It was a socialist culture of war, and in a competition, a capitalist culture of war wins over a socialist culture of war, because the capitalists exploit the other countries and the socialist countries help other countries. And so they lose. You cannot build socialism on a culture of war. Now, I tell you this for a very important reason, which is that we see history repeating today in the crash of the American empire, because it's over militarization. America did not build hospitals, did not build schools. It built rocket ships and nuclear weapons with all its money, and now it's crashing. I don't know, I think the complete crash is going to come much sooner than people believe. These things have a way of accelerating. It was the case with the Soviet Union. People could not believe how quickly it disintegrated. I think you're going to see a very quick disintegration of the American empire. Now, the reason I tell you this is that now we come to the question of the solution. The solution is the following. As the American empire crashes, there will be essentially a void at the United Nations. The big nation states will essentially abandon the UN in the same way that Trump has abandoned the World Health Organization, etc. And it will give us an opportunity for the United Nations to do what it was originally thought to do according to its charter, which was to make peace. When I worked at UNESCO, we saw that we could make peace. I worked in Mozambique, I worked in El Salvador, and we developed peace programs which would have been successful if the big countries would have funded them. We were able to bring the sides of the conflict together to work together on projects for human development, for education, for science, for communication, and for healthcare. And if people have a reason to work together, there's no reason to be an enemy. We could have a world like that if the United Nations were no longer run by those states of the world that are the culture of war. And unfortunately, almost all states are the culture of war. Cities are not. Imagine a UN Security Council that was run by mayors of the big cities of the world. The first thing they would do would be to get rid of nuclear weapons. No city wants a nuclear weapon. Cities don't need military installations. They don't need frontiers. They don't have enemies. If you ran the UN Security Council by mayors of the world, you could make peace. And I have imagined this in a little book called I Have Seen the Promised Land, which is a novella which imagines the world coming to peace. It was written 10 years ago, but it's still relevant today. In fact, in it, I imagined a crash of the American empire in the year 2020, so it's right on target so far. But in the book from the year 2020 to 2026, we have a reformation of the UN to be run by the people of the world and of the UN General Assembly also, and begin to have peace. Well, I think that's enough now to, I have something for Chris Busby when he comes back, but we'll wait for him to come back.
Okay, so thank you so much, David, for sharing. And we've got a chance to Bharti, would you like to start, Bharti, by commenting on David's point that anger, and this was unusual for me to hear, it's true that philosophers and historians of peace in '84, and I just felt, you know, anger against, there's so many other problems in the world to be solved. I'm glad you also brought in as well.
Hello.
So Bharti, do you want to comment?
Am I audible?
Yes, you are, yes.
Yeah. So basically, it's not about that, and only kind of anger is important. If you want to achieve your goal, definitely anger should be required. But there are two aspects of anger. One anger that leads to the violence, and one anger that is required to achieve your goal. Yes, I have to do it. So there, every emotion has two aspects. One aspect take you to the positive direction, and another could lead you to the violence. So we need to understand, and there is a very thin line between that. So we need to understand what exactly and where exactly we need to get angry. Right, and this emotion is actually controllable. It's not because it is man-made. It's not the general human behavior. It is controllable.
Good. Right.
Live your way into Memory Matches Circus. Get a kick out of card matching mayhem with over 5,000 possible board combinations.
Okay. Chris Busby is back now, David, and I know you had a comment you wanted to make for him. So maybe, David, what was your question you wanted to ask Chris?
No, it's actually an anecdote that I think Chris will appreciate. Are you there, Chris?
Yes.
Okay, so when I was at UNESCO, and I was in charge of the culture of peace, we had the cooperation of four of the 5 sectors of UNESCO: education, communication, social science, and culture. All were working with us. But the natural sciences, the hard sciences said, oh, we don't have anything to do with the culture of peace. And I said, but of course you do. I said, and since I was a director, I called them to a meeting. And I had all the directors of the science division in front of me. And I said, listen, I said, you guys say that your priority is that scientists should be ethically responsible for what they do. Yes, yes, yes. Well, then I ask you a question. How, if a scientist has signed an oath of secrecy because he's working for the military or for a major corporation with patents, how can he be responsible for his actions? And I'll bet you, I said, that at least half of all scientists and engineers in the world have signed oaths of secrecy. Well, in the room with all these directors, there was silence until my friend Solosignaz from Hungary stood up and he said, David, I think 50% is an underestimate. And he stood up and he walked out of the room, followed by everyone else, and the meeting was over, just like that. Why? When I went out in the hall, they were waiting for me in the hallway to shake my hand and to say, David, you know we're not allowed to talk about that.
It's very interesting. I think it's worse than that myself. The thing is, on the Kerry committee, I was on a British government committee investigating the health effects of internal radionuclides. It's called the Committee Examining Radiation Risk from Internal Emitters. It was set up for me by Michael Meacher, who was a friend of mine, or became a friend of mine. And he was a minister for environment under the Blair government. So he set up this, what was intended to be an oppositional committee. I mean, the whole idea was that you look at an area of discourse and you take sides. You know, out of opposition comes sweetest discord, sweetest harmony. But of course, it didn't work like that. The idea was that we produced a final report. In fact, this was the remit of the committee, was to have a final report where we wrote down what we agreed about, and we wrote down what we disagreed about. But in the end, what happened is that they didn't like what we had to say, so they excluded it legally on the basis of threatening members of the committee but with losing their homes and so forth. And Nietzsche got sacked by Tony Blair, and that was the end of the committee. But I tried to introduce philosophy and morals into this discussion, because I said, look, at the end of the day, what we're talking about here is not some arid area of science. We're talking about dead babies. You know, we're talking about real dead people here. And you know, surely we should start to examine the philosophy of what it is one's doing, and the moral, and put some kind of moral searchlight on the various arguments that there were. But they were terrified of that. They absolutely, they wouldn't go there. They said, oh, we're not philosophers. Oh no, we don't have degrees in moral philosophy. Oh no, we can't possibly discuss that stuff because we haven't studied it. They take a view that science is somehow a kind of cold mathematical system where you don't have to interact with the world at all, where you sort of sit in some box and people pass in kind of bits of information, and because you're so bloody clever, you know, you say, oh yes, well, pi r squared integral d theta d phi and all this stuff. You come out with an answer, you poke it out through the slot. So they have absolutely, I think very few scientists, probably none that I can think of, to be honest, certainly in the government and scientific advisors and so forth, have any sort of moral compass, whatever, none. They don't believe it's their job, you see. It's like a job thing, you know, it's like a job description. It's like the concentration camp guard. You know, what you do nowadays, and it's not just the scientists, what you do nowadays is you do your job, you know, and if your job happens to be giving somebody a bad time or hurting somebody to the extent they commit suicide or whatever, so long as it's in your job description, you do it. You don't think, oh, well, it might be a bad thing or it might be wrong. You don't do that. It's not your job. That's scientists.
Well, those are what I call pseudo-scientists. Can I share a little anecdote in return to both of you? There is a chap called Sir David King, who was the head of science for the UK government, who's now set up this alternative committee into COVID. He tried to get a Hippocratic oath for scientists through. I think he's someone you could work with. He's an intelligent scientist who understands the importance of morality and ethics. I want to mention also another chap I knew very well, Sir Tom Kibble, who was a physicist at Imperial College in the Blackett Laboratory, was a very strong peace campaigner, and he helped me when I set up my institute at the University of London. He was a member of the Royal Society, one of Britain's most important physicists. He was very active in the anti-nuclear war campaigns, and specifically nuclear war. He was someone that understood how nuclear radiation actually works at the micro level. He's gone, he died. You know, we miss him. His son is a friend, still active, a friend of one of the people that set up this whole forum where we were meeting. So, and he founded Scientists for Peace and Global Responsibility, which merged with SANA, Scientists Against Nuclear Arms. It's now an international group, Scientists for Global Responsibility. And Tom Kibble and I talked. He knew me quite well, and I gave him the title. We met at a meeting at the Royal Society. I was running Philosophers for Peace, right? He was running Scientists for Peace, and he said, Thomas, I don't know what to call our new group. Should we call it Scientists for Peace, Justice, and Love of Nature? Should we call it Scientists for Peace, Justice, Human Rights, and Love of Nature? I said, Tom, I just got back from a meeting in Moscow, and we've decided to call ourselves Philosophers for Peace and Global Responsibility, because that sums it all up. And he said, that's brilliant, I'm going to pinch that. And it became called that. And it still is to this day. So, global responsibility. And the third thing I want to share is on the committee that appointed me to my job, although I'm not a scientist per se, I'm a philosopher and historian of science, and I've lectured at the University of Oxford, for instance, in the history of medicine, it's one of my fields, in relation to religion. Because when I worked in the history of medicine, the greatest medical doctors in history have often been very religious. That's why they want to heal. They don't want to kill or harm. That's where medicine comes from. And whether it's the Ayurvedic or the Greek medicine or the Druid or whatever, that fundamental principle to heal embodied in the Hippocratic Code is what motivates authentic scientists. And the people that appointed me, trusted me with the job, which I'm still trying to deliver on, included several Nobel Prize winners of science, several members of the Royal Society, and a chap called Professor Cedric Smith, who was professor of biological mathematics at University College London. I don't know if either of you ever met him. An older man.
Yeah, I worked with him once.
Okay, Cedric Smith set up the Conflict Research Society, brilliant mathematician. And he gave me a book towards the end of his life. He's dead, tragically. He died, you know, he had a good innings. He said, Thomas, carry on with your work. Don't ever stop. Whatever they try and do to you or shut you up, just carry on with it. And he gave me a book called Murderous Science, which was the story, the inside story of the Nazi scientific elite, including a man called Verschuer, who ran the genetics program in Berlin under the auspices of the Nazi scientific community. And Dr. Mengele, who worked at Auschwitz, experimenting on live prisoners, was his student. Cedric Smith met Verschuer after the war, who was rehabilitated. He was never exposed as a war criminal. These scientists got away with literally murder. And Cedric's point to me was, you know, they mustn't be allowed to get away with it. So I'm just saying to you guys, I'm on the case. I'm appalled to hear what David Adams just said about them walking out of his meeting. You know, if you were a friend of Federico Mayor, why didn't you walk immediately and insist that the scientists join the program? I mean, how on earth could they get away with it? We have to bring these scientists to heel. and it's part of my job as coordinator of Philosophers for Peace. You see, science is a spin-off from philosophy. Aristotle, you know, invented scientific method, Bacon remodeled, and all the greatest theorists of science were originally philosophers. Originally, science was called natural philosophy. So we must never take it from these. They're just mafiosa working for the Vashuas of today. We have to insist they come back into that conference room, David. And, you know, we should reconvene a meeting. I'll do it with you. On the culture of peace and science. You know, UNESCO should be doing this work. They should have someone like you paid to do it. And, you know, I'm going to be at them until they do. So I just wanted to give you those little anecdotes. But David, can you just answer my question? Why didn't you go to Federico Mayor and protest and make them meet you?
Well, Thomas, the reason that these directors could not deal with secrecy in science, which was the question,
Yeah,
is that UNESCO was and is run by the major countries in the executive board. And the executive board represents the interests of these countries. And these countries are not, whether it's the European Union or United States or Japan, or for that matter, the Soviet Union or Russia or China, they're not going to say that there could be no secrets. As long as the United Nations is run by the nation states of the world, it will continue to represent the culture of war. And it will hire people to do that and fire people who don't. That's why I have no connection to UNESCO anymore. That was severed.
I think it's shocking. I mean, I'm, you know, it was their loss.
Does it surprise you?
Well, no, it fits my analysis of I was talking earlier about the geopolitical economics behind the war machine. So I think it fits my analysis. Does anyone else have questions for these two gentlemen or for Bharti? Sean, you've joined us. Would you like to say something and introduce yourself, perhaps?
I will say one thing about the Royal Society. You brought up the Royal Society. The point about any organization that ends up as an organization that has weight and power will be infiltrated or they will ensure that the people who are there toe the party line. I mean, I had a lot of problem with the Royal Society with regard to depleted uranium weapons. They set up a committee after the National Radiological Protection Board said that depleted uranium weapons were safe, and the WHO said they were safe, and a whole list of worthy organizations said that they were safe, that nobody believed them, of course, you know. I mean, so what happened is they wheeled in the Royal Society, and they put a chap called Brian Spratt, microbiologist, in charge of a committee to examine depleted uranium weapons and their effect on health. Because there was a huge amount of evidence coming out of Iraq and Kosovo that they were killing people in various horrible ways. So Nietzsche put me on, he tried to get me on that committee, but they refused, but they said he can give evidence. So I gave evidence over 2 days to the Royal Society, which they completely ignored. And they wrote this report, which said that, of course, depleted uranium is safe and can't have been causing all these effects. So don't expect anything from organizations like the Royal Society. I mean, the Royal Society are a bunch of crooks, just like anybody. I mean, I'm not saying that they're not good people in the Royal Society, but the Royal Society as an institution, I've had a lot to do with them. And I can tell you, if they ever, you know, when I get really shit hot famous, you know, because of all this stuff I'm doing, and I get to be elected to the Royal Society, I shall send the card back and say, no, thanks. like Lathwaite did. You know, he refused to be a member of the Royal Society when they elected him a member of the Royal Society. The Royal Society, the people like that is the problem. This is the scientific establishment, you see. This is the problem. This is what you're up against. You're up against the scientific establishment. So they say, we are the scientific establishment, and this is the answer. So that's the black box I was talking about earlier when I was giving my idea of how science develops in such a way as to create a model. So I've never really wanted to call myself a scientist at all. I used to call myself a natural philosopher, but of course that's a little bit prissy, I think, you know. So I'm just a student, really. That's what I am. So yeah, can I go now? I've got lots to do. But if you want me back at some point, send me a message and I'll endeavour to reappear. Like you need the bottle.
Anyone else got a question to Chris before we let him go? Are they still using depleted uranium shells in the British military? Is it still?
Well, yes, they did use depleted uranium shells in the British military in the tank ammunition. They used depleted uranium. Yeah.
Are they still doing so, or is it now?
Still are, yes, they still are. And lots of people are coming back from the Gulf War with lymphomas and leukemias and all the rest of it, and I represent some of them in court. In fact, I represented one dead guy in a coroner's jury in the West Midlands in 2012. He died of colon cancer, and the coroner asked me to come as an expert, and the Ministry of Defence sent their expert. And we had a proper full-on jury. We had 13 people, you know, and they listened to both of us, and they found that what I was saying was correct and the Ministry of Defence was wrong, you know. So they found that he died of depleted uranium. So at that point, the coroner wrote a Section 42 letter to the minister, which he has to do if there's some new and unusual. This is a special letter that you send up to the Minister of Health if there's some new and unusual threat to the health of people. And he said that the jury has found that this guy died because of exposure to uranium. And the minister wrote back and he said, no, that isn't true. And so he wrote back to the minister and he said, well, I'm not saying it's true or not true. I'm just telling you that under the law, the jury found that it was the case, you know, so that's where it was left. So it's like Frank Zappa said, you know, you take away the curtain, there's a curtain there which suggests that there's democracy and some kind of input and you know, some kind of rational analysis about what's going on. You pull the curtain back and there's the brick wall. Ultimately, they won't let us in.
Well, we've got to keep at it. I've got another
Absolutely,
question.
we have to, yeah.
I've got another question for you, Chris, because in your talk, you mentioned a couple of times about viruses and gene splicing and so on.
Yes.
I wanted to know your considered opinion, you've researched it, on the origins of the COVID-19.
Oh, yes. I think I know what happened there. I mean, originally I thought it was a weapon, and that it was aimed at China because China. I have to say, I always blame the Americans for everything, and usually I'm right. But so in this case, I thought that it was an insertion of a virus into China in order to destroy the Chinese economy and this and that, which backfired. But actually, I kind of know what happened. I mean, I have all sorts of inputs from all sorts of shady characters, and eventually you come to something like the wall of facts, you know, you come to a conclusion about what happened. The Americans were involved in research into, this was somewhere, in 2 or 3 universities, there was funding from Obama for research into methodology for transferring viruses across species in such a way that you could get a virus that can infect a human being. And the justification for this research was that they were looking for methods of stopping that if somebody else did it, a bit like nuclear in Germany, you know. The Germans are going to make a bomb, so we've got to make one. So the justification for it, and the woman running it was some Chinese woman, rather sexy looking Chinese doctor, you know, clever woman, who published several papers between about 2008 and 2017 in posh journals like you know, microbiology, no, not in viral journals, and I think even one in Nature actually, about how you could make a DNA that could be taken across species and it would infect, so it would be like, it would start somewhere and infect humans. And then she also then was splicing in a particular section of DNA that came from human HIV. There's a repetitive motif inside the COVID virus, which enables it to bypass the immune system. And so then, anyway, the point is that they got frightened in America about all of this, and so they shut her research down. You see, so her funding stopped. So she then transferred her research to this province of China, where it all began. And various people had been to that laboratory where she worked and said that the security arrangements in the laboratory are very, very poor. So somehow either somebody took it out on purpose, you know, some nutcase, or else it just escaped, which is more likely, and got into the local population. And so then all these stories came out about, oh, it had come from bats and, you know, then transferred to some kind of monkey and so forth, you know, in order to kind of cover up this mistake, because it was a horrifying mistake, you see. My friend Padmanabhan, who is a geneticist, he did some studies of the way in which, he's an epidemiologist too, so Indian guy, very clever guy. And he looked at the rate of increase in various provinces in China, which were quite different. And he was able to say that there were a number of components to this, to this epidemic, which meant that it was not just some accident. It was engineered. But I think that that it getting out was an accident. But maybe not. Maybe it was engineered to get out. But certainly it's an engineered virus, because Luc Montagnier, who's like the greatest virologist in the world, Frenchman,
yeah,
who discovered the HIV virus, you know, he said that it was that the sequence of that virus was such that it couldn't have occurred naturally. It was a synthetic virus.
Right. Well, thank you for sharing that. You confirm, you know, some of the research I've been doing. I still, because there's so much chat on the internet, there's so many disinformations and so on, but I think that the trend of travel is in that direction, that it's an engineered thing. But to me, that raises huge ethical problems about why we let these scientists get away with it, why we let them get so much funding. You know, why was that Chinese woman being paid millions probably to make this stuff, and you know, live on a shoestring and don't get proper research funding, you know?
I tell you what, Thomas, the thing is, we should stop people. Scientists are our enemy. Okay, this was the message from my conclusions in my talk. You know, is that we should not allow scientists to do what they do. There should be laws about this. It's not a question of leaving it to their own, making them do a Hippocratic oath and all that stuff. You know, they should be prosecuted.
Yeah, the criminals among them should be prosecuted, and the good ones should be retrained to do peace science. I still believe in scientific method. I believe good science is necessary for the planet. You know, good medicine is, but it needs a philosophical ingredient, and they're not getting it. One of my
the dangerous people are the physicists. I mean, the dangerous people are the reductionists. I have no problem with doctors. I mean, doctors used to run the show for radiation and health up until 1959, when it was taken away from them and put in the hands of the physicists at the International Atomic Energy Agency. And the doctors of the WHO at that time, you could trust them, they weren't allowed to do research on radiation. It all had to be done by the IAEA, whose remit is the peaceful development of nuclear technology. So the problem is the physicists. The physicists are basically people who have no kind of real connection to reality. I mean, I think it may be some selection at school. You know, people who do physics are people who are frightened of reality and have to try and constrain it into some kind of box that they understand through mathematics. I mean, we all know the people who did physics at school. I mean, nutcases, you know, dear me.
Well, some of them are all right. So can I just to clarify, you're against all nuclear energy? Do you want all nuclear energy?
Yeah, absolutely, all nuclear energy. And incidentally, the model that I'm developing, that my group, the European Committee on Radiation Risk, has, means that they cannot do nuclear war. They cannot do nuclear propulsion. They cannot release any of this crap into the environment because it kills people. And so therefore it's contrary to natural law.
What about CERN? I mean, is that safe, what they're doing at CERN?
Well, I mean, yes, it's safe so long as they don't release it. I mean, it does produce radiation, but it only affects the people who work there. It doesn't create anything that you put out into the environment. But it sucks up an enormous amount of money for no real kind of value, as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, sure. But they're all nutcases, those people. Anyway.
Okay. Well, thank you. That's a lot to reflect on there.
Okay. All right. Thanks for the chat. Yeah. Cheers. Bye.
Good to hear from you, Chris. Okay, so I've had a question from Nicola saying, what can we, the normal people who are not scientists, not involved in this debate, what can we do to help all this? It's a good question. David, do you want to take that one?
Well, become part of the global network for a culture of peace. Find your own way of what you can contribute.
That's a good starting point. Sean, are you there still?
Thomas, I did put the internet site on the chat for those who want.
Oh yes, okay, I see it there. CPNN. Yeah, excellent. Right. So I'd like to ask Sean English if you want to join. If you're able to unmute, really.
Yes, yeah. No, can you hear me?
Yeah, do introduce yourself, Sean, because we need an Irish perspective on peace. It's quite important at this time.
Yes. Now, unfortunately, I missed most of David's talk there, so I'm not able to connect up with that because I was out.
But tell us what you've been doing for peace over the years, because it's important. Our speaker from Scotland, Maggie Sale, who was supposed to be speaking now, she can't be with us for technical difficulties. So instead of hearing from Scotland, I think it's important we hear from Ireland. And because you've been involved in peace research for many years, haven't you? And you've written books about it too.
Yes, yeah. My background is in peace research and peace, teaching peace at university level, at third level. And I was involved in the International Peace Research Association. I don't know, David might know that, the IPRI. And that's broken into different commissions. And the commission I was involved in would be the Peace Theories Commission. And as you know, Thomas, you came over a few times to Ireland over the years when we were trying to do some active peace work in the Irish context, but also we were looking at broader areas, including the nuclear dimension.
And
so
you ran the peace studies wing at the Sarolskol. Tell them about the Sarolskol experiment, because that was very interesting.
Yes, yeah. A number of years ago, the Irish government decided that they were going to restrict the number of universities in Ireland, and they were going to bring in a law that says no college could call itself a university without permission from the Irish government. For a lot of people, that problem was, it was almost like going back to the Middle Ages, where you couldn't have a university without permission from the local bishop, or whoever was in charge of the theology of the local area. So we were going around in a kind of almost a circle, that we were coming back to a period that we were given power over university, the concept of university, back to a government, and the government could decide whether an institution could call itself a university or not. Now, it's a controversial enough area because most universities would have charters and would be heavily supported by the taxpayer. But a group of people, educationists in Dublin at the time, decided to rush through and set up a university before the law was passed. So we were a few months ahead of the law, and then the law was passed. But we were able to set up what we called Sarah School, which is a free University of Ireland. And the Free University of Ireland was, again, a concept that was in European culture. You know, there were free universities, but the free universities traditionally were free from either of the Christian traditions, the Catholic or the Protestants. But in Ireland, we were trying to have a different free university, and it was liberal arts we concentrated on, because all the sciences were very well covered, we felt, and the people who set up the Sarah School felt. I mean, we were, from the very beginning, our problem, of course, was funding. You don't get funding for that sort of education because it wasn't related to vocational jobs. We were moving outside that, so we were very restricted. But we wouldn't depend on government or state, state subsidies of any type, so that restricted. But I mean, that's just one of the problems a small institution will get when it starts or tries to do something differently. So one of the main courses, no, not the main one, was the one I was teaching, was the Peace Studies course, or the study of peace, as I was calling it. And like at the time, around the year 2000, we did do a lot of work around the International Year for the Culture of Peace, or the International Decade for the Culture of Peace, which was being promoted by UNESCO. And we were their kind of branch in Dublin, and we put on conferences. And like that, I think, Thomas, you came to one of those conferences at one stage. And then through Thomas, of course, we set up the Truth and Reconciliation. We tried to set that up for Northern Ireland, and we had a few meetings. Thomas had a few meetings in Belfast and in Dublin with myself and other people. The Peace Studies section was associated with a group of peace organisations called the Irish Peace Council, and the Peace Council was made of about 10 or 15 organisations like Pax Christi, the Quakers, a broad range of religious and non-religious organisations. So I would like to say that we were one of the first groups to meet with Sinn Féin at a very early stage and try and negotiate to bring them into, well before the Good Friday Agreement, to try and bring the Sinn Féin into the main political arena, so that people would, because at that stage no political party in Ireland or in England would officially talk to Sinn Féin, but the Peace Council and through the Peace Studies we were able to go and have meetings, and even while the so-called war was still going on. So that's sort of a little contribution that the Peace Studies organisations made to the peace process at a very early stage in Ireland. So I'm not sure what other areas, Thomas, did you want me to cover?
Well, I think that's a critical area, and lots of questions arise. Can you, I mean, when the Good Friday Agreement came in '98, you and I were pleased, and everyone, I think, in Britain and Ireland who wanted peace, we felt we'd done our job well. It was like the Treaty of Paris moment in 1990.
Yes.
What I'm concerned about, and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission for Britain and Ireland, it's still going on, you know, they haven't shut it down. And we have had a meeting in Salisbury in 2016. And, you know, we can have another meeting. I'm waiting to see what happens with Brexit. But I'm very concerned on behalf of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission for Britain and Ireland, which came out of the work I'd been doing for Stonehenge, you see. The model was developed in Wiltshire over this conflict around the Battle of the Beanfield. And the hypothesis that if you bring people together that think they're enemies to discuss, then you might get some communication going. And you've been doing that work. So, but it seems to me Brexit threatens all this. The people behind Brexit strike me as very unintelligent, morally and also intellectually, people like Boris Johnson. Their ignorance of Irish affairs, I find shocking. I mean, I wasn't, you know, in England, I went to school in England. I went to good schools, grammar school, blah, blah. We learned nothing about Ireland. It's as if it didn't exist, not even Northern Ireland. Nothing about its history, its culture, its language, or why its religion was so important to it. You know, I find that shocking. I think the attitude of the Brexit voters, when challenged and told, well, it might kickstart trouble in Ireland, are you sure you want to vote Brexit? They all said, oh yeah, we don't care. What's Ireland? Where's that? You know, and it's that complete abysmal ignorance of any understanding about Ireland and its history and its uniqueness that shocks me. I mean, how do people in Ireland cope with this? Aren't you in shock too?
Yes, I mean, the general feeling in Ireland is very supportive of the European project, let's say, European. I mean, and from a peace point of view, I mean, it is, and I think it's undersold from a peace point of view, because one of the architects of the Irish, of the Good Friday Agreement, John Hume, was a very active supporter of the European Union. And I mean, his thing was that it was almost miraculous. And I mean, Thomas, you'd probably agree with this, that within 40 years, 50 years of the end of the Second World War, I mean, an unimaginable transformation had taken place in Europe because of ideas of peace and cooperation. That, I mean, if you had said it to people in 1946, just after the war, 1950 even, that Europe was going to develop in such harmony, relative harmony, people would have thought it just wouldn't happen, and it would take a few hundred years to happen. So I mean, that's why I think, because we had a conflict in Ireland, we realized that right up to whatever, quite a good few years after the end of the Second World War, there was still kind of bombs going off around the island of Ireland and in England as well. So we were more tuned into the possibilities that whatever was going to bring about friendly relationships between the countries of Europe that always seemed to be fighting each other up to this was very, very positive and should be supported as much as possible. And from that reason, I know England, Britain have a different history and culture. I mean, I think it's part of there would be conspiracy theories about why Britain went for Brexit, and economic theories, but also there's a cultural thing. I mean, Britain felt that they were unique, they were mandated for a manifest destiny, or whatever the Americans call it today. That was in British cultural history, and we could see it from, I mean, I don't want to be too critical of it, but just simply, it's just recently it was happening that if you saw, I think in the next few days, the celebrations in Moscow about the defeat of the Nazis, and the Russians are boiling, really annoyed that their part in the defeat of the Nazis has been totally underplayed. And that kind of is part of the British historical psychic, that they bet the Nazis, you know, they won the war, which they didn't, of course, because if you just ask simply from a peace point of view, who won the Second World War? America won it, Russia got second, and Britain got a very bad third. But who bet the Germans? Who bet the Nazis? Not the Germans. And it certainly was the Russians who bet them on the field of battle, not the British. It was the Russians who paid the price, the terrible price. The whole of Europe paid the terrible price for that war. And you know, Ireland, because we stayed neutral, were able, and some of our historians were able to stay a little bit out of the narrative that led to Brexit, because that narrative, the historical narrative, did support the Brexit idea. And that's just one of the theories that the Irish would say, well, could see a little bit more of than the British population in general. And I can't see if there's a hard Brexit, it may come back to whether Ireland should vote to go out with Britain. But if it does come to referendum in Ireland at any stage in the future, I'd say it would be well defeated. We just don't have that history of baggage, you might call it. I don't know whether you agree with that, Thomas, or not. No, but that would be my analysis. That there were a number of reasons why Brexit was passed, and there is conspiracy theories about Cambridge Analytica and all those type of. I mean, there were people manipulating the system, definitely, but there was an underlying cultural kind of thing that Britain could stand alone and had stood alone, which they did at certain stages in the Second World War and before. But the world has changed so much now, and that most of the decisions, major decisions, are kind of financial rather than political. And certainly from an Irish point of view, we cannot deal with Google, we cannot deal with any of the big, huge multinationals alone. If we wanted to, if there's some regulations to be brought in, they will have to be brought in at the European level to deal with those companies. They're so powerful, so big. So small countries want to be in the European Union or should be in the European Union. Maybe Britain can deal with the influence and the power of those, whatever you call them, social media companies, whatever the social manipulation companies. We can't, small countries can't deal with them. So one of the, from my point of view, one of the good advantages being in European Union is whether it works or not, but the European Union has put a fine on, we say, whoever it was, Facebook, Google, for privacy of 18 billion. Well, there's no way we could do it from an Irish perspective. Anyway, that's...
Well, no, those are very valuable contributions. And I think, I mean, I spent obviously a lot of time thinking through the decision at the time of the referendum itself. I read a book recently called Mind F***CK by Chris Wiley, who was running.
Yeah.
Have you read that book, Sean?
No, I know of it, all right. I haven't read it. No.
Can I recommend one thing that you take away from this seminar, absolutely urgently, is get a copy of that book and read it. Drop everything. Don't read any other books. Read that book. It's on Amazon. That will change your thinking and realization. The penny drops when you've read that book. My analysis now, I don't know if you heard me earlier talking about the military industrial complex and why we need a sort of upgrade of Marx to take on board the impact of the nefarious alliance between capital accumulation, capitalism, and militarism. At any stage in history, whoever has the biggest weapons has also the biggest pile of wealth. That starts, you know, when we were using bows and arrows or rocks or bronze swords. There's a definite mathematical correlation. Biggest pile of weapons, biggest pile of cash, you know. And you can, Marx never talks about that. In his theory of capital accumulation and how capitalism arises, he's full of his Hegelian stuff about, you know, the surplus value of the worker. With all due respect, Carl, that's a kind of Hegelian blind alley. I mean, yes, it's true, but, you know, so what? We know that. The big elephant in the room he never mentions is this correlation between biggest pile of weapons, biggest pile of cash. And if we do that analysis and apply it, so let's call it, you know, remilitarizing the analysis of capital. If we do that to the Brexit thing, so this is, we see that Cambridge Analytica are a military company. Steve Bannon was a military officer working for the American military. He studied at military war college. All the brains behind Cambridge Analytica that did Brexit were using military strategic techniques they developed in what they now call psychological warfare. It's a new branch of warfare. In America, they have you know, units that deal with, they call it PSYOPs, psychological operations. And in the Vietnam War, the Iraq War, the Yemeni, whatever is going on, you know, these guys are paid to do disinformation and to weaken the morale of the enemy. Psychological operations warfare is you spread lies about the enemy. You break into their social media and you spread rumors about their commanders. you create the opposite of good morale among the enemy. And then you can destroy them without firing a shot. Now, Cambridge Analytica developed all these tactics as a very, very sophisticated military operational PSYOPs company. And those were the brains that did Brexit. So why did they do it? Because ultimately they're working and in the pay of and on behalf of the guys that run the military industrial capitalist project, who are the elites in Britain behind the scenes of the, super rich. Also in Russia, the oligarchs, that they were involved in it too. And in America, the people that wanted Trump to get into power, who were the hawks. These are the hawks. So our peace movement, of which the European Union is a project, actually, if you look back at the idealism behind the European Union, Jean Monnet was a peace thinker. He was a friend of Roosevelt. These were early social democrats, visionaries. They wanted never again war in Europe. They wanted to change history for the better. They were peace activists, but peace pragmatists, let's call them. Whereas these guys that are behind Brexit, these are destructivists, psychological warfare operatives. And what I've been trying to do on behalf of the people of Britain and Ireland and Europe is get them challenged legally through Parliament and through the courts. I'm now in touch with Dominic Grieve, who opposed these people to actually take to court, and try and get published there's a lot of information being sat on in the Military Intelligence Committee in Parliament that has oversight of military intelligence, proving that Russia, and we're talking the Russian oligarchs, not the Russian people, the people that, are super wealthy and who run the Russian military state, wanted Brexit because they want the chaos of a country that they sort of think of as an enemy. And it has been. I mean, we've been not very nice to the Russians since they helped us win World War II and did most of the fighting. There's been some very negative propaganda against Russia. And so they dabbled. Now, all that information is in a secret report, which Dominic Grieve oversaw, and he's no longer in Parliament. So, and it's not been published. This is scandalous. It's anti-constitutional. And it's Dominic Cummings and Boris Johnson have done a sort of coup against British democracy. So I'm speaking on behalf of actually British democracy, saying to Dominic Grieve and others that it should be, by law, they should take these people to court. And it would go to the Supreme Court, but I think we would win. You can't, either the British Constitution is a democracy and they're subject to rules, or it's a state that can be taken over by the military oligarchs of the planet, which is what they're trying to do with America. In Trump's world, democracy is a fig leaf. All that matters for him is money and power, and who's got the biggest weapons. So I think we need to sharpen our analysis here, and put our heads together, really. Can I ask you a question? What's happening in Ireland? Because I know for weeks you've been trying to get a government together. Who's the government now?
Well, you may know I was involved in the Irish Green Party, and I was elected, into the council here in the area I live in Kildare. So I've been very active in the campaign over the last few months. I was the election agent for our candidate. Now, he didn't get elected here in this area, but the Greens have been in negotiations for 5 weeks with 2 other right-wing parties to form a coalition, and it has to be formed by next Sunday, or else there has to be, I think there's going to be a general election called again, which nobody wants. But the Greens went in and negotiated, and it came to an agreement, and now under the Green Constitution, every member of the Green Party is entitled to vote on this. and they have to have a 2/3 majority, which is very hard to get. And now it turns out that the negotiating team are split, and half of them are saying we should reject the deal that they have negotiated. So the thing is really getting farcical in one sense, that they negotiated a deal with the other parties, a team, and half the team comes out and then says we can't support the deal we're after negotiating. And I just find that very but I mean, that's just politics really, but it's a bit farcical that if you spend 5 weeks negotiating and then you agree to the deal, and then you come out and you advise your members not to support the deal that you've negotiated. It reminds me a little bit of the Irish treaty negotiations with the British, and when the people who negotiated the treaty, who were given the authority to do it, came back from London, then there was a split. But if you give people the authority to negotiate, you should really support them when if they get a deal, a reasonable deal that they're happy with. So that's just at the moment, that's the latest. So I'm voting. I have a ballot paper here, postal ballot paper to vote by tomorrow to send in, because all members are entitled to a vote. But it's very hard under the Constitution of the Greens. And again, this is would be very important for Brexit. No fundamental change can take place on a 51% or 50%. A 50% agreement is not of part of members or people voting, will not change a fundamental part of our constitution. It has to be certainly more than 50%. And if that was the case in Britain, of course, Brexit wouldn't have passed because it was very close. And I think a lot of organizations have that, their constitution, if there's something major being changed in the constitution, it needs at least 60%, if not 2/3. Well, in the Greens, in the Irish Greens, it's 2/3. So it's 75% of the people who vote have to vote for it. And that just leaves a little bit of, it's going to be hard for people to get 75%, because there's always going to be people who will be ambivalent about the agreements.
Is that clause in the Irish Constitution that a referendum on something constitutionally significant in Ireland has to be passed by 60%? Is that a clause in the Constitution? No, sorry, no, it's not not in our Constitution. No, it's 50%, and it's a weakness, I think, in the Constitution, because well, I don't know whether it stands, whether it supports a conservative or revolutionary point of view when you're trying to change the Constitution, but the last few referendums in Ireland have been reasonably close, except the last one, I think it was 60-40, but a lot of them are 51-49, same as Brexit. And that doesn't really, and from a Green point of view, there shouldn't be referendums, that sort of split where 1% decides or 0.5% decides the whole issue. It doesn't reflect well democratically. No. So the two parties the Greens were negotiating, is that Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael?
Yes, well, again, from people who don't know Irish history, this is a major breakthrough, because as people might know or might not know, part of the Irish becoming an independent state, there was a civil war, and the civil war politics in Ireland has dominated Irish politics to the extent that we don't have any really strong left-wing parties in Ireland. And the reason we don't have a strong left-wing party is because most people just went for one of the civil war parties, one side or the other, and they were Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. And this is the first time ever they've actually come together and form a government, because they were always opposing each other. But ideologically, they're both would be seen as right-wing parties, and the only difference was which side they were on in the Civil War, whether they supported one side or the other. So the Greens are going in with two parties who have never agreed to win the government before in Ireland. Now their situation is stayed more or less. So it is a breakthrough from a peace point of view that the two Civil War parties, I know it's 80 years after the Civil War finished, so that politics should be, but Ireland has a long memory, and there was still a lot of issues about who killed who, whose grandfather killed who in the Civil War, because that's another point the British might know. There was more people killed in the Irish Civil War than the Irish War of Independence. There was more people killed by Irish people after the negotiated treaty with England. And so a lot of that stuff was held, like in any country, I suppose in Spain, where there was a very bitter Civil War. It takes generations for people to move on, and we hadn't moved on. But this election has given a very big mandate to Sinn Féin in the Irish Republic, the mandate they didn't have before, and their mandate, their percentage of the vote was taken from both from Sinn Féin, from Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, the two parties of the Civil War. It's complicated because Sinn Féin wasn't seen as a party for a different reason. So the two right parties are the parties that the Greens negotiated with. And that was always going to be a problem for some of the members, that we were negotiating. But if there isn't a government, we've got, from an environmental point of view, we've got a good few concessions. We feel that we have from a Green perspective. So if we don't go in, we lose those concessions. One is that there's, well, just one of the major ones, which was debating this morning with the Greens, because that's unfortunately, I missed some of the sessions here. In the Shannon Estuary, there was a major development proposed for liquefied gas, and this gas would be fracked gas from the United States and Canada. The fracked gas is an issue in most countries now, but the fracked gas has been heavily subsidized by, we say, Trump and his supporters. So it's massively supported by the taxpayer in Canada and in the States. And they're trying to sell it. They're trying to get rid of it. They have so much of it now. And it's the dirtiest gas environmentally that you could get. So Ireland, the Irish government a few years ago decided they were going to, and it's very cheap because it's heavily supported by the taxpayer. It's a dirty gas supported by the taxpayer. So we decided, oh, we could do with that gas. So we would have to build a special terminal because it was a different type of gas. And so they had planning permission got. It was a huge development. So one of the concessions the Greens got was to stop that fracked gas from being imported into Ireland. If we go into government, we can stop it. If we don't go into government, it could still go ahead. And that's, I know it's a very small thing, but it's very, it's an important issue. The fracked gas, the vested interest in fracked gas can be stopped in the Shannon, and they don't like being stopped. Those massive companies are planning years ahead, and we can stop them. There's few Greens in Ireland can stop that development. So that's just one issue. Yeah.
No, that's very exciting. I just have a supplementary question or comment, because when you said that there is no left-wing party in Irish politics, I was going to say, look, hang on, you're leaving out Sinn Féin. Surely, what I don't understand as a political scientist, why haven't the Greens been negotiating with Sinn Féin to form a government? Surely you're more natural bedfellows. And would you, if you did get together with them, would you be able to have a majority in the Dáil?
That's it's the numbers. We certainly would have no reason not to negotiate with Sinn Féin. What I meant was the Labour Party in Ireland, which would be the left-wing socialist party, has never really been a major party because of the Civil War politics of the two parties. Now, Sinn Féin is, in the last two elections, has started to establish itself in the Republic of Ireland, is more than in the North. So now Sinn Féin could be, but the numbers wouldn't have added up. The only way we could form a government with the Greens only have 12 TDs in the Dáil. So 12 was a very small number to negotiate with, but the 12 was vital number if the two conservative parties was going to stay in power. If Sinn Féin, nobody else wanted to negotiate with Sinn Féin, only the Greens. And the Greens and Sinn Féin didn't have enough numbers to form a government, and still don't have enough numbers. So it looks like another general election. And I'm just thinking the Greens will be punished, could be wiped out. We could lose 10 over 12 seats. But because, it was very foolish to go into 5 weeks of negotiations, agree a deal, and then three of the people who negotiated the deal said to vote against it.
But it's very Irish, you've got to admit, Well, let's see what happens. It's very exciting. Will you, and yeah. Well, may the best one win.
Thanks about that. Yeah.
Thank you for doing what you do for peace, and keep up the spirit is all I can say. Let's, I mean, from a British anti-Brexit perspective, we would love a Sinn Féin government in Ireland, both in the north and the south, because the reunification of Ireland that they have on the agenda would then shock Mr. Joe Public, England, Essex man, white van man, so much he might actually give up his Brexit fantasy.
Yeah.
I think it's the only thing that can do it. So, you know, all I'd say is power to the Irish project and to the European project.
Yeah, could I just say that the Greens are an all-Ireland party, so that's caused a bit of problem with this negotiation, because the few hundred members who live in Northern Ireland, well, that will be voting, there are over 1,000 members, don't live in the Irish Republic, but they're voting to whether we should go into government in the Irish Republic. Now, that's one of the, you know, it's one of the problems with having a border in Ireland. Some people are, you know, we have an all Ireland party, but it looks like it's unfair that people in Northern Ireland should be voting to support the Irish government or to not support the Irish government. But that's just, no, one of the reasons I'd like to see the Green Party in government in Ireland now is, you might have heard in the last week or two, Ireland has got from next year a seat on the Security Council of the United Nations. Now, I know the Security Council has its problems, but we might be able to do, if the Greens had an input at that level, you know, in the Irish government, we might be able to get some input to that seat onto the votes that would come. And I know it's restricted because of the veto of the main powers, but at least we've got that. We won a seat, and it's to start next year, 21. And so that would be the time the Greens could be in government in Ireland. And from a peace point of view, I think to throw that away, it's only a small thing in one sense, but it's an important issue as well, from a Green and from a peace perspective.
Except, as David Adams pointed out, the UN is run by nations in the interest of military capitalism anyway. So if you ever came up with any good ideas at the Security Council, you'd probably be shot on the way out, you know. Thank you so much. We need to move on. I think David Swanson is here with us, and David is going to speak a little. And he is, I think, you know, one man on this planet can stop war. I think it's David. And so let's give him the floor and welcome him. If you can unmute, sir. And you've got your work cut out. But I think David's work is phenomenal. And he was nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize several times. And it's a pleasure to welcome him to the meeting. David.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
We can, yeah. Go for it.
Well, it's great to be here. I strongly dispute the notion that any one man or woman or child can rid the world of war, but I am convinced that millions of people working together could do it, and might do it. And I don't predict success or failure, but if we do not rid the world of war, the world's wars will rid the planet of us. I mean, it's not a choice, right? We have to do it. So this seems like a pretty small group. I can talk, but if you all want to jump in and ask questions or tell me to change the subject or to shut up, I think
you've got the floor, and do explain your organization and what you're doing. It's important. And we are recording this, so it'll be seen by a much wider group eventually. We've had people drop in and out during the night.
Yeah, I can imagine. Well, World Beyond War is a global organization of people and groups with chapters in numerous countries and affiliates all over the world, working to rid the world of war through educational efforts and through nonviolent activist efforts. We had our conference virtually this year, our annual conference, but the one before that we had in Limerick, in Ireland, and we are all very much in support of Ireland being an independent country, not a U.S. aircraft carrier, and getting the militarism the hell out of Shannon Airport. It's absolutely absurd that it should be there. A few years back, the Irish ambassador to the United States came here to Charlottesville, Virginia, to the University of Virginia, and spoke, and I asked her how in the heck it could be legal, how it could be in harmony with the nation, with the notion of neutrality, to be having U.S. troops and weapons going through Shannon Airport. And her answer, in fact, was that she had asked the U.S. government, quote, at the highest levels, whether it was legal, and they had assured her it was, so that she was going to obey that that decree from Donald. So the Irish people should be satisfied, damn it, with that. But what we're actually seeing in the United States right now is phenomenal, and not predicted by me. The level of activism, the enduring, persisting and escalating and strategic and creative nonviolent activism, and the resistance to the physical and the media resistance to instigation of violence by the police, and the determination to strategically use very determined and aggressive nonviolent action, category in which I am including yanking down statues, is just unprecedented in the United States. The United States has historically had a very low level of activism. I mean, we have just about everybody convinced that you can sit down and shut up or wait for the next election and vote. And those are your roles. And any sort of silliness in between elections, like marching in the street, is just, you know, it's just naive stupidity. And yet you have on display over the past 3 or 4 weeks these incredible successes, far yet to go, but these incredible successes that of course are the norm when you have serious nonviolent action. And so this is the key lesson that we're trying to tell people in the United States and around the world, is that despite what everyone tells you, activism works, and governments pay very close attention to it while trying to convince you they're ignoring you. And I think it's coming out of desperation. The United States is essentially a third world country with first world money. The money is put incredibly into billionaires. It's the most unequal wealthy country, one of the most unequal countries on earth, and into militarism. Over half of the money that people pay in taxes goes into wars and preparations for more wars. And you know, so rather uniquely among wealthy countries, the United States has huge levels of poverty and joblessness and homelessness, and healthcare is a privilege for the rich, and education is a privilege for the rich, and so forth. So it's the desperation and it's the frustration, because everybody had been told, use the election system. The elections will save you. And they have this president, a guy who yesterday openly said he had tried to cut back on testing for a deadly disease, because if you test, then people will find out that the disease is around. I mean, a guy who has just openly committed impeachable offenses since before he moved into the White House, right? Who was instigating racist violence and continuing wars and threatening to kill their families and to profit personally from high office and so on. And you have this so-called opposition, the so-called resistance with a capital R in the US Congress, putting up this phony effort to impeach him but not remove him, because they could tie it to Russia, because they could hype a new Cold War with it. And so you had this effort within the Democratic Party, of these two disastrous parties, to put a candidate named Bernie Sanders into nomination, who was considerably better than the norm, and that was fought off and defeated as corruptly and nefariously and undemocratically as 4 years ago, and so you have this intense frustration with the current system, and you have the power of video. There's nothing new about racist police murders in the United States. It's the quality of the videos that's new, and so you've had these successes in terms of media. That the New York Times editorial page has announced there will be some limits to its evilness. Twitter, Facebook, these monopoly corporations have announced there will be some random sporadic limits to the glorification of violence and hatred. You have legislation in the works and passed already in countless cities and states and in the Congress, and you have this, and of course you have the statues coming down every town except this one that I'm in, Charlottesville, where the Nazi rally was 3 years ago, and around the world. Even Winston Churchill, I've seen very appropriately graffitied, a man who in the United States is understood as almost a Gandhian figure of peace-loving opposition to fascism, who was willing reluctantly to use a little bit of violence because of his deep love for the Jews and communists, right? I mean, this is what people are taught, and so it's a work in progress. But there's this discussion in the corporate media and on Zoom calls and everywhere else in the United States right now of why in the heck do we have to have militarized armed people responding to someone who needs drug treatment or someone who needs mental health treatment or controlling traffic in street? Get people who are trained to deal with traffic. Get people who are trained to deal with drugs. In the United States, it's almost incomprehensible to anyone that there are countries where the police aren't all heavily armed, right? So there's a notion of necessary militarism built into U.S. culture, and the conversation is being taken in the direction of, well, if you don't want unidentified military forces who won't answer to the public on the streets of Washington, D.C., do you really want them on the streets of Kabul and Baghdad and all around the world? And if you're going to move money out of local armed police who've been armed by the U.S. military because it's just rolling in extra money it doesn't know what to do with, and you're going to move that money into human needs and maybe environmental needs, why not do it with the vastly greater sums of money that are in the U.S. military? So we now have, as of a week ago, resolutions in the U.S. Congress, the likes of which we haven't seen since the Soviet Union was falling apart and people were dreaming of a peace dividend. You have a resolution from Congresswoman Barbara Lee, the one member of Congress who voted against the war on Afghanistan 19 years ago, to move $350 billion out of the military into human and environmental needs, and identifying the specific disastrous programs from which to take that money, which is of course greater than the total amount of the military budget back when the Soviet Union was falling apart. But you have Senator Sanders, dropped out of the election, but promising to move to take $74 billion. Sounds like a lot to you and me, but trivial sum in the U.S. military, out of the bill that's coming before Congress in the coming weeks, and move it in to human needs. And so you have this educational moment where people are talking about, and sort of mainstreamish people, the voices that are starting to inch into the corporate media, are talking about how the U.S. military budget is bloated and excessive. They're sort of where we could stay safe with a smaller U.S. military budget. We're being excessively safe, right? Wastefully safe. And of course, then there are organizations like World Beyond War that are advancing the argument, well documented, that in fact this spending makes us less safe fuels terror. You have a war on terrorism that predictably increases terrorism, right? You have the police militarized by the military. You have the military, the greatest destroyer of the natural environment. You have the military fueling the racism. You have the veterans, highly disproportionately the murderous cops and the mass shooters. You have so you have this institution that is endangering us. Wow, we need actual defense. We need a Department of Actual Defense. The United States is far and away doing the worst on the coronavirus pandemic among wealthy countries anyway, with the exception of Sweden, which has consciously attempted not to handle it, right? And it's a handful of countries in Latin America and the Middle East that you can argue are doing as bad as the United States. So we don't have the resources going where they're needed. And there are, in my town and across the country, there are banners up celebrating healthcare workers as heroes. All the thank you for your service glorification of the mass murderers. The same language is being transferred to health workers. And yet we don't have the resources or the accountability or the, I hesitate to say competence because you don't really have that in the military, but we don't have any real energies going into protecting people from real dangers, from the destruction of the climate, from the danger of nuclear apocalypse, from deadly disease pandemics, from unsafe workplaces, etc. And so when you have all these young people, hundreds of thousands of US teenagers bought tickets, not bought, they were free, signed up for tickets to Trump's, spread the coronavirus fascist rally yesterday in Oklahoma, planning not to go so that all the seats would be empty. That's a healthcare initiative, right? I mean, these are young people who damaged the intentional spreading of a disease and the intentional spreading of a fascist pandemic, right? So this is a health initiative, and so what World Beyond War is working on educationally is taking advantage of this moment to shift people's priorities and to move people to an understanding that we don't need to just avoid particular bad wars, but defund the whole institution, move the money out. We need the resources for other things. 3% of US military spending could end starvation on Earth. 1% of US military spending could end the lack of clean drinking water on Earth. 7% of US military spending could end poverty in the United States. This is the kind of money we're talking about. We've got an online course coming up that's filling up fast on war and the environment. If you go to worldbeyondwar.org, you'll see we're trying it. We're always building the peace and environmental movements together because they are so closely related.
Can I just interrupt you briefly? I just want to put you on pause briefly.
Yeah, go ahead.
Really appreciate your passion and your work, and I'm sure there's lots of questions and strategic issues that we can talk about. Peter,
fading in and out, I'm afraid.
Sorry, I want to bring in Peter Marshall at this point, who's going to be speaking, and who's, I'm sure, will be saying things parallel to what you've been saying. Peter is a historian and he specialized in the history of political ideas. And then we'll come back to you. There'll be time, David, for you to do part 2 afterwards, okay?
Well, there might be. I got to do a radio show pretty soon. I was thinking I'd be out of here 8 minutes ago, but I'll stay as long as I can.
Stay as long as you can, but thank you so much for your contribution. Peter, it's over to you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, yeah.
Okay, well, I very much enjoyed the last talk by David Swanson, and but I am going to talk roughly for half an hour. That's okay. It's a pleasure, of course, to join you all to celebrate digitally the summer solstice and the Stonehenge Peace Festival. Today I'm going to mainly talk about megaliths and their meaning, nature, anarchism, and peace and freedom. So it's a time to remember the great connection between the earth and the heaven, this solstice and midsummer. The microcosm on earth, the macrocosm in the sky. As the alchemists say, as above, so below. And it's very important to celebrate, if we can, this joyously, this midsummer, particularly at Stonehenge and also elsewhere by the megaliths and stone circles. And one should also celebrate, obviously, in the great wheel of the year, the equinoxes of the spring and autumn and the winter solstice, as well as the cross-quarter days in between. So, since they're all markers of the movement of the sun throughout the year, the sun's movement and the movement of life itself. As I've written in a book called Nature's Web, which is an exploration of ecological thinking, we are not separate from nature, but part of the whole. We should therefore recognize nature as a value in itself, not just the means to our narrow human ends. And we should also, as a result, have a reverence and respect for nature and for the land and the sea, which I'm particularly concerned about, and the heavens, for the place on earth on which we live. I've celebrated the rising of the sun at Stonehenge, which you can see in the background, on the summer solstice, when the sun is closer to the earth in the northern hemisphere. I've also regularly welcomed the dawn in the summer solstice, in our local megalithic complex at Merivale in eastern Devon, western Devon. And this year I celebrated the rising of the sun by a circle on a cliff top overlooking the sea in the East Devon, where now I live. The stone circles of megaliths and menhirs and tombs and dolmens are all, and elsewhere in Britain and elsewhere in Europe, are all part of the Neolithic age, because they went up, of course, when humans settled down, particularly to practice agriculture. And this was roughly about 4,500 BCE. I call it BC, before Common Era. And the Bronze Age, from roughly around 2,500 BCE, which followed the short-lived Copper Age. The stones went up when people settled down, but it's also to remember that they were very much in place of special earth energy, and which were held probably sacred by the hunter-gatherers peoples in their migrations well before them. I've also written a book called Europe's Lost Civilization, which is an exploration of the mysteries of the megaliths. It covers a voyage in a small yacht from Scotland down to Malta with my companion, and looking at the great megalithic sites on the way. It's part of my thesis that the megaliths are all built by the sea or up rivers, including Stonehenge. And because in those days, water was the principal means of transport, and the land was densely wooded. They may have been later temples raised in Balearic Islands, Mediterranean, and even older temples in Malta. But we can see a way of megalithic building, a very common way of megalithic buildings from Orkney, Scotland, even further north, all the way down the western Atlantic seaboard and across the Mediterranean to the foot of Italy. I call deliberately the Society of the Megalith Builders a civilization, while popularly it is often seen as a primitive product of the Stone Age, where men and women were meant to live just in skins and furs and dwell in caves. Civilization also, because during the late Stone Age and the early Bronze Age, the great monuments were raised to the sky by members of a society who had a deep understanding, clearly, of the movement of the planets and the stars, and had a complex religion and a rich social life. Therefore, rather than simply call it so-called primitive, I would say it was highly civilized. So the root of the word civilized is actually from ancient Greek, which I've also had a long study. For civis, meaning of the city. But many of these monuments were constructed by people living in villages who worked together and shared their wealth and had sufficient leisure to build such wonderful and magical monuments and structures. Above all, as David celebrated, it was a great civilization of peace, because these monuments are not defended, which implies that there was no need to since there was no war amongst different groups. And although in Northwest Europe, it was about 4,500 BCE that the megalith building started here in Britain and in Northwest Europe. So in the so-called Fertile Crescent in the Middle East, it was much earlier. And I personally visited a place called Çatalhöyük in South Turkey, which shows a very well-developed town, which was built probably 5,000 or even earlier BCE. I have also been to, in eastern Turkey, been to a wonderful place called Göbekli Tepe, which is actually it's called that because it means the mound of the lentil grower. But in fact, because that's the farmer who lived there beforehand. But here they've uncovered it's quite close to the Syrian border. They've uncovered a wonderful stone temple, which dates from about 10,000 BCE recently. And this is way before the British megalithic civilization. And it has very realistic carvings and reliefs of animals, as well as being orientated towards the heavens. Some say it was created by settled people, others say it was even by hunter-gatherers who met there as a place of sacred energy in their annual migrations. And it also showed a very profound awareness of their place in the universe and the need to respect and revere nature as a whole. Well, it may well be that the hunter-gatherers had the greatest civilization, as some have argued, but because they had robust health and practiced no war between them and lived in complete equality, in many ways they are modeled to us, living in a condition of peaceful egalitarian anarchy, without coercive laws, states and governments. Even so, I would argue that the Neolithic period of the monumental building stones, when people practiced agriculture, was the greatest so-called golden age, as there seemed to be little hierarchy and domination, with communal graves and lasting peace. It was the French philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau was only partly right when he said that it was iron and corn which civilized men and ruined humanity. History changed, of course, during the Bronze Age from about 2,500 BCE and the Iron Age from about 500 BCE, which followed when priests and chiefs emerged with classes, hierarchy, and private property. You can see them at that period. We can see individual burials rather than communal burials, which implies and also individual burials with rich grave goods, which implies that there was a special group of people in the country. Many of the stone circles in Ireland, where we had 2 speakers earlier from, and in Wales and elsewhere, called Druidic circles. But it seems that the Druids, probably the priests who came with the Celts, and they may have come to these islands, evaded them, or else they may have a very strong cultural influence, or both. And they wrote nothing down, so they committed their doctrines to memory and taught through what they'd learned by the oral tradition. And so what we know about the Druids is in these times from Roman and Greek sources. And certainly when Julius Caesar invaded the Britain, he did record, particularly in Anglesey, that they believed in what is called the transmigration of the souls. It's very similar to reincarnation, like the Jains and Hindus and Buddhists do today. But he writes, Julius Caesar, that the Druids then formed a separate group in society as political advisors, healers, and arbitrators between the warring tribes, Celtic tribes. And their rites and observations took place in oak groves and liminal places, particularly near water. I'm sure many of these people, many people in this festival who know all about that. But Julius Caesar also says they practice animal and human sacrifices. But I think this can't be certain, because I think the part of the conquering army, Roman army, was to show them as barbarian in order to impose their rule. And it's very much like Europe did in the 19th century, when they encountered peoples who didn't have the same advanced technology and efficient weapons. And that's that view actually was held by Churchill. So the Celts were indeed very warlike and fought amongst themselves, and but their strong cultural influence, which is certain, one can see in their art forms, particularly with interlaced designs. And I lived in North Wales for 21 years with my family, first in a remote cottage in the mountains, and then by the sea, by the Irish Sea. It was in the county of Gwynedd, the heartland of the Welsh-speaking communities. My children are fluent in Welsh, and I, to a degree, learnt Welsh as an adult. I weren't, but many of my Welsh friends and neighbours call themselves Celts, trying to distinguish themselves from the invading Anglo-Saxons English, who tried to make them speak their language. I'm also myself about a third Irish, having had an Irish grandmother, and I've also sailed around Ireland itself in a small yacht, which became a book called Celtic Gold. And so therefore I'm very much steeped in the culture and traditions of the Celts. I understand that I'm not a modern Druid, but I understand the modern Druids are mainly concerned with peace and healing, probably like yourself, Thomas, I don't know, but, and reconciliation between warring parties. They take up the ancient wisdom and stand in the Bardic tradition, and particularly celebrate poetry, storytelling, song, and dance. Like the followers of Wicca, witches and neo-pagans, they wish to follow a spiritual path close to nature, close to the living earth and nature itself. I would say I'm primarily a social anarchist or a libertarian socialist, because I believe in equality and ensuring the good things of the earth and imposing hierarchy, domination, and arbitrary authority. And particularly in the form of state and government. And at the same time, I would advocate communal individuality, which urges the maximum amount of individuality compared with social solidarity. So it's both concerned with both the person and the others, or the we, not just the I. I've written about this tradition in a book called Demanding the Impossible, which was a history of anarchism. But I'm sure at the same time that many Celts and Druids today took out many aspects of the ancient religion, of the megalith builders, and took over many, and as the Celts and Druids took over many of the stone circles were already there for their worship and celebration. And I myself have a similar worldview, the ancient megalith builders, who seem to have lived in peace and cooperation, and who seem to have believed in a form of pantheism. That's to say, God is immanent in nature, whereas the philosopher Spinoza said, as he would call it, God is nature. And I suppose the modern equivalent is probably the concepts of Gaia and the mother goddess. But it's difficult to talk about these things because I agree with the ancient Chinese Taoists who said the Tao is everywhere to be found, ever present in nature. At the same time, one cannot define the Tao. It can only be felt, or the Tao, it can only be felt or understood. Incidentally, I was actually at the last free festival held in Windsor. It was called the People's Free Festival in 1974. The theme also was injustice and peace. But the police came at dawn and smashed up people's tents in order to clear the celebrants by brute force. Even a neighboring farmer sprayed his fields of ripening corn with slurry to create a stench where there was only beauty in life. Celebrants not only were interested in exploring and practicing justice and peace, but have a great love of music and dance, fun and creativity. In fact, having experienced all this, it was the first time I broke into print. I wrote a piece of The Guardian, which they called Windsor Constable Landscape, because obviously named the play of words on the painter John Constable and a peaceful event. But it wasn't at the Battle of the Beanfield in 1985, which is celebrated this year for 35th anniversary. But I believe a similar event, violent event, took place when against a peace convoy who tried to create a Stonehenge free festival, and they were very brutally put down by the police who came in at dawn. And I think, personally, I think people should be allowed to enjoy themselves with song and dance and good spirit near the ancient stones, provided, I would add, that they don't harm them or prevent other people from enjoying them. So therefore, I share very similar principles to the Institute of Peace and Global Philosophy, like yourself. And but I explain the process I came to some of these views. Again, a recent book called Bug the Boy, Why I Became an Anarchist. And as a philosopher, I'm also a lover of wisdom in the ancient Greek sense. In fact, for the ancient Greeks, philosopher means a lover of wisdom. And at the same time, I stand in a very long anarchist tradition. So I follow with William Godwin, who was the first English anarchist of any note, who is sometimes called the father of philosophical anarchism, who felt the use of violence was always a confession of weakness and of ignorance. And he looked at gradual change through education, enlightenment, and persuasion. I also agree with the Russian anarchist thinker, Kropotkin, who wanted to practice mutual aid and bring town and country together in what he called factories, fields, and workshops. And we should combine mental as well with physical work. Be good for all of our development of all our being. He also wanted all of us to have enough to eat. And at the same time, he realized that people